We're gonna be live in 2 minutes.
Yeah, I got you.
Yes, I know. I know. Yes, and you need to hit back Ritza.
I did.
Okay.
Is there another message?
I just saw who she. I don't know who she was referring to. She said, "Were you a last minute submission?" I thought you did it yesterday.
I did.
Am I good now?
Yeah.
I'm gonna make you co-host, and can you make me co-host? You are main host now.
Yeah, you want me to be co-host?
Yeah, no. You are main host now. Can you make me co-host?
Yes.
Can you see a picture of me or see me, or do you just see a picture?
Let me see. I don't see you yet.
Okay. So how do
I
I make it?
All right.
Thank you.
Welcome to the Bald-A-Thon. This is our first one. This is actually a holiday, and it is celebrated on September 13th. And Malika Cooper is a local Baltimore Baldy, and we are excited to have her open up the show with us. So, Malika, you there?
Yes, I am.
Come on in. You can open up your
Okay.
video. Super.
Okay. Good morning.
Good morning. So, you have been helping awaken the world of Bald is Beautiful.
Yes,
Ah,
absolutely.
and you have several businesses. So, I'm actually excited to know you. I learned about you through Dr. Stafford Sutton, and he
Hmm.
says, if you need to know anybody, you're the one to know, Malika Cooper. You're
Thank you.
quite an entrepreneur, and this show is actually not about being bald. Even though it's called a Bald-A-Thon, that's who's speaking, bald people. But it's really about leadership, and it's really about entrepreneurship. It's about making the world better. So the cool aspect of this theme is that we get to learn about people that are making a difference in the world that just happen to have a good haircut or a great haircut, I should say. So
Mm-hmm.
why don't you share who you are and why what you feel leadership is and how you've created yourself as a leader and any challenges, and the floor is yours actually.
Okay, well, good morning, people. My name is Malika Tamu Cooper. I am the owner and operator of Dreads and Heads Natural Hair Care Center. As he said, I am the entrepreneur. I haven't had a real job since 1993. What I am out here doing right now is making the world just a little bit better. Um, I do several programs where I mentor to teen girls, teaching them everything from um, business to customer service handling, cash handling procedures. I am a natural hair care specialist. I am a master loctician. I own several small businesses, including a marketing company called Marketing with Malika. International styles, you name it, if I'm allowed to toot my own horn. But when you talk about being a business leader and making a difference in the community, the first thing that popped into my mind was integrity. I am all about integrity and paying it forward. You need to be one of a fine example of an upstanding citizen in our community, and you need to lead by example. So what I do is I have teen girls who I bring into my salon, and my salon is an incubator for um, just youth and entrepreneurship through natural hair care. So I train girls from ages 11 all the way up to the time they leave me and go to college. Some of them still come back after college. I teach them the skill of natural hair care and business, and they go on from me, and they've never had to have a real job where you actually punch a clock anymore. I teach them everything that has to do with entrepreneurship and budgeting, finance, all of that. That's the one thing that I'm really proud about that I do.
All right, well, that is awesome. I got some interview questions to ask you. So um,
Okay,
number one is what would you say a couple words describe leadership?
leadership. Leadership to me, not only does it mean that you take charge and trudge forward and clear a path, but it also means that you know how to also take second seat and listen to your people.
Okay.
Uh, I'm the one who's in charge of my salon. The law is laid down with me and my businesses, and I'm the one who structure everything and bring everything from a I like to say from a snowflake to avalanche, but it also means leadership is that you listen to the people and you listen to their wants, their needs, and everything, and maybe even how they may see something a little different perception wise, and how you can incorporate that into making a better world and a better life for the people that you are leading.
Now, my assumption is you were born bald, but then you became bald later. At what point did you choose this haircut?
Well, I am partially bald by choice and partially suffered from alopecia. I have what's called traction alopecia. At one point in time, I had almost 6 feet long hair.
Wow.
I have graced the magazines across Paris, London, Tunisia. I'm one of the tri-state area's top leading natural hair care specialists. I'm brand ambassador for several different companies, from Miss Jessie's products clear on down to Design Essentials. And I was even Miss DC full figured fashion model. And I had long hair, the first one ever with locks. And the next thing you know, the hair during COVID, I wasn't able to maintain it as much. It began to get heavy, and then one day I just saw that my edges were beginning to thin a little. And during COVID, when everybody was going through all of that up and down emotional, um, the emotional like turmoil that we were going through, being locked in the house. I woke up one day, I looked in the mirror, I was going through some depression, and I said, whoop, and cut it right off. I took scissors and cut it right off. And to me, it was a freeing thing. It was, to me, I let go of some energies that have been trapped in my head. I let go of, um, hair at the time to me was a labor of love. And I was like, okay, I'm free. And I cried for probably about 20 minutes because, like, oh my God, what did you do, Malika? And then now I've been wearing my head bald since September 22nd, 2022. And I'm like, okay, this is beautiful. I thought, me being a natural hair care specialist, that I was going to negatively affect my business, my dating life, I just thought it was going to be over for me. Until one day I was walking through Safeway and I saw this man looking at me, and then I walked down and I saw the next out, and he was looking at me again. And then when I'm in the line to check out, he stood behind me and he was like, Sis, you're wearing that bald head. I love it. And I was like, Thank you. Thank you so much. So that was it for me. No looking back. And now I've joined the bald community all across the United States and some people who have come from Europe, and I put on Be More Bald, the first ever trade show here in Baltimore. I've been going to Bald-A-Thon in Atlanta. I was in the Bald Parade in Annapolis, Maryland. I've just joined a whole nother community, and it is so loving and freeing and easy. I just shaved my head right before we came on today, but uh, I'm half bald by choice, half bald by traction alopecia, but bald in my spirit and loving it.
Well, I'm going to show you what actually spawned this to happen. So I was looking up, is there a holiday for bald people? And some people know it and some people don't, but you wouldn't believe how many
Well,
people.
alopecia month is this month, right?
It is this month, but there are other bald people that just didn't know that there was a bald holiday. So let's just do a little graphic here. Here's what I found. I looked it up.
Okay.
So that's National Bald is Beautiful Day, and I embrace that day. And so we have 50, we have someone speaking. Okay.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Yep. So we had 50 people sign up for today, and October 14th is the next bald holiday, and it's Bald is Be Bald and Free Day. So
Okay.
so October 14th, we're going to have a volume 2 of this because I want to celebrate any holiday, but you have a bald.
Well, I might just decide to put on a baldy brunch. Anybody want to join me?
I want to.
Okay.
And
Okay.
so we'll do the Baldy brunch. You were saying maybe in December, or is that still
Yeah, but you just enlightened me on the next baldy day, so I can put something together really nicely.
okay?
And effectively, I got connections all over Baltimore City. I'm Miss Entrepreneur. You name it, I can do it.
I know you have over 100,000 in your list, and you bring it when you have a trade show. So you are flexing with the Bald network.
The
And
bald bosses. Yes, and shout out to Jamie Elmore. She's out of Washington State. And she is part of the Bald Bosses. She's the one who puts together the Bald Woman Parade. She's phenomenal. So Bald Baddies, Baldy, look her up on Facebook.
you're getting an award tonight. Is that correct?
I am. This is amazing to me that um, this weekend, well, later on today, the Met Gala, the Baltimore Met Gala, is happening at Live Casino and Hotel in Anne Arundel County, Maryland. So, for the first time in history, we are going to be doing a hair segment. Yes, I'm bald, but I'm doing a hair segment. Um, uh, it's always been about fashion. It's always been about art. And for the first time in the history of the Met Gala, they're coming to me and asking me to do a hair installation because hair is married to art and hair is married to fashion. And I am doing a hair segment tonight for the first time in the history of the Met Gala. I said, "You want me to do it?" And they're like, "Yes, we want you to do it. We heard about your styles and things for um, all over. So I need you to definitely go to BaltimoreMetGala.com and get your tickets."
Awesome. Since you know so much about hair, I'm going to ask you, I guess, to rate me. Are you ready for this?
Mhm.
So I want to thank you for, by the way, the Malika was chosen because she's done so many entrepreneurial things, so many great things for Baltimore. She is assisted in getting me a media pass to said Met Gala. So I'm going to meet her tonight for the first time, get her picture with a smile card. And
Mhm.
even though she's not from Texas, I do want to share. I do want to show
Now,
off.
now, now, I used to live in Texas when I
Okay,
was little.
so then you might even
I'm an
hold this.
Army brat.
We got
Yes.
Keep Smiling, y'all. So if you want to hold both of them, you can. Well, I'm
Hmm.
just so thankful. And you shared something with me. I don't think you shared today, which is Hallmark cards.
Yes.
Did you share that yet?
No. Back in the day, before I started doing hair, I was a photographer. And when my salon was called, my photography studio was called Mahogany Photography. And back in 1991, 92, I sold 300 images of my cards to Mahogany Cards. And it became to Mahogany Cards. It became Mahogany Cards from Hallmark. So, yeah, that's a little bit about my history.
Yeah, that's really amazing. And it is actually, I've seen them so many times in all the grocery stores and all the
I
Targets.
don't know if they're still around,
I'm
but
sure. Is this it or not?
back in 1993.
Well, I'm
No,
just
mine were more not so animated. Mine were more of the people, the women.
okay. Yeah, I remember them though. I remember when they
Hmm.
came out. That's very
Hmm.
cool. Well, Malika, thank you so much, first of all, for opening the show and the welcome. And secondly, for being a person that reflects and demonstrates what leadership is, a dynamic
Hmm.
inspiration as an entrepreneur, and the problems you solve, the communities you create. I mean, if you didn't do some of this, some people would feel isolated, alone, not feeling like they belong. And so I just want to acknowledge you that you embrace not only baldness but leadership, community, Baltimore. I mean, you are a person that brings people together. So thank you for what you do.
Okay, you're welcome. Thank you for having me.
And I'll see you tonight with my
Mhm.
camera to get your smiling shot.
Okay.
All right.
Good
Oh,
night.
wait.
Okay.
One last thing. How do people reach you, follow you, celebrate you?
Okay, so you can go online to marketingwithmaleka.com, You can go online to bemorebald.com. That's BMORE, bald.com. You can look me up at Dresden Heads, or you can simply just Google my name, Malaika, Malaika Tamu Cooper.
Very good. Okay. You can stop record. And thank you. Have a great day, Malika.
You too. Bye-bye.
I believe we have Jesse next. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So, Jesse, don't go yet. I just want to make sure we're recording okay. Are we recording okay?
So far, so good.
Well, no, I didn't hear record on and off. So let me just make sure that we're recording.
One, we can start.
Okay. Don't start yet. But did we miss the first record?
Now it's recording.
It's recording on live. So you just have to pull it later. Is that correct?
Yep.
Okay.
Yes.
So from here on out, it's episodes, right?
Yep.
Okay, very good. All right, hit record. All right, so we have Jesse Oakley III as our second spotlight on what it is to be a leader with a great haircut. Jesse, I just am meeting you through really Facebook. Do you recall how we were connected?
Actually, we were connected through Francine Julene, and she was on my podcast about her book, and we actually had a good connection and had a chance to talk about you, Dr. Ken, and she had rave reviews about you, and I want to meet this guy with the good-looking hair.
So you're a children's author, I'm presuming.
Actually, I'm a positive author, and my book is called Greetings, Happy People, The Positive Words Through the Eyes of Mr. I, which is me.
Awesome. Well, I want to just say for our audience before I spin out of this is that it's interesting that when you continue to show up with different people, how you finally get connected to the people that continue to show up. So big shout out to Francine. She has an amazing group called Children's Authors Unite. It is for children's authors on Friday at 3 p.m. Eastern. You get to share your book, mastermind, and it's very valuable. And as you can see, she refers amazing people like Jesse. So Jesse, I'm going to turn it over to you. Would you please share any of these 4 topics? Number 1 is your thoughts and feelings on leadership, why you became a leader, what it takes to become a leader, your challenges as a leader, and how you make a bold difference as a leader. The floor is yours.
It would be my pleasure. And first and foremost, I'd like to formally introduce myself. My name is Jesse Oakley III. As I mentioned before, I'm an author of Greetings, Happy People, The Positive Words and Wisdom Through the Eyes of Mr. I. I'm also an associate engineer for the Nevada Department of Transportation in Las Vegas, Nevada. And I'm also a past international director for Toastmasters International. I served on the board of directors from 2022 to 2024. I'm also a volunteer engagement lead for the American Red Cross in Las Vegas, Nevada. And I'm also a podcast host for the Sunday Morning Chat series, where I interview a plethora of positive people that are making big differences in the communities. Now, what does leadership mean to me? Let's imagine that you have a position, a great leadership position. And think about this. The sun is shining, the clouds are clear, everything is going good. And then on the horizon, you see something. You see a storm. You see a storm coming your way. The thunder, the lightning, the wind, the hail, you name it. It is a huge storm. And in this position, you ask yourself, what am I going to do with the storm? You have 2 choices. One choice, you could back away from the storm, with the storm being bigger, 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 and bigger. Or you can actually ride to the storm, stand up to the storm, and be courageous. Leaders do the latter. They're courageous. They're phenomenal. They're not scared of the storm. They go through the storm, and they become stronger after the storm. That is what leadership means to me. And where did I get this leadership admiration from? Well, I'll tell you. I have plenty of people that influence me, whether it's in NDOT, whether it's in Toastmasters, whether it's in Red Cross. But the main person, the main inspiration of my leadership is right here. His name is Jesse Oakley Jr. He was a young guy from Southern Arkansas who made a name for himself. He served in the United States Navy for 21 years, retiring as a senior chief petty officer in the Navy. I learned my style, I learned my wit, and I learned my leadership through him. And I could tell you that Jesse Oakley Jr. was a wise individual, and he is truly missed to this day. And I will carry on his name, and I will carry on his legacy. Love you, Dad. Thank you very much for your leadership and the lessons that you've taught me growing up. Now, my thoughts about leadership is very interesting. The leadership has made a big difference. And one of the true lessons and challenges I learned in leadership is the following. Now, I'll give you, before I do that, I'll give you a preface, is there are 3 levels of leadership. And the challenge I face and I understood for myself is there's a me leadership. And the majority of people that hold positions, whether it be in engineering and business and entrepreneurship, there's this me leadership, and it is quite dominant. And in this position, the me leadership is always about me, it's always about I, it's always about this. But if you want to accomplish something bigger, in the words of you just can't do everything alone. You just cannot do everything by yourself. You're going to need some help. You're going to need effort. You're going to need some type of team that's all going to get you to the next level. So you take the M and the E, you turn the M upside down, and you go right into the W. And that is we leadership. That way, you're not alone. You're part of a group. You're part of a team. You have people that are working with you. And in this we leadership, the second level, you have this energy that's going on because everyone is working together in teamwork and in efforts. And there'll be some we leadership that will focus on other we groups, and they say, let's be better than this group here. Let's be better than this group here. Let's always be better than the other group that we challenge. There's a third level and a top level echelon that people want to focus on. You take the we, the WE, and replace it with 2 letters, US, and that is us leadership. And in us leadership, I learned that instead of challenging other groups, we challenge ourselves as leaders. And when we challenge ourselves as leaders, we not only look at other groups, we look at ourselves, and we look at towards the future and towards our goals and what we need to focus on to actually not only make a difference for the team, but also the community as well. And I learned this through my time at NDOT. I've noticed through my time in Toastmasters. I learned this time through Red Cross. It's always a contribution leadership. And with contribution leadership, it makes a big difference because no one person or one group is in it for themselves. They're in it for everybody. To the point where the team is gone, where the leadership gone, the legacy remains. And that is what I think about leadership. And with the wonderful experience of leadership, I was able to take this mindset into what I do right now. And I was able to take this mindset and help Toastmasters focus on us leadership and how important it is and how we can actually make a huge difference for many people around the world. I do this us leadership for Red Cross. Anytime we go into a community, anytime we spread the news about the events and the happenings about what's happening in Southern Nevada through the Red Cross. And I also do it through NDOT as an engineer, working with contractors, producers, or fellow construction engineers of this us leadership mindset. And the us leadership mindset is something that we can actually build a project, whether it be a bridge or a road, and we have this big difference that's going to make a huge difference within us. So fellow people who's out here, this is the leadership lesson I learned is you have to go beyond the me, you have to go beyond the we, and you always stick with us. And when you're the us, you're untouchable, you're unstoppable, you're unbreakable, and you're shakable. And that is what leadership means to me. And I really appreciate this opportunity and this time. And I definitely hope to see Dr. Ken. I hope Dr. Ken has any questions for me.
I don't have a lot of questions, but I just want to say bravo, because leadership is we. And you can sport any haircut you want, but if you bring your heart with leadership, people will say, man, they're not spending too much time up here because they're spending all their time here.
Ain't that the truth? And it's always about heart leadership. And that's what's us.
Yeah, the filter people think was that it was bald, and that was not the filter to get on the show. The filter today, and every show we've done so far, has been heart-centered leader. Then we go into the next level, which are they bald, or are they an author? Are they a component of creating community? Are they someone that brings smiles to the world, et cetera? So we're eager to have you, because what you just shared today, the International Smile-A-Thon is October 3rd. And I'd like you to be one of the Americans. My challenge is we are wanting to bring the world together, there's a song we're releasing on October 3rd called The Smile That Changed the World. And the smile that changed the world is obviously any leader that shows that they're friendly, that they collaborate, that they believe that humanity is one and that is to be celebrated. So on October 3rd, I challenge anyone, to include you, Jesse, to bring some people from other countries so we can celebrate what a smile does to bring the world together.
And as an author of Green's Happy People, who wrote the book on it, count on it.
You got it. So did you tell where you are located?
Actually, I'm in Las Vegas, Nevada, right here on the West Coast.
Yes. And the reason I'm asking Jesse that, and anybody, the three main things I'd like people to cover is how you got here, because that's considered a nomination or someone paying it forward. The second thing is where you are located, because you may find out of 50 people here, you have a neighbor you didn't know. The third thing is that we do a book tour and we go to at least 50 Southwest friendly cities. Las Vegas, I'll be there probably another couple of times. So I get to give you not only a handshake and a hug, but we get the smile shot. So the last thing is, did you share with people how they can connect and celebrate you?
I'll tell you what, you can connect to me through many means. First way to connect me is through Facebook. You can also connect me through LinkedIn. You can also connect me through Instagram. And you can contact me through this way. To spell my name out, Jesse, Jesse, Oakley, Oakley, the third III. Just think Jesse James and Annie Oakley, and you get Jesse Oakley. But wait, there's more. In order to check out you can actually see my book on Amazon, Green's Happy People. Just type in Jesse Oakley III, and bam, it's there. And you can also check out my podcast. You can actually go to Sunday morning Sunday morning chat series, and you have this beautiful bald-headed man that's smiling at you. Feel free to subscribe and connect, and we'll just go have fun and connect.
Well, I'm eager to check out your book. Would love to check out your podcast, and we want to get you in the Author-Thon. The Author-Thon is an opportunity for your book to get massive reviews because you are reciprocating and support a community of authors. So thank you, Jesse. And we are moving on.
Take care, happy people.
Okay, I think recording has stopped. Okay, great. And we're not, just 1 second. We have 9:25. I'm going to do a 5-minute, recording of the Bald Beautiful book, what it is, who's in it, and why it's created, and how we're using it with the show. So you can go ahead and hit record now. All right, welcome. We have had an amazing first couple of guests, and we have 48 more to go. Very excited about today. As you can see from what you've experienced so far, these are not just bald people, bald humans. They are bald people that lead with their heart and have great content on how to be a leader, why you want to be a leader, and why leadership is so important in our world today. I did want to take a couple minutes to show the sophistication of this show. First of all, I want to acknowledge there are 5 people behind the scenes that make this happen. Brian Tarr with CRM Pros. He is the one who has been helping create the system, so you guys are connected. Number 2 is Faizan Manzoor, who is in Pakistan. He is making sure that the live is happening. He has his fiancée, Aisha. We have Amy in the Philippines. And I don't want to forget anybody else, but we do have a nice team that are making all this happen. And I share this with you because this is just a vision. And this vision came about because we have some amazing systems and technical and very heart-centered team members. So I want to show you a book that prompted this. So my 61st book is called Keep Smiling, Bald, Bold Book. It came out in January, and it is by birthday. And you will notice that Michael Gray is going to be invited to the Author-Thon. I think he's not able to make it today, so we're doing a post-recording. But anybody, Dr. Ruben West, he should have a DR in front of his name, was my 3rd host. And every one of these people have had an impact on my life. And the blank pages are people that there's Chef Craig Chasky. He's going to be up in a few minutes. But every blank page is a page I am desiring to find someone that is a heart-centered leader that happens to have a great haircut. And I'm very excited that we have roughly 12, I think it's about 12 women who are part of the show today. But the cool thing about this book is we are now going to use the corner page of the top left and the top right. For anyone that is in the Bald-A-Thon, you will have your show QR coded here. So we see your beautiful smile, we see your name, and we are able to actually experience you. So just think about all these people in here could be on the October 14th, the second Bald holiday, and it's called Bald and Be Free Day. And look at that, that's Lawrence Taylor. and I met him at a big gala in New York. So all these people I met at different events, you can tell from the different backgrounds. There's Coach Carter from the movie Coach Carter. So I just want to take a couple minutes to say I'm excited about all the people that are joining here, all the new friends. And we made a rule about this. If you want to be speaking and you're a leader, you obviously know other leaders. So nominate somebody. So the good news is for me and for all of you that might say, I only know a couple bald leaders, you now know 49 others. So it's really an amazing feat that we created this, and we are excited about it continuing on October 14th. Thank you very much. Stop record. Okay, so we are ready for our next guest. It is 9:30. Who is that guest? And I will get a printout open of the guest. We have our next guest up. Is it Desmond?
Good morning.
Okay. 1 second. Desmond?
Yes.
Do you have a laptop?
I don't have a laptop with me. I'm on my iPhone right now.
Well, this is this is a professional production. So let's go ahead and have the next guest, Desmond. I thought you got the agreement. We can't do any
Okay.
verticals. So okay, very good. Can we? And by the way, Amy, if you could please make sure that everyone has a laptop that was in the agreement, and it's so important because the production value it doesn't look right. We're putting this a lot into this, and we want it to look right. So, Desmond, thank you for being here. I'm excited. Maybe if we can do a post recording, but right now it wouldn't make you look good to have it.
Okay. Okay.
Do we have somebody on deck? I think we have. Is Chef ready? Would you like to go, Craig? And like I said, Amy, it's really, really important we make sure that people are ready and live, so we don't have any awkward moments like that.
Was off me.
Okay.
Good morning.
So, I'm glad you got the note about the red shirt. So you ready to go live?
I'm ready to go live.
Okay, we're going live. Hit record, please. Okay, the Bald-A-Thon is moving and grooving. And for those of you who don't know, celebrity chef Craig Chaskey, he is actually creating a recipe book. And I'm so excited to be part of that journey with him. Met him roughly 5 years ago. And we met again, and we met for the very first time in Florida. And the Bald-A-Thon, he was one of the top people on my list. I just had to have here. And then he's meeting my friend Jerry Edwards, and they're going to collaborate on another holiday, which is International Chef Day, celebrating chefs around the world. It's international, and that's October 20th. So if any of you are professional chefs, know a professional chef, I know they'd be eager to create an experience like this. So welcome, Craig. How are you doing?
I'm doing fantastic. Thank you. And you?
Good. Great. I mean, I'm great. I mean, I see this amazing haircut. Well, I'm going to turn it over to you, but I just wanted to just say thank you. You are such a good friend. You have the best attitude. You've made such a difference in community with food. You are a stand for what you believe, which is food makes a difference. It makes you feel vitality. So you'll have 8 or 9 minutes to share about leadership, but I hope you share a couple minutes of how food and leadership are connected.
Absolutely.
Without further ado, Chef Craig, share your thoughts and feelings of leadership, why you're a leader, and how you make a bold difference as a chef and a leader.
Okay, excellent. Well, one of my favorite books is Powerful Quotes by Ken, and it made a difference in my life. I believe in libraries, and I have a porcelain library in my house where you'll get that on the way home, where I sit and do a lot of reading. And the powerful quotes from world leaders and speakers inspired me. And on a daily basis, I always read a quote to set the pace and rhythm of my day, so that I can be a positive influence in the world despite what's going on in my life at certain interviews. So what leadership means to me is managing is doing things right. Leadership is doing the right things. And if you do the right things, like my dad used to say, if you tell the truth, you don't have to remember what you said. So being authentic, being real, and being genuine and caring about people is very important. And regardless what you do in life, I've been in culinary arts over 50 years. I'm 170 years old. I'm just very well preserved for my age. It has to do with a lot of the foods that I eat. So being in leadership and inspiring belief and instilling hope and inspiration for others that are intimidated by culinary arts and cooking. I remember when my grandfather passed away, when my grandmother passed away, my grandfather never even knew how to boil water. So he had to learn, from the start. So I always humble myself and put myself in position with others so that I can be in their place and remember that I don't know everything and that I need to be open-minded and let my ego kind of set to the side so that I can be an influence in people's life by putting myself in their position so I can also learn what to do. So with leadership, I hope that was a decent definition, and I'm looking forward to the next step with Dr. Smiley.
All right. Well, we have more to share than that because you have a full 8 minutes and you have three or four. So I'll guide you with some questions if that's cool.
Excellent.
Okay. So when did you start pouring your heart into, well, first of all, when was the day that you decided to get this great haircut?
Well, I remember when my hairline started to recede, and when the top was down in my car, my hair on my sides, like bozo, was getting in my eyes, and I realized that someone said to me, "You should go bald because you have the right shaped head." And I said, "I do," because I never thought about it. And I remember shaving my head for the first time with a little Hot Wheels razor,
Yep.
and I nicked myself up pretty good and looked like I was in a battle. And I just thought, wow, this looks pretty good. And some of my mentors, like Mahatma Gandhi and Bruce Willis and Danzel and Jay Strayham and all these very prominent actors. And I always was told that I did food theater when I did my events at the farmers markets, that I could be bald and beautiful and be rich and famous. And my dad said I could be politically correct or rich. I chose rich, and it pays better. So being bald is beautiful, and being bald is, for me, instilling confidence and belief in myself that I can be different.
Understood. So how about that? Now you said you were 170 years old, so I'm presuming it was around 130 that you decided to.
Yes, yeah, right about that age. Yes.
And how long have you loved food and
Well,
that
a
was your
gr-
life?
that's a great question. I was 6 years old and put my hand on our electric stove and burnt my hand. And my hand's okay, but ever since that, I always loved the heat in the kitchen. And when I went to CIA at Culinary Park, not the Central Intelligence, but the Culinary Institute of America, I was taught that, you know, 87% of the people that graduate end up in the front of the house, and only a small percentage end up in the back of the house because there's a certain mentality and demeanor that you need to have in your being to be able to withstand the pressures and the things that go on in the kitchen. I don't know if you ever saw the series The Bear, but or read Kitchen Confidential by Bourdon. The kitchen is a very theatric stage for what goes on behind the scenes, and everyone that gets the result in a meal doesn't actually experience and see what goes on behind the scenes, and they see this end result, which the old saying, break a leg. We break a lot of legs in the kitchen when we're preparing because For me, putting the passion into what I do and caring about if I was to eat this myself, I could pay it forward by serving others and making a difference in their life with infused cuisine by permeating the foods that I make with pure essential oils that are therapeutic and tested third party and indigenous and 50 to 70 times the strength of normal herbs that can actually help heal you and help you have better sleep and have you better energy and better overall being and add 20 years of longevity to your life. So, Ken, you didn't realize it, but you're going to be about 140 years old when I get done with you.
I'm excited. Do you want to share your excitement about partnership? Is that releasable?
Yes. We're partnering up with my first edition of a cookbook that has about 50 recipes in it that I'm mentoring others. And I always say you have a mentor or tormentor in your life. It's better to have a mentor. And Ken, Dr. Smiley is one of my first and foremost mentors in compiling this book along with my beautiful wife, Elizabeth Massey of Heal Well and Thrive and making a difference by instilling hope in others through non-intimidating recipes that can be utilized in the kitchen on an everyday basis that can help your entire family and the community at large with healing foods. Not your normal cookbook, a paragraph recipe that is in large font for people like me that can't see. I should have eaten more carrots. And I probably wouldn't be wearing these right now. But I'm excited about this new venture with Dr. Smiley. Ken's been a tremendous influence and guide for me to do what's right and also do what's correct in the world of books. And please stay in touch with us because when this releases, it's going to be probably one of the biggest impacts in your life for your well-being and your family's livelihood.
What's the name of the book?
Recipes of Hope.
And you brought up a very good point. You mentioned several people, and I need to add Gandhi on here. But these are people that I just thought of that have changed the world at the biggest level, and they just happen to be bald, but it is leadership. It is leadership. So I wanted to just put this up here because Gandhi is going to be added. That is, I mean, two of my favorite quotes in the world are Gandhi, which is your life is your message, and what you think and what you say and what you do, if they're in harmony, that is happiness. So, how do people reach you, connect with you, celebrate you?
Uh, I was hacked a couple of months ago, lost about 18,000 followers, but we're rebuilding that right now. I can be found on Facebook at Craig Chaskey. My website is chefcraigchaskey.com, which will have a landing page and a QR code for the cookbook. You can also reach me at celebritychefchaskey.com or at celebritychefchaskey@gmail.com. Also on Instagram. So please stay in touch with me. Any culinary questions? I did NPR radio for about 7 years with drive time for Vox Pop. So a lot of questions were presented to me in regards to any challenges, issues, health concerns. My background's nutrition. I had Lyme disease in the 70s and beat it. So I have my own testimonial on how to cure yourself and help empower yourself by fortifying your cells and your immune system so that you can heal well and thrive.
And where are you located?
I'm in the Georgia mountains, about 1,100 feet up, and it's just beautiful. And I'll utilize your card. Y'all smile here. And it's been a blessing we're in Sarasota, Florida. Pandemic hit. We both had a conversation, decided that it was time for transitioning to, my dad used to say you could be a big fish in a small ocean. And being that this area that we live in Georgia, is a small community, but we have the largest healthcare facilities in anywhere in the United States. So we're making a big difference. I oversee 900 meals a day at a healthcare facility here in Georgia and make a difference by empowering people. And hopefully, we're going to be able to launch the cookbook live at this place, and we'll give you that information when that time comes. But I always say, stay in touch with us because the best is yet to come.
And you have you have an oven, pizza brick oven.
Yes, I spent 3 months every weekend building an outdoor pizza oven. And I utilized a dog igloo house as the template. So if you can just imagine that, and we'll probably, with Ken's help, do a time lapse edition of how we built this. But the outcome of the whole thing with Ken's suggestion was to create a cookbook for children to learn how to create delicious pizzas, serve them in the community, and pay it forward and make a difference by learning the fundamentals, principles, techniques, and steps of making pizza to make a difference in the world at large.
So put your information in. So anyone that knows a chef that should be on the International Chef event, as well as his book release, and he does a lot of community events where you get to meet wonderful people. So thank you, celebrity chef Craig Chaskey.
It was an honor. Thank you so much, and really enjoying all the other speakers today. And I'm going to continue to watch because I'm learning a lot from everyone. And again, Ken, thank you and your team for this valuable time.
You're welcome. We can go ahead and stop record. Thank you. So have a great day. Continue listening, post, and if you'll put in the chat the live recording so people can share it, post it, and comment as they wish. And we have the next person is Philip, I believe, right? Is it Philip? You can come on in if you're ready. Do we have the next person ready to go or in deck?
Yeah, I'm ready to go. We're just fighting with our video for a second.
Hey, you never have to fight a video. We're here for you, buddy.
Awesome.
All right. So what we're doing is we're doing roughly those 8-minute spots, but we had someone that didn't have the right camera equipment, so we're just utilizing a couple extra minutes, so you get a little bit bonus, okay?
Perfect.
All right, so let me introduce you. Go ahead and hit record, please. Welcome to the next episode of the Bald-A-Thon. This is so exciting because we have a stack of just leaders after leaders after leaders giving lots of value and their philosophy and perspective of how you are successful as an entrepreneur, a community leader, or just have a better life because you actually know how to inspire people. So this is Phil McClure. I've met him probably about a half dozen times at Secret Knock and recently at some other events, masterminds, and it's always good to see you, Phil. But more importantly, the more I see you, the more I'm like, that's my brother.
That's right.
So you recently on our show for a full hour and a half, I believe, and I was recently invited to your mastermind. So thank you for that. Today, we'd like to have you share your thoughts and feelings on leadership. Why you decided to become a leader. You're certainly have a lot to say about that. You're a veteran, and any challenge you've had, any gold nuggets, and of course, how you make a bold difference as a leader.
Thank you. This has been an awesome show. Like the chef that was just on, okay? Really, really good stuff. I'm excited to continue to listen to more of this, and thank you for the invitation to be here. When I was looking at how to do my own introduction for this, I went to the side from the way I would normally do it. Because what I like to preach is granting yourself permission. And then that kind of went to, well, then who am I? So is my introduction, or am I what I've been able to accomplish? Am I what I own? Am I all of these types of things like these items that people identify me with. Like, oh, that's Phil. He's does this. But no, if I was going to look at who am I, I'm Phil McClure. I'm a proud father that adjusted my entire life just to be there, to be present for my kids. And that's who I am. And I'm here to just try to help make a difference, show people to do what they can do that I've done. And then moving into, what does leadership mean? Leadership means to me is stepping up when it's needed. You've all had good leaders. We've all had bad leaders. And being in the military, I remember seeing leadership. I'm like, man, this person doesn't know anything. Why are they in charge? They're making bad decisions, but you really can't do anything about it because that's the way that the system works there. You can say something, and then you're just, you get the retribution. And then you have to be brave enough to step up to the plate. So it's like, all right, well, if I want to make a difference, I better know what I'm doing, and yeah, I'll do it. I'll take the extra. And what inspired me to be a leader wasn't at all to be in charge. I love to celebrate my friends' wins. Like when people are coming out with cool stuff like Dr. Smiley, even just celebrating Dr. Smiley with keeping this on my desk, which my kids always like it too when they come in and say it. Because I have a little stuffed animal, it holds it for me, that my daughter gave me. But being a leader in the top 1%, I said that wrong, apologies. I wanted to be in the top 1%, and I do not like golf. I do not like country clubs. That is not my style. However, I wanted to surround myself with the best. In the military, I went to some very special schools, invitation only, where we did some really gnarly stuff. And everything goes smooth because everybody there is a professional. And that was just the way that it worked out. Like going through schools where day one, you're watching a video, you learn something. Day two, you're ramming cars into other cars and you're shooting through windows and doing some really gnarly stuff. Like that fast of progression. And into the civilian world, I did not like the big bulk of silly, stupid chatter. So it's like, well, if I want to be hanging out with the best people, then I need to become a leader because that is where they all hang out. And the way that I did that was off some mentorship. And I got into the exotic car community because if you are all the 1% winners of almost any occupation have an exotic car. And what do they do on the weekends? They take their car, they go meet up with their friends that have the same cars. They don't talk anything about business, and they just talk about the one thing they all have in common, and that's their joy of the escape, going for a fun, spirited drive with their cars. So I did that, and the next thing I knew is I'm with the #1 plumber in the state. I'm with the #1 construction on all sorts of different things. I'm with the attorneys. I'm with, you name like the USANA C-suite. And you're making friends and rubbing elbows with all these people. And you're like, wow, by association, you just become a leader. Because the power of proximity is in such a high full effect just by adjusting one simple thing of the placement of where you stay. And that's the way that I did it. I was like, well, you could go to a restaurant, but I'm like, no, I'm going to do it with a car. And that was one of the coolest experiences I had. And then I became an instructor at the racetrack. And while I was at the racetrack, you'd get these individuals. We can just use that again. The USANA multi-billion-dollar company C-suite. They all have their fancy cars, but when you have a cool car, you don't always know how to drive it right. So then they would come to me, and I would take them onto the racetrack and teach them exactly how their vehicle performs to keep them safe and not to take that thing off. Because you learn on the racetrack, not in the canyon. Because that's all back in Utah, in an older life of mine. And yeah, then you're just more and more, because you'll find where you're supposed to lead, not necessarily chase it. The biggest thing I had to overcome in being a leader, though, was the fear of not thinking I was good enough and the fear of believing I had to be perfect. The same mentor that told me that he's like, well, if you're not going to do the country club, you want to be around the right people, you need to do some creative finance and you need to get yourself into a car. That same individual was the one that I was working on this company, and I was, every day I was like, I got to make this perfect. I want to be the best at this. I want to have it perfect. And he looked at me and he said, how dare you think that you're better than Apple? How dare you believe that you're better than IBM? And he started naming off these major companies. And totally just chewed me out. I wasn't even ready for it. And I was like, wow, this is some tough love. Like, he was taking not just little pieces of gold and throwing them at me, but he was like taking big ones and he's just chucking them at me. And I was smart enough at least to know that it hurt. And I picked them up, put them in my bag, took them with me. And what the big part of the story was, all of those companies started out at a 1.0. And then they started course correcting along the way. So when I work with a lot of people, I share that same story with them. They're like, well, I'm just trying to get this perfect. And the only thing that you're just losing time now and you're going the opposite direction. So stop trying to make it perfect. Just get started, get your 1.0 out and just focus on it being the 1.0. Then you can do the 2.0 and then you can move on from there. So that was huge part for overcoming fear, because instead of looking at having to be perfect, I just looked at what is my 1.0, and that's something I'd love for everybody to share. The going into the mission and purpose. What is my mission and purpose? Everybody should have the ability and the right to grant themselves permission to be done with a certain chapter of their life. I know when I decided to end my military career of 24 years and uproot, ask my 6-year-old son, I was like, where do you want to live? I don't care. Like, let's just start let's start fresh. He said, I want to live over by the Tennessee Titans. Okay. Moved out, ended up in Oxford, Mississippi. Absolutely love it here. And I did that because I was okay with it. So many times we ask a family member or we ask somebody else, like, what do you think of this? Or should I do this? Or in 5 years, I'm going to do this. I didn't realize how important that was until one day, I coach Little League. That's my big thing I like to do here. And I had all of these fathers over at the house because after the game, I always did a football party. Paint the grass, let the kids spray paint it, play football. All the fathers that were there were... one of them, I was probably the least financially successful individual there, if that's how you're gauging wealth. And one of them asked me, he's like, who are you? It's like, you're new to this smaller community. Nobody knows anything about you. Everybody trusts you with their kids. You've been coaching Little League for 2 years, and you're just a good man. Like, tell us who you are. And I let them know some of my background, and they... and I had all these successful people really leaning into me like, so you're telling me that you just hung it up. You said, I'm going to leave this business that I built with my friends. I'm going to leave this other business. I'm going to retire, and I'm going to leave everybody that I know, and I'm going to start over and do whatever and create another life. And I was like, yeah, that's exactly what I did. And then when they started talking to me and they were saying, well, I'm going to wait 5 years, 5 more years, and then I'm going to be able to do this with my son, and we're gonna have so much fun. And I said, is your 12-year-old son going to still be the same mindset as he is right now in 5 years? And what the big consensus is, yeah, I should do these things now. So the way that I like to try to make a difference is, you don't have to wait until you have everything to have your idea of wealth as being with your kids or being with the people that are important to you and spending time that you want to. You can start it now.
Yeah, I love the message. So there are 3 messages I really got from this. One is service, and you serving this country and you seeing leadership done right and done wrong and making evaluations of how you want to be a leader. Number 2, I know that you took a choice of stopping everything to evaluate what you wanted to do with your time and where your priorities were. And number 3 is, whether it's a sports car, whatever it is, you got with the people you wanted to grow with, and you made a decision that I would commit, and I would, even if I'm low man on the financial totem pole, I'm with the right people to grow financially or abundantly. So much props and applause for your leadership and your beautiful hairstyle. How do people connect with you, Phil?
Most people, I have Instagram, The Life of Phil M is what I've started using because it's just easy for the networking side. And I picked up a role as the chief marketing officer for a beautiful company called U2Shine, YU2 Shine. And they are just some beautiful souls,
Oh,
beautiful people.
the best.
They love Dr. Smiley, that's for sure.
That was such a beautiful group, man. I'll tell you, Victoria brings it, man. She's so intuitive.
Yes, she is. Thank you so much for this stuff.
She needs to shave her head so she can be on the show, man.
I told her. I told her.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Phil, for being on the Bald-A-Thon. You certainly are a leader. There was, I guess, some people saying, I don't understand this Bald-A-Thon, but when I added leadership was our focus, then they were like, oh, okay, we're good. So we have attracted some of the biggest and best leaders, and, it's just going to continue. This is going to have a ripple effect. So for those of you who've seen the link, pass it on. I think we're approaching 10, which is a low number, but believe it or not, it just keeps escalating. It's like a tipping point. So thank you, Phil, for your time today. I hope you enjoy the rest of the show.
I will. Thank you.
Stop record. There we go. And Dr. Sprinkles, I understand you are on deck.
I'm here.
Okay, awesome. All right, I'm just going to switch this up here. You look wonderful.
Thank you.
All
You
right.
as well.
So let me
Good day, everyone.
Well, we're not going to start yet. Just 1 second. I just got to hit record, or I should say they're going to hit record. Ready?
Certainly.
Welcome to the Bald-A-Thon, and we have already 2 of our bald sisters here to share their views on leadership, their thoughts on leadership, and the value of leadership in community and in the world. So without further ado, Dr. Sprinkles is a new friend. I am excited to hop in a plane, see her, take her picture, give her a hug. So the show is yours. Take the next 6 to 8 minutes to share your views, your philosophy, your challenges, and how you make a bold difference as a leader.
Good day, God day, everyone. Thank you so much, Dr. Smiley, for the opportunity. Some people call it bald, but I call it bold. When the chemo took my hair, it wasn't defeat. It was evidence that the chemo was working. Baldness became my banner of survival and leadership. It was my badge that led me to guide and serve others from a place that I was never anticipating, yet I was called and purposed and chosen to fulfill. You see, when we see baldness, we should also allow it to become synonymous with boldness, because everyone cannot do what we do. Everyone can't lead from that place. However, when you know that you know that you know, you've been chosen for this. You see, my crown was taken, if you will, yet given me the opportunity to wear the crown of survivorship. All of us listening and attending have survived something. Question is, are you thriving from what you survived from? This is what baldness gave me the authority. This is what baldness gave me my doctorate in. This is what baldness gave me my leadership in. Because you see, my journey, when people see me, they see the I'm possible in impossible. Catch that. They see the I'm possible in impossible. And because of assuming the position of leadership, I get to guide others through this journey. I get to support others through this journey. The importance and significance of leadership, particularly in the arena of breast cancer survivorship. Leadership, lead her ship. I can talk to any woman or man and assist them, support them, push them, and pull them in their lead her ship. Because once a person decides in their mind, I'm going to do this, their ship is being led. understanding the difference between a ship and a boat. A boat only has a certain capacity. A ship can carry others, can carry exponential weight. And when you're on the journey of survivorship, you have to carry that. And so, with that guidance, with that opportunity as a leader to show and share others in leading her ship, get that rudder and let's go. What I've come to understand is that leadership isn't about titles. Leadership is about tenacity, resilience. Leadership is about commonality, connectedness. Leadership is about being your most authentic self and being a good follower. Because before you can lead, one must have had to follow. So those that have come before me and charted the path, I now get to blaze the trail because, again, we have all survived something. Now we get to thrive in it. I am Dr. Beth Goodman, also known as Dr. Sprinkles, the Kingdom Confidence Cultivator. And my purpose in the world is to support, push, guide, and lead through the confidence that you are enough. You are capable. You are amazing. You are extraordinary. You were born to lead. Everyone has the opportunity to step into that. And by being that, you then create that in others. So lead, guide, survive, so thrive. The world is waiting. The world is waiting, and they're waiting for your leadership. And remember, live life on purpose, for purpose, and with purpose, because it's that purpose that you will have a life to live. Sprinkles and lead on.
God bless you. And I think we have the person who brought you or nominated you for this.
Yes.
Tanisha, come on in. Let's get you in here. There we go. So Tanisha is a champion of our Bald-A-Thon. She's a champion of actually anything that has to do with leadership. And I asked her for a nomination, and she nominated you, Dr. Sprinkles.
Thank you. I'm grateful. I'm so grateful.
Tanisha, is there anything you want to say real quick?
Well, I am so grateful and excited that I have the opportunity to share Dr. Sprinkles with the world. And because so many need to hear the amazingness that is Dr. Sprinkles. Y'all see her in a heartbeat, tears in a heartbeat. Because she has been a leader not only in my life, but in the lives of so many, not just family members, but in the cancer survivor community and in the Christian community, in the admin community, being a light and being a bold light and being an answer to a lot of people and in a lot of places. And so to be able to connect her with someone such as Dr. Smiley and his community has been a great honor.
And we're all going to get together, obviously, at a live event too. This is our way. I look at this as like a cruise. You don't get to spend as much time as you'd like in Paris or in Rome or all these other amazing places, but you get to taste it and you get to say, I want more. So yes. We are going to all be a community that learns that we have opportunities that we never had before, because we're going to learn, hey, Dr. Sprinkles, where do you live?
Atlanta. I'm in Atlanta.
And I'm going to see you this next week because I'll be in Atlanta the following week for the Bald-A-Thon.
Yes.
And how do people reach you, connect with you, celebrate you?
I am Dr. Sprinkles on all social media platforms and at iamdrsprinkles.com.
You make it too easy. And that's the way you should brand. You should brand that.
Sprinkles.
The thing I'd like to say before you exit out is that you this theme is leadership, and the next one is more about influence. But I do want to be clear: everyone who is leading and was chosen as a heart-centered leader in here has influence. It's just it could have influenced one person that changed the world. It can influence hundreds of people that were going to quit. It could influence thousands of people that say, "I just want to be a better person." So, thank you for all you do, Dr. Sprinkles, to make people.
Thank you, Dr. Smiley. Thank you, Tanisha.
All right, so I am actually going to pass the baton, and we are done recording. Thank you.
Ooh.
And yeah, I know. I got dusty here too, by the way, Dr. Sprinkles. I couldn't believe it. There was a gust of dust that went through our window here, and my eyes got all watery.
And congratulations to everyone for showing up for yourselves, because someone is going to get and receive and accept something from your presence here. Thank you for being a gift.
Yeah, and I do want to say, people that heard this invitation heard value, and that value is
Yes.
ironically you being valued. It's you being valued. You were chosen. And some people said, I'm just busy that day. And I said, you're not hearing the opportunity, because did you have to give up your whole day, Dr. Sprinkles, to be here?
Not at all. This
choose
is a day that we all get to have, and we chose to be here. Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Right. Well, I think Matt is ready to go. And I think Jeffrey Gittermore is going to be after Matt. So we are running about 7 or 8 minutes behind, but it has been worth it. So Matt, come on in. I just want to say hello to you, brother. And Tanisha is going to be the host and interviewing you. Man, what a great haircut you have. All right. So I just want to say hello to you real quick. You can hit record. So Tanisha is going to be the new host, but I wanted to exit the hosting and just say Matt Fleming has a book coming out. He's had 2 or 3 appearances on these a-thons, the Smile-A-thon as well as the Awe-thon. And I just want to say the community has voted him as the best speaker, the most inspirational speaker. And I share that with you, Matt, to say thank you for being here again. I won't be surprised if people get a lot of value out of everything you share. And congratulations, pre-congratulations. Your book is coming out soon. Yeah.
Appreciate it. Thank you. It's been a journey for sure.
Well, I'm going to respectfully remove myself so that Tanisha can welcome you in.
Well, good morning, Matt. Thank you so much for being here with us. We count it a privilege that you would be willing to share on this Bald Beautiful day. And I even got in with you. And so I'm going to give you the floor and give you the opportunity to share what is leadership, how are you leading in your spaces, and how are you making an influence and an impact?
Yeah, thank you for the introduction. My name is Matt Fleming. I'm 35 years old. I live in Santa Barbara, California, one of the most beautiful beach towns that I've ever been to. And, I always tell people my worst decisions brought me to this beautiful place, because this is actually where I ended up coming to get sober for the very first time in my life when I was 27 years old. I struggled with addiction for as far back as I could remember. I look back in my younger years when I was around 15, the first time I took a drink. I didn't realize it then, but in those moments, I could look back and tell you I was an alcoholic from the very, very beginning. And the severe alcohol use led into cocaine use, pills, went down that whole road, and ultimately led to me being an IV drug user with meth and heroin, which sent my life into complete chaos, as one might imagine. You know, constant visits to in and out of the county jail, rehab facilities, multiple hospital stays, and a few of them that where I should have lost my life. The most serious one, I ended up in the hospital with endocarditis, which is a very serious heart infection. My blood went septic, and I had an abscess in my spine that nearly paralyzed me all at the same time, all during the height of COVID. And I look back on that point in my life as one of the most valuable learning lessons I've ever had. I really strengthened my relationship with God during those times. I learned to lean on my faith. I'd been to jail so many times before that. Being isolated was no big deal, but this was the first time I was, stuck in a room where I had the choice to leave at any time. And if I did, it meant, risking death. I was hooked up to an IV machine, antibiotics around the clock, for 72 days straight. And ultimately, I left that hospital and I went right back to doing the things that I was doing before I got in there. I started shooting dope right there in the parking lot of the hospital that I drove myself to. And this went on for another year. And ultimately decided to get clean and sober about, like I said, a year later. That I woke up from a fentanyl overdose. Woke up with a needle still in my arm, sitting in a dollar store parking lot in a town outside of where I was living. And I say living loosely because I was homeless, living out of my car, so really wasn't living anywhere but where I was from. And that moment of clarity came over me. I remember waking up and just being in this pitch black isolated corner of the dollar store parking lot. If I were to guess, it was probably around somewhere around 3 o'clock in the morning, judging by how dark it was and the fact that the parking lot was empty. Looking across the street, there was a 7-Eleven with a few homeless people, and there I was with a needle still sticking out of my arm. And I felt so disgusted and so grateful at the same time. Disgusted that I had let myself get to this point. I was about 31 years old and, obviously strung out on drugs, living the way I was living, but I was also so grateful to still be alive, which is not how I previously felt. I wanted to kill myself for so long, but I was just so scared to do it. I remember even telling my mom at one point in time that I was going to die an addict, and I was perfectly okay with that. And in that moment, I just felt the presence of God, say, Matt, if you don't do this, you're going to die. There's no if, it's when. And so I put the ball in motion to start making some changes. It didn't happen overnight, but I went and checked myself into detox, and it took about 2 months for them to get me in. Went through a detox facility, wasn't really sure what my next move was, but I just knew that I had to do that. And from there, a friend reached out to me and told me, "Hey, you always have a home in Santa Barbara." Santa Barbara was a place where I had previously went to rehab about 5 years before all this happened. And I always wanted to go back there because I remember the 15 months that I stayed sober during that time was some of the best times of my life. And I threw it all away for a drink of alcohol when I relapsed, and ended up being homeless again. And in about 2 weeks, I'll celebrate 4 years of sobriety. And it's been the most impactful, great 4 years of my life. I've always been into fitness. Fitness has been, it's on my shirt, two things that saved my life: Jesus and the gym. And I think those two go hand in hand very well. For me, fitness is a spiritual thing. I take care of my body because God gave me a chance that a lot of people don't get. And so for me, working out, eating healthy is an act of gratitude. A lot of people say they're thankful for the life they've been giving, but if you really take into account the way that they treat their bodies, it says otherwise. And that's my opinion, right? That's how I view things, but it keeps me driven. It keeps me showing up. Even on the days I don't feel like it. And, I started working back in the fitness industry as a personal trainer, teaching group fitness, which is something I had done prior. And just by showing up every single day and putting my best foot forward, I got connected with the right people. You don't always have to know the next step. You just have to be strong enough and faithful enough to take that next step. And I ended up getting connected with a company, and now I work with them as a team. I left the gym, and we our health, mindset, fitness, nutrition coaching company. I work with a naturopathic doctor. We do extensive blood work, and really just, I've got the opportunity to help so many men across the world. We're nationwide. I've been going to these events. I was just in Vegas last week. I was in Texas a couple weeks before that. I've gotten to go to Florida a few times. And this is coming from a guy that whenever I was out there I had never even been on an airplane because I could never go far enough away from my house without the drugs I needed to stay well. I didn't even travel until I was like 28 years old the first time I got sober. And so now I've been traveling so much more, and it's been such a cool experience. But in my book that Dr. Ken was talking about that I wrote, I shared a lot of my experiences from childhood. And, everyone in life is dealt a hand, and it's all about how you play that hand. And for me growing up, I've always played the victim role. I let the fact that, I didn't know my real dad growing up be an excuse to be angry and pissed off at the world. And when I was very young, I found out that my biological father He ultimately raped my mom, which is how she got pregnant with me, which was a very, very hard thing to go through at a young age. And I hated everything about myself, and I projected my anger on other people. And that got me in a lot of fights. And that going back to when I took that first drink, it was like the first time I felt okay with ever being me. And I ran with that. And I always played that victim role, man. And it got me nowhere in life. It got me into jails, institutions, rehabs, the life that I lived. And when I really looked myself in the mirror and, oh, am I running out of time? Sorry. When I really looked myself in the mirror and just took ownership for my life, things really started to change. And so, that's ultimately what I share as my journey through sobriety and what's brought me up to this moment now.
Well, thank you, Matt, for that powerful testimony. Tell us how you are making a bald difference.
Today I stand firm in my faith. I think it's really important, especially nowadays with what's going on in the world, that we need strong Christian leaders in this world, especially bald ones. Those ones make the best leaders, right? And um, that's my mission. My mission is to help other people. I found that when I help other people, my life ultimately becomes better. It's not like I do this and get that, right? But it's a feeling of peace, of just I think that's what we're all here for. Everyone talks about finding their purpose. And I think ultimately my first part of my purpose was becoming the best version of me and now getting to give that to other people. And I know that God has more plans for me. I know I was put on this earth to be a father because lack of having one taught me everything about how to be the best one.
Wonderful. That's great. So before we close out, tell us how we can celebrate and connect and follow you.
Yeah, my Instagram is Matt Fleming Official, Matt Fleming with one M, Fleming, and then official. And my Facebook's just Matt Fleming. The picture that's actually on my Zoom account when I turn my camera off is my Facebook photo as well. So if you want to find me on there, that's the way.
All right. Thank you so much, Matt, for being with us today. Make sure you guys follow him.
Thank you for having me. Have a good day.
You too.
You're clear.
You can stop the recording.
Yeah, they stopped it. There's a white box that you'll know is recording. The other one is a note taker. You're good. Bring on the next.
I just see the red one.
Yeah, don't worry about the red. Just the white box is going to be the record button.
Gotcha. All right, so we are on Mr. Jeffrey
Gittimer, yes.
I am here.
Hello, welcome.
How are you?
Wonderful. So good to see you.
So I just wanted to say good morning to you, Jeff, and thank you for always showing up. You certainly are not just, oh, by the way, we want to hit record. Thank you. Hit record. Well, Jeff, you have been to multiple athons, the Smile-A-Thon, the Auth-A-Thon, and now the Bald-A-Thon. I mean, you seem like the decathlon of speakers. You can speak on anything.
I try my best to do nice things for other people.
Well,
because I never ask for anything in return, because when you don't, then the world pays you back, and the world will always pay you back times 10.
Well, thank you. The reason I am actually not staying as a host is my son has his soccer game, and I am going to support him as a coach. And I just wanted to say good morning to you. Thank you. I'll certainly be enjoying your show while I'm driving. But you have been just such a wonderful friend and influence, and your content is always spot on. So thank you for being here today. Tanisha you're in good hands with Tanisha. She's a brilliant host, and look forward to our next conversation, Jeff.
Cool. Hope your son wins the game.
Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you, Dr. Smiley. And I'm ready. We're going to get started.
Cool.
It's recording.
Well, good morning and welcome. We welcome you, Mr. Jeffrey Gittimer, and we're grateful to have you on this beautiful day.
My pleasure.
So, Thank you. And go ahead and share with us your views and your impact when it comes to leadership. And then make sure you let us know how you are making a ball difference.
I have prided myself on making certain that I give out enough messages of value to people who can say yes to me. And I deliver those messages way before I ever ask for anything. So I basically put myself in front of people that can say yes to me, and I deliver value first. That's my marketing mantra. And what I found with that is that people want information that they can use or turn into money. And so I post that on Instagram or Facebook or predominantly LinkedIn. I think I have about 100,000 followers on Twitter. But the bottom line is I put out information and I don't charge anybody for it. And as a result of that, my phone rings with people who want to buy. So in my career of the last, let's just call it the last 25 or 30 years, I've delivered more than 2,500 talks to companies all over the world, but never made a phone call. Never asked anyone to hire me. Because if you're really a leader, people call you. You don't have to go out and brag that you're a leader. They just call you for some reason. Well, my writing career, I wake up every day and I write. Well, I wake up every day and I do 5 things. I read, I write, I prepare, and that causes me to think and create. And those are the elements that you have to have in order to be able to become attractive. You don't have to be pretty. Obviously, I'm not that pretty, but you have to be attractive. And there's a big difference. And you attract with value. So as a writer, my first book was The Sales Bible, and that was published in 1994. But my benchmark book is The Little Red Book of Selling. And that book was published in 2004, and it has sold globally more than 5 million copies. And the reason that it's sold is because it doesn't teach how to sell. It teaches why people buy. And at its 20th anniversary, if you go on Amazon now, you'll see the classic edition, which is exactly the same as the first edition. I just added 12 pages. I put the backstory in there and some other full-page quotes. Never changed one word. So social media doesn't exist in the Little Red Book of Selling, yet it is the best-selling sales book of all time, because it has information that's readable, usable, implementable, and fun. There's cartoons in it. And it's designed, I've won 2 awards with that book that I'll talk to you about. One is the best design book of the year, and the other is the best audio book of the year. That was in 2009. And my job has always been get out there, have a good time, and help other people. That's it. I have a philosophy of sales, and I'll teach you what it is. But it's not a leadership philosophy. It's basically I help other people. That's a big one. I give value first. Another big one. I strive to be my best at what I love to do. And I establish long-term relationships with everyone. That's 4 things. But the 5th one is I have fun. I do that every day. And so your job is to figure out, what do you do that's fun for you, where you have a zone of genius? You have someplace where you excel. And for me, that's basically what I've done for the last umpty-ump years. And I'm in a room right now. You might think it's my library. It's not. My library is in another space. But this is my reading room. These are books that have inspired me to be able to get to that next level. And they're weirdo books. Here's one by Christian D. Larson. It's How to, can you see it? It's Your Forces and How to Use Them. Your Forces and How to Use Them. This is a harder one to get because it's an actual volume, but you can get them in softbound for 10 or 15 bucks. Jim Rohn said, all the information you need to succeed already exists. The problem is you're just not exposing yourself to it. So if you're home right now and you're in sales or you're in business or in leadership, and you go, well, I'm relaxing today because it's Saturday, that's a bunch of crap. And if you drink at night because you need to, quote, relax or unwind from the day, you're another fool. because it's not going to help you. You wake up in a fog, and it's an addiction. Sorry to say that, but it is. So I write at night, or I write in the morning. I write everywhere. Remember? I wake up, I read, I write, I prepare, and that causes me to think and create. That's my morning routine. I've been doing that for about an hour for the last 30 years. I don't know if it works or not. I'm going to do it another 30 years, and then that's it. I'm going to quit. But I have 17 books, and you know what the weather's going to be. And I don't care what the weather's going to be. I don't care about the weather at all. If it's cold out, I put a jacket on. If it's raining out, I put a raincoat on. Done. And I never talk about it. Well, how about that weather? What do you mean? So I follow the world, I observe, but I'm not in their trap. I'm in my own, I have my life, my world is much more important than the world. I have a family, I have 4 daughters, 4 granddaughters, and 2 great-granddaughters. Whoa. All girls, all the time. But they're my number 1 priority. And my number 2 priority is myself. If I don't take care of myself, what the heck am I? I'm going to be in a wheelchair somewhere. And then I take care of my friends and customers. And then if there's any time left over, I read and write. I don't need to watch the news. I already know what's happening. A bunch of shit. Pardon my French. Speaking of French, I also travel. I get on an airplane and I don't spend 2 days in Paris. I spend 2 weeks in Paris. So I get to know the culture and the people and their lifestyle. People that go on one of these trips and I was in Vienna, and then 2 days later I was in Brussels. I'm like, what? Okay, so you've seen it, but what did you really learn from it? And the answer is either nothing or not enough. Ooh. So if I travel someplace, I dwell. I find a place for a week or 2 and I stay. So I can get to know the feeling of the culture and the people, and I get to know the food, and I get to know what's happening in that society, and that helps me a lot. Charlie Jones said, the only difference between where you are now and where you'll be 5 years from now are the books you read, the people you meet, and the places you go. That's it. And so you have to decide, what are you going to do in this world that makes you different, better than everybody else? Where is your, quote, zone of genius? And that brings us to the new world, the new reality of the world, artificial intelligence. And my job is to combine artificial intelligence with actual intelligence. And the 2 of those will lead you to real success. AI is not going anywhere. For the next 100 years, maybe it's going to die. No, it's not going to die. It's going to get more sophisticated literally every single day. And you can decide you're either going to get involved or get swamped. So I'm involved. I have a conversational platform in AI that's my own, and I'm building at it every single day. In another 2 weeks, I will launch the most sophisticated sales AI channel on the planet, and people will love it. Except my competition, they will hate me. And your job is to get your competition to hate you. If they hate you, that means you're kicking their ass. If you hate them, it means they're kicking yours. It's just that simple. So I want you to make AI a part of your study every single day, maybe just an hour a day, but learn about what you can. Get your own, like I took a ChatGPT account, the 5.0. It's $20 a month. I have a guy, I gave him a British accent, I call him Governor. And Governor will do anything for me that I want because it looks up history. And that's all I care about. Just give me a little bit of history so I can move forward and do my own. So I don't start with a base of nothing. I start with a base of my own stuff because I have plenty of content. And if you don't have content, you're a fool. If you're going on there to see what other people are doing, you're a fool. You go there and you figure out what you have to do. At some point, you have to find and use your zone of genius. If you don't, someone else will, and you'll be pissed off about it, and they will win, and you will not win. Will AI replace me? No, but salespeople or business people who use AI will replace salespeople or business people that don't use AI. And that's the simple definition. So I'm here for, Dr. Smiles, and I want to make sure that I deliver my message in a way that he feels great about it. And Ken, wherever you the kids game, I want you to have a great time. And Felicia, I want to thank you very much for your time. I'm over.
I'm so sorry. Whoever is talking, please mute them and please turn Michael off, their video off. Thank you so much. Wow. Like there's so much going on here, okay? There's so much powerful information that's been given in these last few minutes, and we just appreciate you coming in and sharing all of these tidbits. What I heard you say really powerfully is that you didn't go looking for leadership, but you were a leader and became a leader, and that is what caused people to draw to you because
Right.
you were helping everyone else.
You don't give leadership, you create followers.
So good.
So I'm going to go take my kid to a bookstore with an unlimited budget.
Yeah. And do you guide them with the type of books to get, or you just get what's interesting?
Sometimes, but she'll call me up and go, Dad, I just read Crime and Punishment. I'm like, really? So you never know.
Yeah.
If a child, anybody under 20, let them read whatever they want to read. Become a reader. Find what interests you and do it. Don't cram a book down. You got to read this book. I don't do that. I let them figure out stuff on their own, and then I encourage them to write their thoughts down, write a book report, and pay them for here's $20, write me a book report on that book. And that will help significantly. But if you don't challenge your child, the child will go watch YouTube videos into the middle of the night like a fool.
Yes.
I'm just saying.
Well, tell us also, first of all, you shared so many things, so we have some things that we specifically want to ask. How are you've told us in a many ways, but specifically making a bald difference? Have you always been bald, and what made the shift for you?
I was real sensitive about losing my hair probably about 20 years ago. I almost went to one of those fakey hair places. And then I asked 5 women who I knew if they would care one way or the other. And they said, no, they don't. They want to know if a person's kind and intelligent and can provide some form of security, hair notwithstanding. And maybe it does make a difference to some people, but that person's not someone I want. If hair makes a difference, you got a whole different issue. So I just let it go. And I have saved thousands of dollars in haircuts, not to mention hair gel. And I put myself in that leadership position by simply establishing myself. I've referred to myself as the king of sales for probably 25 years. If you Google king of sales, I pop up. I'm the first 4 or 5 pages. And so you make your own reputation, you make your own brand by calling yourself something and living up to it. But you have to live up to it. It's not a bullshit thing. You have to literally make it happen. But for me, Bald, I in a business way and an intelligence way, if a person's bald, and mostly men, I tend to connect with them a lot easier because we have that thing in common. And as you know, Tanisha, there's not a lot of bald women.
Right.
Especially white girls. There's way more black bald girls than there are white bald girls. But you have to look at this from a standpoint of if you care about color or you care about religion, you're in the wrong ballpark. You need to go get a job at Walmart or something and tell people where the cereal aisle is or something.
Wow.
You have to be bold enough and bald enough to be able to make that statement and capture that leadership position.
Wonderful. Wonderful. So tell us how we can celebrate you and follow you and connect with you.
The easiest way, my name's Jeffrey Gittimer. You see it at the bottom there on the left-hand side of my label. I'm Gittimer.com. Go there and it'll tell you everything you need. It'll get you to my
Alright.
AI channel, it'll get you to anything, or you can email me, Jeffrey@Gittimer.com. My name is my email address. So if anybody really wants anything from me, just put, Dr. Smiley in the subject and I'll look at it right away.
Well, thank you so much for sharing with us, for giving us so many powerful tips and tools as a leader in this world, but really just as a person who is leading by their lifestyle. Thank
Cool.
you so much.
Thank you.
We're so
My
grateful
pleasure.
to have you, and we look forward to connecting with you
Thank you.
offline.
Have your people call my people.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. Thank you. You can stop the
Take care.
recording. Have a
Bye-bye.
great day. All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. That was good. Mr. Frank Kitchen is up next.
Hey, good morning. How are you doing?
Hello.
I'm hanging out, Tanisha, if you can hear me.
I hear you, but I don't see you.
Okay, I'm hitting the button right now. Now, can you see me?
All right, there you
There
are.
we go. How are you doing?
Hey, wonderful, wonderful. All right, are you ready?
I am ready. Let's have a good time here. Dr. Gittimer set us up.
Okay. So thank you. Thank you for being here. And I want to introduce to you Mr. Frank Kitchen. And Frank, we want you to share your perspective of leadership and how you are having a positive impact in our world.
Awesome. Well, the best thing I think about leadership is I call it a kitchen analogy with my last name, but I believe leaders are the people who are cooking up the results they hunger for while they inspire, educate, and empower others to do the same. So for me, I am a husband, I am a father, I'm a son, I'm a brother, I'm a friend, and I'm a keynote speaker. And in all those positions, it is my job as the quote executive chef of transformation to make sure that I either educate those people on how to get better, I inspire them by watching how I live, or I empower them to go out and do it themselves. Because leaders is not just about yourself. Leadership isn't a term or title. Leadership is action. People are always watching what we do. And as you watch, the shirt here says kitchen inspired. I believe that leadership is just like cooking. I mean, we can tell when people are doing it well, and we can tell when people aren't doing it so well. And every time we step into a kitchen, guess what? We're either inspiring ourselves to do something great or we're inspiring others. So for me, I used to do this, on my own, and I used to work at a college in leadership development. And one day I had my students who challenged me to go, "Hey, Frank." I'm like, "Yeah." They go, "You keep challenging us to live our dreams. What are you doing to live yours?" And it's one point to teach leadership, it's another one to follow it on your own. So for me, I had this big dream of always wanting to train and help people. And I had talked about it, I had thought about it, but as leaders, it's not about thinking about it or talking about it, it's about living it. And that day for me, where I had to live it, happened about 10 years ago, where simply put, I was talking about this big dream of turning into this trainer and coach and author, but I was waiting for the perfect time. And a perfect time happened on Father's Day weekend when my employer said, "Hey, your services are no longer needed." So here I am fired with a 2-year-old son and a wife who's 6.5 months pregnant. And this big dream I've been talking about for about 9 or 10 years, I had to step up and be that leader. So to make it even tougher it wasn't only the fact that it was Father's Day weekend, it was the fact that I had to go to my in-laws' house and talk to my father-in-law about the fact of that, hey, I've got this speaking dream, but I have no job. And at that point, my wife encouraged me to step up and be that leader, of which I took my father-in-law with me to a speaker showcase. And in the speaker showcase, I've got all these people in the room, plus my father-in-law in the back. And at the end of the showcase, we went back to his house and we started to talk. And he looks at me and goes, "Hey, Frank, this is what you're born to do. What can I do to help?" So when you start to ask about what is leadership, leadership, back to that whole cooking analogy, is we have to have this kitchen inspiration to actually put the work in. There's a lot of things in life that we have never done before. It's something new, it's scary. but leaders are the people who are willing to step up and take the challenge. I mean, I usually will tell people I've got like a little spatula here. The spatula represents leadership to me because quite simply as leaders, we have this vision in our head that we want to bring to life. That's what cooks do. So we have this deal. But the first thing is we have to mentally commit to it. So anybody, if you've cooked or never cooked before, if you should never step into a kitchen, at some point you do get hungry. And when you grab that spatula, that is the mental commitment to, hey, I'm going to put the work in. But as leaders, we can start doing the work, but we all understand this in life. Things are never going to go the way that we want. And when you think about a spatula allows us to adjust to what's going on. So when there's a challenge or a barrier in the way, do we run away from it or do we adjust? Do we, quote, flip things? Okay, do we get rid of the stale thinking in our head to keep going? And as we keep going, the piece that really keeps us going is this, and this is the problem we have in the world right now, I believe, is we have a leadership problem. Too many leaders are focused just on themselves. But if we're truly kitchen inspired, we understand that anybody who's ever cooking up something, they find more satisfaction not in just cooking and serving themselves, they find it in cooking and serving others. They want to show and empower other people how to have that greatness. And that's what leadership is about. So back to when you asked me early on, whether it means I'm a husband, a father, a son, a brother, a friend, or a keynote speaker, what am I doing to one is take action, number two, adjust when I see me or the people around me aren't quite simply getting the dreams or cooking up the results that they want. But more importantly, it's not just about me, it's about others. And leadership isn't about just taking care of yourself, it's about taking care of, inspiring, educating, empower others to go and do greatness. So that is my belief in leadership, is that we all must be kitchen inspired. We all must make sure that something is coming fresh from the kitchen. And here's the last piece I'll give you, Tanisha. I always talk about it. Great leaders, great cooks, they don't keep things just for themselves. I mean, anytime we watch somebody cook up something great, we'll ask them, hey, what's your recipe? How do you get there? What do you do? And for me, for the last 30 plus years, I've been working in professional development. I have a recipe that I've been sharing with people, and I want to share that with everybody here watching today. It is, quote, a fresh recipe. It allows people to go from stale thinking to fresh results. When I say fresh results, that's something that's new, exciting, wanted, or needed. That's what we all want, and that's what leadership is about. So here's the recipe. I'll break it down. It's 5 parts, and I said it's fresh. So the 5 parts are the analogy for fresh. Number 1, we don't talk about it. We don't think about it. We got to live it. So I want you to live focused. When I say focus, what's at the top of your mind? Leaders focus on what they can do versus what they can't. So what do you really want? Are you willing to express it to people out there? Are you unapologetic with it? So what is your focus? Number 2, are you able to live resourceful? Great cooks, great leaders, they don't think about what they don't have, they think about what they do. And one of the greatest things they have is building up a network of other people, other chefs. So who are you surrounding yourself with to allow you to be resourceful? Are you enthusiastic? Are you enthusiastic or excited about where you want to go? Your brain never really wants to work hard or overstress itself. So the idea is, does the emotion of the result, okay, is the emotion of the result stronger than the emotion of the work? So what gets you excited? If you're excited, other people will be excited. Your excitement, your energy is contagious. From there, there's the S. I want you to live strong, and it's mentally strong. What are you feeding your brain? We just had Dr. Gitmer talking about. He's like, are you reading every day? Are you studying every day? So what are you feeding your brain? Are you feeding things to it that's going to fuel your fire? Or are you watching social media? Are you watching news? Are you listening to all the negativity? That's pouring water on your fire. So are you surrounding yourselves with, I like to call them taste testers? People will tell you what you need to hear, not what you want to hear. They're going to build you up. And then the most important piece is the H in fresh, which is honest. Are you honest with yourself? And honestly, leaders can't do everything by themselves. They're willing to ask questions. They will always seek knowledge. And as leaders, if we can live focused, resourceful, enthusiastic, strong, and honest, that allows us to do amazing things, that allows us to cook up the results that we hunger for while we inspire, educate, and empower others to do the same. And that's what I believe leadership is all about.
Well, Frank, this is amazing. I love it. I love the analogy. I love the acronym FRESH. Wonderful, powerful statements. Tell us, how are you making a bald difference?
So the bald difference, I love it. My daughter is always like from my head, it's like, Dad, why is it so smooth right there? But the bald difference is, I have a friend, his name is Roger Campbell, and he goes, hey, What can we do to get the Frank off stage, on stage? So guess what? Being bald is who I truly am. And in this world right now, we're so afraid of being judged and trying to be what everybody wants us to be, when we have to truly just be ourselves, be the best version of ourselves. We're never going to be perfect, but we need the best version for ourselves. So for me, guess what? Growing up, didn't necessarily have good hair. It was a pain to try to get to the barbershop and go and do. So I've been this way for over 30 years. And the thing is, it's truly me. It's who people know me for. It's my personality. So the bald difference is don't be afraid to just be yourself.
I love it. I love it. Thank you so much for sharing that. And before we head out, how can we celebrate, connect, and follow you?
I mean, I want to continue serving people around the world, and the best way to do it is there's only one Frank Kitchen out there, other than my dad. He's got a different middle name though. Is you can go to frankkitchen.com to find more information about me, or I just encourage people. The place you're going to find the most content is you can go to my LinkedIn, which is Frank Kitchen, or go to my YouTube channel. I'm always posting up content on there to keep people inspired, educated, and empowered.
Thank you so much, Frank, for joining us today and sharing your ball difference. We appreciate you. You have an amazing day.
All right, you too. Thank you so much, Tanisha.
Thank you. All right, wonderful. Thank you so much. We're having such a ball here with the Bald-A-Thon. Bald is Beautiful Day is what we're celebrating today. And we're celebrating leaders who just happen to be bald and they are making a bald difference in the world. And so if that is you, I want you to go ahead and click like on this video, share it with some other people, because let me tell you, the leadership tools, the leadership encouragement and insight that is being shared today is so powerful, and it is going to make a difference in your life. If you are a person who you're like, I know I'm a leader, but I'm not exactly sure how that's showing up, you need to be listening to all of these amazing men and women who are here today. And if you don't have a notepad, you're missing out, because I'm over here writing it all down and taking notes, because that's what I do. Jeffrey Gittimer, he told us, he said, you need to be writing every day. And guess what? Taking notes includes that. It includes that. All right. So let's see. Terrence, are you ready?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
There we go. So we might be ready then. I think I've accomplished the first step and maybe the second step. Can you see me?
I definitely can see.
Good. Then we're good. Then we go.
If you can see yourself, I can see you.
Okay, we're good to go.
All right, we're ready. So thank you so much. We're here again at the Bald-A-Thon, and we're welcoming Mr. Terrence Davis. Terrence, thank you for being here with us today.
Thank you, Ms. Tanisha. How you doing this morning?
I'm excellent. Thank you.
Good.
I'm going to give you the floor, and you will have about 8 minutes to just share with us who you are and what leadership impact you are making in this world.
Okay. Well, thank you, Ms. Tanisha. Good morning, everyone. My name is Terrence Davis. As she mentioned, I'm a United States Marine and realtor located right here in sunny San Diego. I've got a unique perspective of the world, of the word leadership. And I think when people hear the word leadership, they often think of things like titles, ranks, and positions, especially when they hear that I am, from the Marine Corps, they automatically associate the two and go, oh, he knows, what leadership is. My perspective of it is just a little bit different. I think, like Frank said right before me, I think one of the most important things, it actually used to be on the back of my business card. It was a quote by John Quincy Adams. It said, if your actions inspire others to think more, do more, and become more, then you are a leader. And that's something that I embodied really early when I found the quote in the Marine Corps. And then I kind of wanted to make sure that if I left a mark that lasted with the Marine Corps, that was the mark. I wanted people to think, man, he might not have been the strongest, the fastest, the most full head of hair, but man, that dude inspired other people to become more and supported them in that journey. So for me, leadership wasn't just about being out front. It was about, not only having discipline, being responsible when no one else was watching, but also, kind of being the first one in, prepping and getting things set up for the day. And then also being kind of one of the last ones out, making sure that if there is someone who's sticking around trying to do more or become more, that I'm there with them. So, for example, I think it's super funny. And if he ever hears this or watches this video, he's going to hate me for it. I got a homeboy of mine from Brooklyn who was trying out for the martial arts McMac program. That's our Marine Corps martial arts program. He wanted to go be an instructor. A part of that requirement or the qualifications for that is you have to be able to swim. And unfortunately, brother from Brooklyn, they don't have a lot of pools, so he doesn't know how to swim. So what we did is every single day after work, we went to the base pool. This is on Camp Schwab in Okinawa. And every day in the pool, we would make sure that he knew how to swim. This allowed him to now he got qualified, he's certified, all that good stuff. And it really solidified our bond, not just as Marines, but also as brothers. And that's in the, the literal sense and maybe the not literal sense, but also making sure that he knew that, hey, I've got your back. I'm going to help you. I'm going to train with you. We're going to work together. And then even after that time was done, is still going to the gym and getting my gym on, or still going to make myself better, doing more reading, making sure I'm still educating myself so I can still continue to inspire the others that came after me. The other big thing, I think, because obviously Marine, discipline isn't optional. It's also survival. The Marine Corps for me was a super unique thing because it wasn't just about shouting orders. And I had a very big shift in my leadership journey as my 13 years kind of was on one side, went to the other. When I joined first at 17, I thought that's what leadership was. I told you what to do, I forced you to get it done, and that's kind of how we led. Then, as I came into my own version of leadership, I learned that it's not really about having to yell orders and dictate. I do believe that there are two types of leadership. You have formal types of leadership, which is designated, rank structure, staff sergeant, master sergeant, all those good things. But then you also have the informal, and this is the implied leadership where we see you, we hear you, we become you. Even Dr. Smiley is kind of one of those implied leaders. Like he may not be the all-in authority figure for bald entrepreneurs, but also we looked to him for guidance. We looked to him for wisdom. I've had the pleasure of meeting Greg Reed several times, and he's a major inspiration. He isn't directly a leader in my life, but because of his charisma and his knowledge and his skills and abilities, I look to him and go, man, if I have a question about something I want to do in my life, I'm going to go to him. So that's kind of how all this stuff worked. But the big thing was in the Marine Corps, Chesty Puller said, you're not a real Marine until you get NJP. My leadership style was very much formal until I got my first NJP. I said first, don't worry about that. But it was until I got my first that I really learned what becoming a leader was. Getting demoted meant the world. Like it crushed me. I mean, I was incredibly upset both with myself, and I kind of blamed the Marine Corps for a while. They're like, this is so messed up. Why would they do this to me? But it was my fault. I'd done something wrong, and then I got punished for it. But the crazy part was that when I went back to the unit, when I went to my next unit for my first deployment, I hadn't lost a single thing. I still had Marines both on the top and the bottom that were still listening and following and learning. So it really showed me that I don't have to have the rank to be the leader. I can be a leader at regardless of which particular spot I'm at. And once I learned that, it just shaped the rest of my life in a way that now has really been really super beneficial. So right now, as far as how I see my impact on the world, it's going to come from what I'm building. The big thing for me right now is stepping into my own light, stepping into my own power, not playing small to make other people comfortable. Now it allows me to kind of focus on building, the type of business that I want. Number one. Number two, it allows me to also help push my clients in out of their comfort zones, kind of helping them get into the residential space or the investment space, which is what they want, and then utilizing those skills and expertise to help them see what they want to also accomplish is doable. How I do that using the charisma and the charm and all those good things is by connecting entrepreneurs with other people, leveraging our networks and the people that are our tangled sphere of influence to make sure that we can help each other build and grow. And while it's difficult and it's scary, you have support, and that's all we need is a little bit of support and a whole lot of leadership.
Well, thank you. Wow. I love just the idea, Terrence, that you are sharing so that people can see, and this is what we're talking about, people who may not have the titles and the, as you say, rank in certain or positioning, but you are still leading because you're setting an example for people and you are showing people the way, and you yourself are making connections. And being a connector, that's one thing that we love about Dr. Smiley. He is absolutely the king of connections.
Rocket fuel, baby, rocket fuel.
He is connecting people on every level. So, Terrence, tell us, how are you making a bald difference?
Oh man, so I mentioned at the back end, and it's the ability to step into your light, not playing small. The funny thing is, and you're gonna ask probably when I started going bald. Super terrible story. So when I was in high school, I used to have this little afro, right? I used to take care of it. I mean, it was just crazy because I think like, why did I have an afro? I don't know. But one day I was walking to class. A buddy of mine, Sean, said, "Hey man, you got a bald spot in your head." And I'm like, "What are you talking about? I have no bald spot." And I used to spend every day, picking my hair and playing with it. So I'm sitting in class and I remember I was playing with it and I was just rubbing my hand through it and I felt a quarter-sized bald spot right here. I could still feel the spot. That's how often I rubbed it that day, just not believing it was real. So I went home, I showed my mom. She was like, "Oh my goodness, we shaved it off." I had 36 bald spots underneath my afro. Found out that alopecia runs in my family. I had no clue, no idea. So the problem wasn't that it was the alopecia, it was all the, being a kid in high school, it was all the criticism, all the mockery, I don't have a fade, I don't have a lineup, all these things. So that summer I played football. Well, the sun is beating down on these unique spots on my head. So whenever I would grab the ball, it's the worst thing ever. I can't wait to see them one day. But no, it's the worst thing ever. Whenever I grabbed the football, they would say "C spot run." I don't know if you remember that movie back in the day. The movie it just came out, and every time I grabbed the ball, "C spot run," and I'm like, there it is. Yep, they the worst. They was the worst ones. So, but it was funny because I remember like when I first got the haircut. I remember I mean I don't think that I cried, but I might have been really upset with the fact that my hair is gone. So I remember being really upset about it. And the whole summer I was upset. The whole summer I kept thinking like, man, I hope it grows before I go back to school. I don't want to be embarrassed. I don't want people making fun of me for being bald, all these things. But then by the time school started, I didn't care. It didn't bother me. The stigma and the pain and the embarrassment of the whole thing had already gone away. And I imagine for women, I think we had already talked about, I think you also suffer from alopecia as well, correct?
No, not me.
Not you. That's my other girl. So we were talking about it. I'm like, man, like it's crazy because I know exactly what happens. It's like as it starts to happen, you're like, how can I stop this? How can I reverse this? And then at some point you kind of just say, you know what? I'm just gonna lean into it, take it. So I no longer have those spots. However, the good Lord himself has saw fit to take away my former magnificent hairline. So I got the Davis hairline. So it creeps back just a little bit. So I'm a fake baldy. But how I make it a bald difference is I think by leaning into, I think that's one of the things I mentioned it with comfort zones. It's leaning into our weaknesses so much, in fact, that they become one of our greatest strengths. I'm no longer worried about my hair. There are days where I won't shave my head, and you can see that I do grow some hair on the sides. It grows fast. And then except for this nice little spot right here, say this little English canal that runs right through there. But I think that's the power. I think it's making sure that we not only show our strengths and share those, but then also aren't afraid of our weaknesses and aren't trying to hide those in a way that makes us look inauthentic. Letting you know that I'm not perfect, letting you know that I've made mistakes. I just had a conversation with a foreclosure seller yesterday, and how we connected wasn't about my great sales skills and how wonderful I was as a person. It was, hey, I know why you're like this. And I sent her a text because I could hear the fear in her voice. I could hear her crying. And I'm like, listen, like I've been where you're at. If this is embarrassing for you, we can talk at a later time. Just let me know. Like I've been in your shoes. I know exactly what you're going through. Don't be afraid to just, keep it real. We can take it slow. I think that's kind of what, people need is just the ability to kind of revel in their weaknesses without being judged or criticized or feared. And that's what I think being bald allows us to do. Plus, we look a little bit better, I think, than regular people.
Well, that's excellent. I thank you for sharing that. And before we go, share with us how we can celebrate, connect, follow you.
Yep. So the easiest way, this is super easy. So one of the things everybody does is they go on Instagram and whenever somebody has a question, they say, "Ask Terrence Davis." So I said, man, wouldn't it be cool if like I could just put that on all of my stuff? So I just started branding this whole thing. My Instagram is Ask Terrence Davis. And that's all people do. They'll see, I have veterans who will see you know, hey, I saw this creative method of purchasing real estate, or I saw this creative solution to debt and finance, and they'll tag me, ask Terrence Davis, and then boom, now I have content that I can go in and I can respond to. So I think the easiest way for you guys to connect with me is just hit me up on Instagram, but also through LinkedIn and also Facebook as well.
Wonderful, wonderful. Well, thank you so much, Terrence, for being
Yeah.
here and for sharing all of this wonderful information with all of us.
Yes, ma'am. I love you. I love your hair. You got a good stylist.
Thank you.
Yes,
Have a
ma'am.
good one. We'll see you soon.
Yes, ma'am. Bye.
Well, thank you so much. We're going forward, Mr. Alvin Miles. Come to the stage. Unmute yourself.
I should unmute myself, correct?
There you go. There you go. You're good. You're good. All right. And yeah.
So
And
how's my volume? Is it okay?
it's great.
Okay, fantastic.
Yep. We're ready.
As ready as I'll ever be. You know, Dr. Smiley doesn't give you a whole lot of time.
All right. Thank you so much for joining us. Again, we want to introduce Mr. Alvin Miles. Thank you so much for being here in the Bald-A-Thon.
Well, thank you for allowing me to be here, Tanisha. For purpose of this conversation, just call me Alvin. Other than that, you're obligated to call me Dr. Alvin. But other than that, let's keep it rolling, right? So so the great thing about this particular Bald-A-Thon is that we're all skin folk, and I love that. So just keep in mind, we're not only kin folk, but we're skin folk. And what I do is I help high potential professionals, mid-career professionals get unstuck and promoted. And I help bold companies turn overlooked talent into powerhouse leaders, all without blowing the budget. And the thing I think that really resonates for me and what I've built my career around is leadership from the inside out. A lot of us are focused on external models of leadership, and I believe that it is better for you to become a leader. And the way to do that is by utilizing the strengths that you have, taking your experiences, your learned experiences, and becoming a little bit more vulnerable and leaning into your vulnerability, aka my baldness. So I'm sure we'll talk a little bit about what that looked like years ago. But I really wanted to touch on something to leave folks with on a beautiful Saturday morning. I'm broadcasting out of Southwest Louisiana, my hometown, little town called Lake Charles, Louisiana, where it's nice and humid, but it's always plenty of water around here for everybody to enjoy. So when it comes to leadership, I believe that there's a model that we can all follow. Again, remembering from the inside out. And that leadership model is called master. And so I've got a model that I want to share with you. And that model simply is called Master the Journey. Overall, the M in master stands for mindset. And the point there is that we all have the opportunity to enjoy personal development and take advantage of that, be it books or videos or LinkedIn articles or any type of articles. And remember that you have an opportunity to control your mindset, control what you're telling yourself, control your emotions as a result of it. And to the extent we're able to do that, we're able to grow. The second letter in master stands for authenticity. One of the things that I think makes this Bald-A-Thon so important is that it does expose some of the vulnerabilities that these speakers have had to go through, and at what point they had to relinquish their whole identity with regard to the hair. Like the speaker previous and some of the other speakers on today, I also used to have an afro way back in the day. You wouldn't know it today, but I used to have one. And I recognized that when certain areas of my hair started going away, it was either let's keep this stuff trimmed down to match it, or let's just get rid of it and keep it moving. So now today I'm a lot more aerodynamic, as it were. And when I ride in the convertible, I keep the top down and let the wind blow through my scalp. So the A in master stands for authenticity, and it is our role, your role, to be your authentic self. The S in master stands for service, as in lead through service. And the whole point of being in service is to really focus on the needs and the actual goals of others. When you're doing that, you're in service. And so there are ways to be able to learn how to grow yourself by being in service of others. And you need to go to serve. There's an intentionality around this whole mindset piece and your authenticity, and you bring that into your ability to serve. Because everybody, I mean, everybody has the ability to serve. And the T in master stands for tangibility, as in demonstrate your tangible value. Now, the opposite of tangible obviously is abstract. And so we would never want to put ourselves in a position where people don't really know what we bring to the table and we're seen as abstract folks. But to become leaders and to really make ourselves front and center, as it were, as we move along in our careers and our lives, the tangibility, the understanding of what you bring to the table, of your specific value, is vitally important. So the T in master stands for tangible. The E in master stands for ecosystem. And although each of these master factors are kind of evenly weighted, for some reason, the ecosystem has always been near and dear to my heart because it's a series of networks. And those networks is a series of relationships. And your ability to grow those relationships, not only of those people you used to know, those people you know today, but also those people you need to know, as well as those people who need to know you. And those are important to be able to cultivate and to be able to understand and really to build upon. And last but not least, the R in master stands for results. Your ability to go back and look across the continuum of the master model, a master framework, and say, how has my mindset been focused on helping others or making sure that I'm getting the best out of me? How authentic have I been? Now, we know a little bit about code switching, stepping into certain situations and needing to adjust slightly, but you can adjust, but don't change who you are. Your authenticity is important. Now, there have been studies that show that not only are you in positions of leadership, and sometimes there are times when you need to back off of being so honest, and that's when you're leading others, because you need to make sure that they don't see you as one who is panicking. But there are ways to be able to present yourself such that you are seen as an authentic leader. So, master, take control of your mindset, be your authentic self, lead through service, demonstrate tangible value, edify your ecosystem, and evaluate your results. So, skin folks, there it is. Happy Saturday.
Well, Dr. Alvin, we thank you for sharing. I love skin folk, and I know it meant something else back in the day.
Well, that was kinfolk, but yeah, you're right.
Well, and all kinfolk and all skin folk and kinfolk, right?
That's exactly right.
Okay, we thank y'all so much for sharing. Listen, how are you making a bald difference in this world?
Well, I'm making a ball difference, in my own personal opinion, in three areas. Number one is I am enjoying and leaning into my vulnerability. The loss of hair, really is it can be an identity thing because I notice there's lots of people who want to make sure that they always are seen with hair. I'm okay with just seeing, knowing that my hair is there in places, but everything can really be enjoyed with this big beautiful head. So the vulnerability there, my authenticity, because I do lean into it, and I'm just enjoying being masterful the way I am.
Awesome. I love it. Please tell us how we can connect and celebrate and follow you.
Well, on LinkedIn, I am Dr. Alvin. And of course, it'll pop up as probably Dr. Alvin Miles. My website is just undergoing some changes, so you can reach me at www.dramiles.com. And also on Facebook, I've got a couple of pages. One is Dr. Alvin Miles, and the other is my company, as you can see over my shoulder here, Miles Management International. Any one of those will get you to me, and I'd be happy to chat with you, whether or not you're skin folk.
Exactly. Wonderful. Thank you so much for joining us today, Dr. Alvin. We look forward to connecting with you again.
Thank you. And tell Dr. Smiley I said hello.
Yes, sir. All right. So we are coming to Reverend Leonardo Anfolsi. Is that right? Oh, now I saw him a whole bunch. Now it's time. Yes, I'm ready for him. Reverend Leonardo, you can unmute and show your screen, the video. And he doesn't seem to be responding. Oh, no.
Okay.
Okay. There you are.
Anisha, good morning to you.
Good morning to you. And is it Anfolsi?
Yes, it's me.
Okay. I want to make sure I'm saying it correctly.
Sure.
Wonderful.
Very good. Very good. Okay.
All right, we're ready.
Very well. So
I'm going to give me 1 second. So thank you so much for joining us here on the Bald-A-Thon. And we are blessed to have Reverend Leonardo Anfolsi to be with us here today. Welcome, welcome. And you're going to have about 7 or 8 minutes to share with us about leadership and your impact as a leader in the earth.
Okay. Yes, well, technically, I'm as a master in the Rinzai lineage, so my duty is to teach. And the Italian government even stamped a piece of paper to prove it, but don't worry. I'm not going to sit here pretending to be a living Buddha. That would make me immediately unpopular. I'm 66 years old. My dentist still can't figure out why I don't feel pain when he drills my teeth. The scientific explanation is endorphins by the bucketful. Our Zen explanation is training. The human explanation is probably I'm just stubborn and had to put the same meditation into practice. So leadership came for me through meditation. When I was 18, I became a monk because I wanted to escape samsara. My teacher laughed and said, "You choose the wrong monastery though. Here you wake up and then you go back into the world." Imagine my disappointment, but he was right. Zen and Buddhism aren't about running away, but about facing life head on. Monkhood, marriage, work, family, dentists, all of it. A word about my background, let's say another background. I was recognized as a tulku, a reincarnated teacher, by a Tibetan Lama, Sonam Rinchen, the previous Goma Tulku, the 22nd. He had a reputation for recognizing reincarnations. Once, he suggested we had been hermits together in a past life. We both laughed and agreed not to put me on a golden throne. I have other duties to perform, for sure. For example, showing up in this funny marathon of bald men, which is entirely inappropriate since I'm Buddhist monk. That's perfect. So what difference do I make in the world? Because I know, Tanisha, that will be the next answer. means how can I help? Because leadership is about helping others, no way. And it's not about miracles, because I help people realize miracles by themselves through who they really are. When you realize that, life suddenly looks different. You laugh more, suffer less, and maybe even survive your next dentist appointment without anesthesia. I'm joking, but only a little actually. Of course, all of this also has to do with healing yourself, which I'm an expert in. I'm a naturopath and have a platoon of doctor friends. I don't mean scarecrows in white coats, but all-around expert. I mean real doctors whom I respect and collaborate with me. So, what more? Leadership, to me, dear Tanisha, as I told you, is about helping people. And if possible, helping them without assuming any ideology, any theory, any point of view, just, being blank in understanding and free for what concerns expression, which means that respect doesn't come from, selected words, but from your attitude. Sometimes leadership means, it means tough love. So in a way, you are saying something that you know that will scombubulate somebody, that put them in a red chair. But, practicing meditation, to me, it meant, sitting on the red chair, because meditation exposes you to the universe, and you say, okay, I will become one, and you became one with the universe. But it is, first of all, a red chair, because you are losing your skin, your separation from the world. And I think that leadership can really come from there, losing your skin and being with everybody and sharing in a completely, explosive openness. This is, I think, is my charisma. It's not something that I invent, something that I'm trying to do. This is I hope so, my realization that comes out in the, I hope, the most useful way. Yes.
Well, thank you so much. You've shared such positive and encouraging and peaceful approach to leadership. And so tell us, how can we celebrate, connect, and follow you?
So, first of all, I would like to talk about a book of mine that is The Secret Fire of Meditation. It is in the English version and in the Spaniard version too. So Latinos can really enjoy that because it's translated perfectly. So The Secret Fire of Meditation, well, don't worry, it's not a secret anymore. I put it all in the book, so you don't need a decoder rings. Why fire? Because meditation is not about sitting still and pretending to be a statue. It's about discovering an inner fire, an energy that wakes you up, heals you, and burns away the nonsense. One day while meditating, I caught fire from inside. I didn't move, and it was just a little worrisome and slightly painful, but enormously blissful at the same time. I love that. Anyway, when I wrote this book, I wanted it to be practical. Not everyone has time to run off to a monastery. And trust me, monasteries are too tough for the faint-hearted, too cold, too silent. They don't serve cappuccino. So the methods contained in the Sacred Fire of Meditation are designed for real life. 5 minutes here, 10 minutes there. Enough to feel more than alive without abandoning your family or job. My doctrine is your experience of freedom. It's written here. La mia dottrina è la tua esperienza di libertà, but then it has been, translated in English, of course. It's also a book with personality. There are stories about my own very clumsy attempts at meditation and the strange advice of my teachers. Because honestly, enlightenment without humor is just another form of attachment. So what you will get from this sacred fire: energy, clarity, maybe a better night's sleep, maybe a sense that your life isn't just survival, but something luminous. You will get will, intention, understanding, power. If you understand enlightenment, wonderful. If you don't, also wonderful. You can finally start to understand it in a very practical way, being less stressed, more present, and a little harder to upset. And that, in today's world, is already a miracle, for what I know.
Well, thank you so much. Do you have a website or a
Yes, my technology is very, empowering. So I hope that you can.
Okay.
Actually, I don't even see
Perfect.
myself on the camera. Can you see that?
Yes, yes.
So this is
Mumonji.org.
site,
Yes.
Mumonji.org.
Oh,
My
Mumonji.org.
yes, my monk name is Reyoikai, and the secular name you already know.
Okay, perfect. Well, thank you so much for joining us today, and we look forward to connecting with you.
Thank you all. Thank you, Dr. Smiley, and each and every one of you. May all the strength, love, and power of the universe be yours. Evoke it in yourself while you share it with everybody, and enjoy it fully. You, soul.
Thank you. Take care. All right, Dr. Beth, are you ready?
It's saying here I cannot start my video because the host has disabled it.
Okay.
Bring me on, bring me on. Don't need my walk-up music. Who let sprinkles out? Who? Now I can start my video. And we are here. Bald-A-Thon goes on. Bald-A-Thon goes on. And here we are ready for some more inspiring people to come on and share their view on leadership and how the
Brian, mute yourself for just a few more minutes, sweetheart. Thank you.
That's a Reverend.
Oh, Reverend Anfosi, it was both of them. Okay. Go ahead. They don't mess up your intro.
and it's okay.
It's all right. Okay. We here. Listen, we listen. You got the two girls, the two bald ladies today.
Listen. In the words of the great prophet Montel Jordan, this is how we do it.
Every day.
This is how we do it at Bald-A-Thon. Have you guys been enjoying yourselves or what? It has been an amazing couple of hours, and the notes and tips and
so powerful. I'm agreeing with you.
Oh, yes, it has been. The notes and the tips and the insight, it has just been priceless. It has been priceless, and I hope that everyone is really understanding and embracing the value that we've received and the importance that we now get to take this away and imparted into others as well as incorporated into our daily lives. So,
Absolutely. Before
without
you
further
jump in,
ado,
before you
yes,
jump in,
yes,
I want to, for those who did not get to experience Dr. Beth, aka Dr. Sprinkles, earlier she did do her live and her impact statement, and so listen, welcome her to the Smiley family. Listen, welcome her, because you are about to experience something so phenomenal with her and through her. And so lean in, listen, encourage everyone to go ahead and share the broadcast. And I'm headed out, and because I'm late, and but you guys go listen, share, like all of the things, and enjoy. Dr. Beth, do your thing, girl.
yes. Okay, so it's us. It's us for the next 60 minutes and our amazing speakers that are going to be presenting and sharing what their view of leadership is and why and how they show up in the earth. And we are excited. As I stated before, I am Dr. Beth Goodman, also known as Dr. Sprinkles, the Kingdom Confidence Cultivator, and I'm excited to serve you today as your hostess for this hour. We are going to be bringing to the stage Brian Livingston. Mr. Livingston, are you ready? There he is. Hello, Mr. Magnificent. How are you?
How are you, Dr. Beth?
I am outstanding. And yourself?
I'm just doing marvelously as always.
I love it. I love it. I love it. Are you ready?
I am all ready to go. Let's do this.
Okay, fantastic. In 5, 4, 3, 2, you've got it.
All right. Well, let's get this going because we want to get back on track. We've been getting behind schedule. So I'm going to blow through this really quick. Okay. So in terms of leadership, there's three things that I really think that people need to focus on. And the first thing is it's not about you. It's about the people around you that you can inspire, that you can lead. Okay. And so first of all, you've got to get to know the goals and the dreams of the people that are around you, whether they're your employees, your family, the people in your church, even your next door neighbors sometimes. Okay. Get to know what it is that they really want to accomplish in their life. Okay. If you've got such a big organization that you can't get to know everyone, then get the people who are underneath you to make sure that they get to understand that. Okay. They need to know about these people because your business is not about you. Your business is about them. Okay. Your business isn't going to run without all those people underneath you. And if you're not caring about them first, they're not going to care about you. Okay. And second of all, you then want to be able to help them accomplish those goals. All right. You've got to understand that the people in your organization very likely either want to be you or they want to be better than you. They want to outgrow you. Okay. And you need to accept that and you need to help them get there. All right. Because the more help that you can be giving them first, servicing them first, okay, they are then going to pay that back tenfold. But if all you ever do is take from those around you, well, that doesn't inspire loyalty. That inspires mutiny. Okay. And so now all of a sudden you're going to have your employees plotting behind your back. It gets awful. You create an atmosphere of discontent around you. Okay, and the third and final point, very, very quickly, celebrate them and reward them. Okay, and I'll give you a specific example, Dr. Beth. I worked with a company for a while, and it really was a startup. And a couple of us really helped get that business off the ground. Okay, and I'll tell you, when I started, I had a very, very, very nice house. I'd just gotten out of another business that I'd been involved with for several years, had a nice house, had a nice car, Okay. And the owner had sacrificed. There's no doubt he had sacrificed. The owner of the business, he had, he was renting a place. It was okay, but it wasn't great. And, he had a beat up van. Well, over the course of the next several years, this business grew hugely. Okay. It became gargantuan. It's the biggest of its kind in Canada now. And all of a sudden, what ended up happening was we used to get bonus checks. The bonus checks disappeared. Okay, we brought in more staff. I've got the staff coming to me going, "Where's our bonus checks?" All of a sudden, we're not getting them anymore. All right. At the same time, the owner shows up one day and says, "Come and take a look at my new $150,000 truck." Well, because we were no longer getting the bonuses, I had to move out. I had to sell my big beautiful house. I actually had to move out of town to be able to afford something all of a sudden now. Then all of a sudden my lease was done on my vehicle and I couldn't afford another vehicle. So all of a sudden he says, "Well, here's my old van that I don't want anymore that barely runs. You can have it," which was nice because he gave me an automobile, but he's sitting there in a new $150,000 truck. At the same time, I've got the employees coming to me and going, "Where's our bonus checks?" Okay, I can't get a straight answer from the owner because he's no longer showing up at work. Okay, I find out from other people, him and his wife are out having breakfast at one place, lunch at another place. They're no longer working. Okay. And then he says, "Hey, you guys are going to come to this address. I'm having a housewarming party." He's gone out and he's bought a $1.5 million house. The house was absolutely gorgeous. So at the same time that I lost everything, he gained everything, but it was on the backs of all the people that helped him get there. Okay. And that is not an example of great leadership. That's an example of poor leadership. All right. So get to know them, get to know their goals and dreams, help them to accomplish them, and then reward them. If you are doing all of those things for all of the people around you, you yourself will have a marvelous life, but it's going to be service first. Okay. So that's it. Let's get ourselves back on track, Dr. Beth.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for that, Brian. Absolutely amazing. Your voice in saying, get to know who you leading them and inspiring them, celebrate, reward, help them accomplish them, all starting from servitude. Exceptional. And how can we connect with you and celebrate with you?
Well, you can find me on LinkedIn. And you can also reach out to Brian at waylott.com. That's WAYLOTT.com. It stands for What Are You Leaving on the Table?
I love that. Wait a minute. I know we're trying to get back on time, and I acknowledge your discipline. I acknowledge you in hurrying us along. However, I would like to share this with you. You get to take up space and time. You get to add value to us without rush. So say that one more time, please, and thank you.
Okay, so it's Brian, so BRIAN at Waylott, WAYLOTT.com. And remember it just stands for What Are You Leaving on the Table? So we do revenue reviews of businesses. We show them where they've got literally hundreds of $1,000s of leaking, hidden, or missing revenue that just they don't know it's not there, so they don't know how to go and grab it. And with Dr. Smiley's prompting, I actually wrote a book called Cut the Anchors and Cruise, and that goes all through the 22 different anchors that we go through in our revenue assessments. And so, you can pick up the book for $1 on Kindle. And if you do that, we will do the first stage, which is $579 review. We will do that for free if you pick up the book for $1.
Wonderful. And you were trying to rush that along.
I'm sorry. But yeah, I'm one of those guys. I'm like, okay, we're behind schedule. We got to go.
And now we are exactly where we need to be, and that is celebrating you. Thank you so much, Brian, for all that you have shared with us. Continued success, and keep being bald boldly.
Thank you so much for having me, Dr. Beth. You're amazing. You're awesome. And good luck to the other people. And then I'll be back to be hosting in a bit. Right
We
after
look
you.
forward to it. Sounds
All
good.
right. Take care.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, Brian. And now we are having up next. Let me gather myself here. Stephen Higginbotham. No, Steve Higgy. Oh, Steve Higgy with that. Get Higgy with it.
You got
Higgy
it.
with it. That get Higgy with it. Okay, that's a freebie right there, Steve. Get Higgy with it.
Appreciate that.
Get Higgy with it. Welcome, welcome, welcome to Bald-A-Thon, celebrating you and showing up for us, for yourselves, and we are excited about what you are going to share. So, if you're ready, we are ready. Ready?
Thank you so much. Appreciate it,
All
Dr.
right.
Beth.
The mic is
Hello,
yours.
everybody. All right. So, name is Steve Higginbotham. I go by Steve Higgy, and also known as the Coffee Coach, which I'll share that with you. And what I like to share today is about a lot of leadership, but it's about leading your own life. And when I was a young kid, 15, growing up, I always knew that I wanted something more. Didn't know what it was, but I've been on this journey for 3 decades, and learning who you are, I've developed what I call my instinctual habit, which is be beautiful, and not necessarily beautiful as in aesthetics, but be yourself fully. I joined the Navy when I was young, 20 years old, served my country, got out, and was lost. Didn't have my identity, didn't know where I belonged in this world, but I always knew that I wanted more. And that's where be beautiful comes from. Wanting more, wanting to be able to lead my own life, but knowing that I'm in a servant mentality and I'm here to serve people. So I found the first job that I had. They trained me. I had to work hard, and it was in recruiting, and I helped people find jobs. It was very, very purposeful for me, and I loved it, and I'm still in that industry 27 years later. But what I've learned along that journey in those 27 years is how to be myself fully, not just how to help people find jobs, but how to help them lead their lives and share with them what I have to offer. And I think there's 3 main pillars that I hold on to, and that is passion, purpose, and intent. And to be beautiful, I think you've got to recognize what your gifts are. You've got to recognize your unique talents. And I think you have to live your life with passion every single day. And there's days you're going to get off track, but how do you tap back into that and get yourself back on top? Now, when you look at beautiful, you can believe in yourself, and that is the be you. And full. What is a full life? A full life is being rich, not necessarily in money or in wealth, but with your heart. And that's where the purpose comes in. And how do you lead your life with purpose? For everybody, it's going to be different. But knowing that when you wake up, you've got the determination and you've got to have that intent. What are you going to do with yourself today? Who are you going to help? Who are you going to serve? There's so much out there. But I believe you've got to do it with your passion and for a greater purpose. And so leadership for me is really about tapping into that and identifying all of those elements. It's not a single thing. And there is natural leadership ability and there's trained leadership ability. And I think we all have a combination of that at some point. But I don't know that we're all truly tapping into that to be ourselves fully. And that's a lot of what I want to share, is no different than anybody out here watching, listening, talking. But the reality of it is, are we living our life? Are we leading our life? I think so many times we get trapped in that work cycle and we're working to live, but are we really living that fully, right? You can work and provide a life for yourself, but are you living that life every day? And I know people talk about work-life balance. I believe in work-life harmony. For me, there is no balance. I work more than I actually live my life outside of work, but there is harmony within that, daily, weekly. And that's how I tap into my greatest riches, utilize my passion, have a greater purpose, and I live my life every single day with intent. And not every day is perfect, but knowing that I can tap back into that and get back on track. That is, for me, what beautiful is.
Higgy. How about that? What power? What power? I mean, I've got notes on notes on notes. And I love all of what you have shared with us. Passion, purpose, and intent. Recognizing your gift, live with passion, be beautiful, be you to the fullest. That was, oh, wait a minute. Okay, put it a little
Be
closer so that we can
beautiful.
see.
Yeah,
I love it. Put it a little closer so that we can see. Are those magnets?
that's a sticker.
Oh, sticker. Okay, fantastic. Well, thank you so much. You be yourself fully. I can't say anything other than that. That encapsulates all of it. And so we thank you. And how can we celebrate and connect with you?
I appreciate it. Well, thanks for having me on here. Hope everyone got a little bit out of that. You can find me at stevehiggy.com. So that's just STEVEHIGGY.com. I'm also on LinkedIn as Steve Higgy as well. Those are the two best places to locate me.
Fantastic. Well, keep getting higgy with it. Get higgy with it.
Thank you so much. I love it.
You are welcome.
Alrighty.
Take care.
Alrighty. Bye now. Have a great day.
You too now. All right. Let's see who we have coming up next. Mr. Leo Hefner. Leo to the floor. Oh, wait. No. Wait a minute. It says Dino. Mr. Clean. Mr. Clean, are you ready? One moment, please. We're checking technical. Okay. Oh, Dan. Dan Cushell. Dan is up. Dan, come on down.
Hey, Sprinkles, good to be with you.
Hello,
Ken, good
my
to be with
dear.
you.
How are you?
Fantastic.
Good to hear that. Welcome. We're excited to have you here. And without further ado, I'm going to step back and let you do what you do. Take it away, Dan.
Awesome. Well, as you're watching Phil or Lee or Russell, how many of you think we have a leadership problem in the world today? If you do, can you type yes in the chat window? I'd just be curious to see, A, who's here, and also who's engaging with Ken and what Sprinkles have put together. Faison says yes. Thank you. And so, whether it's at home or whether it's in business, we have a problem, right? We have a problem with leadership. And as, Higgy shared, get Higgy with it, is, there's lessons in trying to create work-life harmony, right? And so as you think about leadership, oftentimes people use metaphors in leadership. And so when you think of an animal that demonstrates leadership, what's an animal that comes to mind for you, right? Especially if we're doing this theme around bald what equals leaders? Can you type in the chat window what you think that might be? Would it be a lion? Amy says a lion. Bald what? Bald geese? Bald eagles? maybe, right? Bald eagle, Ken says, right? So, and if you're an eagle, as you know, you don't want to focus on spending a lot of time with geese, right? And so my focus for today is to give you 5 minutes of some of the things I've learned and all the mistakes I've made in being in business over 35 years, and also some of the lessons we've learned in being able to build young people as a high school football coach, and also growing companies that have helped our clients grow by over $1.2 billion in results overall. But before I dive in, I think it's, probably appropriate to share a quick story. As much as I'd love to say I've been the perfect leader, I haven't. Not only at home, but also in business. I've had it wrong for a long time in the beginning. My first 10 years of business was a mess. It was a train wreck. And hopefully you can learn from my mistakes. And what I mean by that is, if you can imagine running actually multiple businesses, because I had multiple businesses fail over a 10-year period. I was heavy roller coasters, rock bottoms. And then on top of that, beyond business, I was giving my family, my health, and my relationships leftovers. I don't know if you can relate to that. But I was about 85 pounds heavier than I am today at my peak weight. I was definitely not spending and focused on my marriage. I was also making mistakes being that non-present father with my kids who were young. And God has a sense of humor, I think. And for me, that sense of humor happened after 10 years of hustle and grind. I started building a business that was getting momentum. And a few weeks after my son was born, I ended up in a hospital. And I had to go through a heart procedure. And it scared the heck out of me. And I had 4 days in the hospital where the doctor was in a situation where I had to sign a disclaimer for this heart procedure. It said you have a 1 in X chance of dying. And for me, that was an ultimate wake-up call to go from good to great and then really integrate. Even though for years I had invested millions of dollars in coaching, probably like many of you, I had invested in myself. I had attended the events. I dove into things, consultants, coaching. And I remember crying the night of the surgery beforehand, writing pieces to add to my trust and will for my wife at the time. It was a scary time. And I came out of that, thank God, knock on wood, that I did recover. And I started to make some real drastic shifts because, I was, the consummate type A entrepreneur who was a hustle, a grinder, you sleep when you're dead. And I believe this is a false belief today. I believe a lot of people following that path are on a path to disappointment, being lack of fulfillment. And again, if you can relate, great. But if not, hopefully you can avoid some of the mistakes I made. Ultimately, I came out of that, and I want to introduce you to a couple questions that changed my life from one of my coaches. And I also want to introduce you to a framework we'll call the Champion Framework to help you also. Because here's the truth. Why is this so important? So many people put time on the exterior instead of going to the interior. It's an inside-out job, as you probably already know. But how do you navigate some of this stuff when there's not really professional leadership programs available to build bald eagles, if you will? So ideally, you can learn from this. Not only mentally, physically, socially, spiritually, emotionally, but also financially. If you're building businesses and you are that type of person that's making a big difference in the world, a bigger impact. And so a couple quick things. Harvard Review did a study recently. And so you're not alone, because most people have lots of ideas of what to do. We're bombarded with so much information, right? However, what Harvard Business Review, it said not only for small business, medium business, but also for even large corporations. Do you know the number one problem in those companies? It's a leadership problem, but it's a deeper problem, which is execution and implementation. 90% in the studies they've done, Harvard Business Review, say that implementation and execution is the biggest thing they're all missing. So you can learn more in 5 minutes when someone faces adversity about their character. You can learn more in that 5 minutes about their character than when things are great. And it's a great stress test, not only as a husband or a spouse, but also as a leader, all these sorts of things. Like as a parent, we've got a child that suffers from addiction. And I believe that God is testing it, and also does believe that, wouldn't give us anything that we couldn't handle. And at the same time, it's a sure test of communication and some of the things I'm going to get into that will ideally help you simplify leadership and also not make it so esoteric, so theoretical, but something practical. Would it be okay if I share these couple principles with you, by the way? Would that be okay? Reverend,
Absolutely.
Bobby, Sprinkles. All right. So here's my coach shared these 3 questions with me that have changed my life. I do this several times a year now. The first question is, she said, Dan, get clear on what you want. So what do you want? And it sounds so simple, but for me, even after decades of coaching, I sat with her and I struggled to really come up with what I wanted truly versus what I thought everybody around me wanted. And we see this a lot with hard charging type A business people. And then on the other end, it's what do you not want? Mentally, physically, socially, spiritually, emotionally, and financially. And when that clarity brings power. Think about that. If you get really clear on what you truly want and also what you don't want, it just brings clarity. And you can do this in all areas of life, at home, marriage, relationship with your kids, business. What do you want? What do you not want? The other question she posed and challenged me with was, who are you? Not all the labels and fancy titles and all the fancy accolades that people do their bios on so often, but more of the characteristics and qualities. What do the people who love you most, who are closest to you, say about you? What are those qualities? And get clear on those. For me, there's 3, and it's also the same values as our business. Hyper growth, collaboration and teamwork. We innovate with teamwork and collaboration, and focused on impact. What are your 3 key ones? What are your 3 key ones? Who are you? What are the 3 prominent? You probably have a whole bunch, like a vegetable soup or chicken noodle soup mixed in there, but what are the 3 prominent? Get really clear on that. And this is an exercise. It may not have, you may have to get a partner through Ken and Sprinkles and the community here that Ken is set up for you to tap into to help flesh this out for you and really get that ultimate clarity, because it does bring power, it brings direction, it brings confidence, and a whole lot more. So that's the second question. Who are you? Third question she asked me, she said, Dan, what do you stand for? What do you stand for? And these are your values. And I kind of already addressed that one just a little bit, but what do you stand for? What do you not stand for? And when you put this in a really clear package, you'd be amazed at what you decide you're going to move towards and what you're going to move away from and what it does. For me, it ultimately led where I went from a place of, day to day, week to week, month to month, even after a long period of time. And I built 2 companies to over 8 figures, one to over 20 some million a year. We grew it to over 200 employees. I sold both of those companies that were 8-figure businesses. And more importantly, I was able to show up for my kids and be able to be present as a father. I was able to, get remarried with a healthy relationship, and my wife is my best friend and partner and spouse. And I'm not running away from things. I'm running to things. And just us walking down the street holding each other's hand is as exciting to us traveling to mega island somewhere. How about for you? Could you use those 3 questions? And I'll leave you with this champion acronym that I hope will suit you. And then ideally come up with yours for your family. This is like our family shield that I've taught my kids since they were 3, 4 years old, to have something to stand on as a base, and then obviously flexible as they grow. And it's this: champion. First letter is choose. Be careful what you choose and not. Second part of that C is commit. What are you committed to? What are you not committed to? And get crystal clear on what that is. So commit is the C. H, higher purpose. Higher purpose. What is your higher purpose, your higher calling? You probably know deep inside you're called to do something bigger, something broader, something that impacts the world. Your small world, your big world, anywhere in between. Higher purpose. The A stands for action. If the number 1 problem in the world is execution, according to Harvard Business Review, and you see it show up in families, you see it show up in organizations, churches, and so on, what would happen if you focused on being the rare person who can implement and take action and do what you say you're going to do? It's amazing the doors that it opens. M is mastery and mentoring. The fastest path to mastery is mentoring. So whether it's Ken and his organization or us or others, find somebody who's got the results you want, model it, and focus on committing to mastery at whatever area of life it is, and find those masters. So mastery. P is purpose. What is your purpose? Right? What is your purpose beyond money, beyond just the day-to-day? What is that purpose? What are you called to do? I is in invest in yourself. Invest in yourself. You're the best investment you got. Even Warren Buffett has said it over and over again. It's been repeated 10,000 times, I believe, if not millions now. And of course, I'm a little biased to it in our business. But the fact is if you're not willing to invest in you, why should someone else? You're here. You're investing time. Invest time and money. You're the best investment that you got. O is be an opportunity seeker. Find the opportunities, find the gratitude in everything that happens, the silver lining, opportunity. And N is never quit on you. We're all going to face bumps in the road, aren't we? We're all going to have ups and we're going to have valleys. Where do most people stop short? In the valleys. Just because you have a valley or two, or I had 10 plus years, basically bankrupt, divorced, all the things that most people would run away from and then go hide in a corner. Never quit on you. Keep moving forward. Be better today than you were yesterday. And I'll leave you with this to wrap this up. I challenge you and encourage you. Apply this strategy. And by the way, can you see how putting these in place would help you become a better leader at home with your mental game, your physical, social, spiritual, if you really tune this in and apply it? Can you start to feel maybe even a little bit of, hopefully a little bit of in there of what the possibility could be? I challenge you, commit to play big and then go do it and then choose to play bigger. Are you ready? Are you really ready? Take action.
I love it. I love it. I love it on so many levels. Thank you so much, Dan. And you are a champion, my
Thank you.
friend. You are a champion, my friend. Thank you so much for sharing that with us. And as a personal yet public opportunity of encouragement, I want to say to you, and that is your son or your daughter, your child, they are not battling. You spoke about clarity. They are healing. They are overcoming. They are championing in victory over addiction. So the same things that you said to us, I'm going to sprinkle them back to you so that you can share that with them. And you've got this, we've got this, and keep your gloves high. You are amazing. Thank you so much. How can we cheer you on and support you and connect with you?
Yeah, if you want to go deeper with some of the things we do in business, I'll give everybody access to our new book, a lot of rave reviews for it, called Direct Response Branding, the new model for exponential business growth. We'll give you access absolutely free. For the audio version, you can go to breakthrough3x.com, breakthrough3x.com/event mastery. Grab the book. Hope you like it. Reach out if you have questions. We've got a whole team to support people to help grow their business exponentially.
Fantastic. If you would be so kind to drop that link into the thread, that would be amazing.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Keep championing.
Yes.
And up next, as Bald-A-Thon continues, are you getting nuggets? Are you not nuggets? Are you getting nuggets? I mean, are you a champion? Are you going to take what we've heard in the last talk and really apply it to your lives and get clarity? I absolutely love it. And next we have Robbie Wells. Robbie Wells, come to the front. Robbie, where are you? Robbie?
I'm here, but you've got to turn my video on.
Turn the light on.
There it is.
Hello, Robbie.
Hi.
How are you, sir?
I'm great. How are you?
Outstanding. So glad to have you here. Are you ready?
Yes, Dr. Beth. Let's go.
Let's 5, 4, 3, 2. Have at it.
Well, it's great to be here with everyone. I didn't know if this was going to be like a question and answer session, but if not, then I'm happy just to share with each and every one of you my thoughts. We're in a very difficult time in our country right now. I've definitely got a political background and have been in leadership roles throughout my adult professional career as a college football coach, head football coach. In fact, made history as the very first NCAA Division I head football coach, white head football coach of a historically Black college. And that was in Savannah, at Savannah State University. But I'll look at what's going on in this world, and yes, I'm bald, and it's quite a neat story that I shared with one of the individuals that's actually on this Zoom meeting right now, and that's Ken Rochon. My haircut actually was an accident, guys. I was coaching at the University of South Carolina years ago, and I was just a young coach, and I kept it in a flat top back then. This is back in the year Y2K in 2000. And I would actually cut my own hair, and I had been since college, because when you're a college kid, you want to save as much money as you can. And it just didn't make sense to a young college kid with no money to go spend $12 every 2 weeks. So that was $24 a month. And I was like, well, if I can go get some clippers, because I was watching this lady cut my hair, I said, I think I can do that. And I learned how. So I was saving all that money. But fast forward to Y2K, I was in the coach's locker room, and I was shaving my head up real nice, with the clippers and whatnot. And somebody came around the corner and startled me, and it went zoom, and it went to the scalp. And I was like, oh no, because we were getting ready to head to the beach. The coaches were to Myrtle Beach. And I was like, you know what? This isn't going to work, because I will be the laughing stock for the whole weekend that we were down at the beach. So I just shaved it all off, went to the beach, got a tan. And then when I came back, everybody was like, that's your look. And so since then, this has been my look, guys. And it's kind of a signature look. My mother, she's 91 years old. God bless her. And she's a retired preacher's wife. She asked me all the time, she said, do you think you're ever going to let your hair grow back out? And I was like, well, probably not, because this is kind of my signature now. But anyway, that's how I got bald. And it really, if you want to know the truth, there's a difference between being a bald-headed guy and being a shaved head guy. I could grow a head full of hair if I wanted to. So there's a difference between Ken Rochon and me, just to let y'all know that. Ken has no choice, I don't think. But anyway, with that being said, let's get back to what's going on in our country right now. I don't know if anybody's talked about, what everybody's thinking right now with Charlie Kirk and the tragic events that occurred this past Wednesday. But my heart is heavy. My heart's heavy for our country, because it's almost like our sense of humanity has eroded away. And it has for probably about 33, I'd say right at 33 years now, since the internet came on board. And then all of a sudden we start getting desensitized to things. And all the gun violence in the schools across the country, and really just gun violence in different public settings as far as that is concerned. But, as a former educator, as a former football coach, I can remember exactly where I was. I was in Charlotte, North Carolina, driving in my car when a special report came on the radio. This is December 2012. And it was a breaking story about a shooting in Newtown, Connecticut at Sandy Hook Elementary School. And these were babies. These were 6-7-year-old kids that were just gunned down. And I got tears in my eyes, because that could have been my class. It could have been my students. It could have been me. It could have been one of my colleagues. It could have been their class. And I've always been one in a leadership position. Whenever there is a major problem, I've always been one that wanted to step back, take a pause, and see if there's any sort of common sense solution that we can come up together with as a people. It doesn't matter if you're a Democrat, Republican. It doesn't matter if you're black or white, young or old, male or female, a member of the LGBTQ community, whatever your religion may be. Because the fact of the matter is, we are all Americans. We can embrace our differences, because we do have that one common bond. And it's time for us, in my humble opinion, to lay aside those differences and start working for some common sense solutions in this world. And that's something that I am trying to do. And I did. I came up with a plan when I took that pause back in 2012, 13 years ago. And that plan is called Vets for Kids. and it takes care of three problems in our country right now. And it protects, for those that are gun rights activists, it protects their Second Amendment right. And at the same time, it would protect every child in every school across this country by eliminating the gun violence. And at the same time, it would employ about 500,000 veterans across this country, people that have laid it on the line for you and me. We'll screen them, we'll train them, we'll put these veterans back to work in our schools as guardians for our children. But I've always said that the greatest asset of our nation here in the United States, or any country, is the people. And the greatest asset of the people is our youth, because they are our future. They're our future leaders, they're our future ministers, they're our future doctors, lawyers. They're our future inventors that are going to come up with great plans that are going to cure AIDS, that's going to cure cancer. So we need to protect our future. We need to truly invest in our future. And I believe that this is a way that we could do it. So I've been talking to people about that. Just, putting aside our differences, finding some common bonds, building some bridges instead of building walls. Because I truly believe that as leaders, when things don't go right, instead of pointing the finger and casting the blame at the other side, whatever the other side is, really, we're all Americans. So it's really one side. But instead of pointing the finger and casting the blame at someone else, when you're in a leadership position, a true leader will take responsibility. But when things go right, a true leader doesn't take the credit. He gives all the praise to everybody that works with him to accomplish whatever the goal is. And I've always said that adversaries can become allies. Adversaries can become allies when they can find a common bond and a common goal to go after and achieve. This is one of those, and it's a hot topic right now, and I understand that. And again, my heart's heavy. My heart's very heavy. And a lot of people on this call, maybe y'all are saying, you know what, this is not the right time to talk about that. But when is? When is the right time? I truly believe that we've got to get back to loving each other. We've got to get back to supporting each other and sitting down with each other, whether we look the same or whether we do not look the same, whether we agree on religion or whether we don't agree on religion, whether we agree on politics or whether we don't agree on politics. Let's sit down. Let's have true conversations. Just because someone doesn't agree with you doesn't mean that you have to hate them. Think about it. You've got family members that you don't agree with on everything. You have squabbles, you have little fights within your family, but guess what? You still love your brother. You still love your sister. And here in this country, I believe it's the same thing. Because deep down, we've got a whole lot more in common than we do in differences.
Absolutely.
And so that's basically all I had to say today.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Robbie. What power there. You said, take a pause. Take a pause.
Yeah.
And that's something that I believe we should all do on a daily basis, particularly in today's climate. Take a pause. Be intentional with stopping and not being overwhelmed with what's going on, but being underwhelmed with the peace, getting under the peace, getting under the place of safety in your heart and in your spirit. Because when it starts from your heart, it goes the furthest. You also said, lay aside differences. You stated, we're more alike than we are different. Focus on the future. When we keep our eyes on the future, we can only go forward and to find common bonds. When you seek, you will find. When you seek, you will find. And if you're not seeking, you won't be finding. So what powerful points. And I am one to first say to you that the mistake has turned into your ministry. And I love it.
But you got to go. You be with them. Yeah, I know. Yeah.
We can hear you. Your
I
mic
was
is
saying,
hot.
I don't.
Your mic is hot. Your mic is hot. Your mic is hot. Hot mic, hot mic. And I'm not talking about magic mic, hot mic. We can hear you. So in all of that, just thank you so much for sharing your heart and your perspective. And tell us where we can champion you, where we can celebrate you and connect with you and what you're doing.
Well, you can go to my website, and when I'm running for office, and I've run for president a couple of times. When I'm running for office, it's a political campaign site, but when it's not, it's geared more towards my speaking. So right now it's more of a speaking website, and that's riseupwithrobbie.com, and spell Robbie with a Y. Riseupwithrobbie.com. You can also go on Barnes and Noble and get my book, Touchdown America. And it's just a memoir, and I'm proud of it. I think it's a great read.
Fantastic. Fantastic. Well, thank you so much for joining us. And Bald-A-Thon is excited and the better for your contribution. Keep being bald.
Well, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it, Dr. Beth.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
Sprinkles. Well, we have come to our next hour, if you will, our next host for our next section of speakers. It has been my joy and honor to serve as your hostess this hour. Keep being bald, keep being bold, keep being a blessing to who it is and what it is that you have been called to be. Let's go. And Brian Livingston is the next host.
I am back.
Yes, you are.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Beth, Dr. Sprinkles. You're awesome. By the way, you have an absolutely beautiful voice.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, it was awesome. I loved it. You sang a couple times very quickly, but it was awesome. Absolutely beautiful. So that was great.
Thank you. Take it away.
All right. So who do we have up next, everybody? Trying to look to see. So we got Dr. Evans Kamaru. Is that who we got going on here?
Yes, sir. Evans Kamuru.
Evans. Okay, well, I butchered the pronunciation, but thanks for coming on, man. Okay, you got 8 minutes. Let's fire away, dude. Tell us about yourself and all about Bald, beautiful leadership.
Thank you so much, Brian. It's a pleasure to meet you. It's a pleasure to be on here. So I have a couple of confessions to make. I am a virgin at 1, being bold, and 2, being a doctor. I'll explain that here in a second. So Ken Rochon, who is just an incredible human being, reached out to me and he said, hey, I would like to feature you on my Bald-A-Thon event because I participated in his Author-A-Thon event and absolutely loved it. But he said there's just one catch. You gotta shave your head. And I thought he was joking and he was like, no, like really. So for the first time in 45 years of living, this morning I was at my barber's and I got my bald on. And it's incredible. Number one, I'm just glad to be a part of this community and meet other amazing human beings that are doing incredible things in the world and that just happen to be bald. And thank you, Dr. Ken, for this movement and what you're doing. And then I'm proud of myself for being bold to try something new. Right? You never know. This might just be my new mojo. You let me know. Maybe I might just adopt this look going forward. And then, the first time I saw myself in the mirror after my barber was, kind of shaving my head, and I was like, ah, because, I looked a little bit different. But then I realized that even though I look different on the outside, I'm still the same person on the inside. And we tend to judge each other based on how we look on the outside, based on race, political beliefs, physical handicaps, you name it. But we forget that on the inside, we're really created in that same image. Allow me to say the image of God. So who am I? I am Dr. Evans Kamuru. And again, I'm a virgin at being a doctor because yesterday I got the shock of my life. Yesterday, literally, I was awarded an honorary doctorate degree, a Doctor of Philosophy in Humanities, just because of my contributions to the community and to the world. So who am I really? Let me tell you maybe what it is that I do. I am a speaker, an author, a coach who empowers individuals and organizations to lead with disability. And yes, I know that sounds like a paradox because often leadership and disability don't go hand in hand, right? But you see, as I shared earlier, I was born with a physical handicap. I was born without my right hand, and I was also born without my right foot. But by the grace of God, I've been able not only to transcend what is considered a handicap, but also embrace it and find my unfair advantage. And what I've come to find, my friend, is that each one of us has a disability, a handicap of one sort or other. That challenge, that obstacle that wants to keep you and me from being our authentic, present, powerful, and purposeful self. And so I'm just a man that's on a mission, number one, to shatter and break every glass ceiling in my life and empower other people to do the same. I am called as a communicator. That's my superpower. I believe God. I'm a Christian, so that's my persuasion. I believe that God has entrusted me with ideas to share with people that transform lives. And if you were to ask me, Evans, or okay, I guess Dr. Evans, Dr. Ken, by the way, suggested a new name, Dr. Love. I kind of like the ring of that. But if you were to ask me, what's your primary message? I would say it's fourfold. In one way, shape, or form, I'm trying to tell the world that God is amazing. God or the higher power, whatever it is that you believe in, that He is incredible, that He loves us, that He wants the best for us, that He has given us amazing things in life to enjoy. And why is it important to believe that that higher power, that God is amazing? Because it influences the second thing, that you are amazing as a human being created in the image of God. And for some reason, as human beings, we think there is humility in putting ourselves down. But once you realize that the same force, the same life force, the same power that created the galaxies lives in and wants to express itself through me and through you, it kind of changes how we look at ourselves. And all of a sudden, we can show up in the glory that we were meant to show up, to shine our light and our love in a world that is really hurting. So God is amazing. You are amazing. Number three, other people are amazing. The last time I checked, I'm not an only child. And when I realized that that other person, before they are a Muslim, before they are gay, before they are straight, before they are a woman, before they are a Democrat, they are a child of God and a brother and a sister. If that can be my entryway in that conversation, it changes how I treat them. And then lastly, I tell the world that the world is amazing. We live in an incredible world. Every day we have the most beautiful tapestry or canvases in every sunset and in every sunrise. But sometimes we get so busy that we forget to enjoy our environment. Life is abundant. Life is full and abundant. Oxygen reminds me that life is abundant. We can have all we want. And then lastly, I tell everybody that our purpose is abundant, that you and I were created on purpose, filled with purpose, and for a purpose. You matter. You have a contribution to make. So that's it. And I believe I make the world better, not so much when I'm teaching or speaking or training, but when I'm just being me, when I'm allowing the unique expression of God's glory that is me to be me, wherever that finds me, whether that's in my home, being a husband, being a father, whether that's at church, leading worship, whether that's in a corporate training session. I just want to be the best version of me. And in the words of Marianne Thompson, as I shine my light, hopefully I can encourage somebody else to do the same. So now, Dr. Ken, I guess, proposed the name Dr. Love because I did write a book, Created for Love, 4 Master Keys to a Life of Purpose and Fulfillment. And I simply attack the 4 core relationships that we need to have in our lives: a love relationship with God, a love relationship with yourself, a love relationship with others, and a love relationship with your world, with your life experience, and with your purpose. You can find me on any social media sites. I'm the only Evans Kamuru in there. I love posting inspirational content. I would love to connect with you that way. You can buy my book at evanskamuru.com or go to Amazon and just search Created for Love Evans Kamuru. And by the way, if you go to evanskamuru.com/free gift, I have a free ebook there that has some ideas that I believe can inspire you to shine your light as well. So again, I'm so grateful to be on here, and thank you so much, Dr. Ken and team, for putting this together.
Dr. Evans, that was phenomenal. Dr. Love, as it sounds like you're getting the brand put on there. I just, leading with disability, that's absolutely incredible. I love that. And I'll tell you, dude, the bald dome, you are pulling it off. It looks great. I would keep that. Absolutely, man. It looks smoking.
I'll consider that, Brian. Thank you so much.
You're welcome, man. Well, take care. Have yourself a great day. Congrats on the honorary doctorate. That's absolutely incredible. And I'm going to be going on to Amazon to get your book.
I appreciate you, brother. Blessings.
All right. Take care. Have a great day.
Yes, sir.
All right. Okay. So next we've got coming on here, we've got Dr. Rastafa Geddes. There we go. I'm hoping I'm getting the Dr. Ross part, which stands for really a scientist. Do I got that correct?
Absolutely. How am I doing? Can you hear me well?
Yeah, great. I can hear you awesome. So a little more background. Neuroscientist, educator, and founder of the GNN Global Foundation, who's championing brain tech education, mental wellness, and community impact based in College Park, Georgia. So you have 8 minutes. It's all about you, Dr. Ross. You go, dude. Tell us all about Bald Beautiful Leadership.
Okay, we'll get to the ballpoint in a minute here. Let's start with the leadership. So you had a couple interesting questions, and so yeah, I kind of wanted to answer those questions in a way that, to be honest, with the crowd and the people, but at the same time to try to offer something. So I'm going to say a few things, but before I get there, I did write down something that I had here that I do want to say. So I've made an acronym for the leadership, and the acronym I have is leveraging education and determination every round. So that's for leader. The acronym for leader is leveraging education and determination every round. And I kind of just came up with that specifically for this. So what it means to me to be a leader, it means to understand what it means to be led, but also with that, understanding that leaders aren't complacent, right? At least effective leaders. So understanding that balance of you want to you want to bring people somewhere, but you have to first find out if those people want to go or if they even understand the journey. So I think to be that leader again is to being able to educate, being able to communicate, right? And bring people together from different levels. And I mean these not physical levels, but cognitive levels of being. So that's what I think of leadership. What do I think, or why did I get into leadership, or why did I get into be a leader? For me, it was not being uncomfortable with my situation. I'm Jamaican made and American raised. I grew up in New York City in the 80s and 90s. And, out of the crack epidemic era, and everything that they were telling us and showing us, to be successful was everything that I wasn't, is what they were telling me. And I didn't understand that to be true from what I know. So what I'm hearing and what I'm seeing were two different things. And so for me, it was finding a way out of that. And then you realize that individuals, want a way out, but may not know or understand how to make their way out. And I think a leader is someone who finds that light and can guide people and give direction. Yes, I think, hold on, I think there was two more. I'm sorry, I'm blanking a little bit there on the last 2 points I wanted to make. Um, But if you wanted to ask me specifically and just give me a second here, I did have two more points I did wanted to make, and one of them was with the bald, and you said how you live in bald or and for me bold. I'm sorry, for me and for bold. I think bold, again, I write this stuff down because there's a lot in the head, but for me, the bold was defined as, or bald as bold, appreciative, likable, and decisive. So being a leader, a bald leader, you have to be bold, appreciative, likable, and decisive. And that's kind of what I came up with for this conversation here today. And then the other thing I wanted to plug was, yes, that I'm a neuroscientist, a STEM educator, and I'm on a mission to bring the college back to College Park by building a BCI, brain computer interface laboratory in my neighborhood. And we're starting by educating kids in STEM education. So that's where the Azimuth books come from. So we do have, let's see if you can see that there, a two-series book. Sorry if you can't see it, but I'll put the link in here, but these two series books, they are actually, Azimuth is a collection of authors who put together A to Z book for children. And we came up with it last year, and now we have book two that just came out. And in book two has STEM professions, STEM, STEAM, or STREAM professions. So science, technology, research, engineering, arts, and mathematics. And we're coming out with book three now, where we're actually having the students contribute to the actual book using some of the AI technologies that we have.
Dude, that's phenomenal, man. I'm looking behind you, and I think I failed out of about as many universities as you've got degrees from by the looks of things. So, what I'd like you to do once we're done, I want you to drop both those acronyms into the chat, please, both the leader and the bald, if you could do that. How what do you think one of the primary leadership characteristics is for those? Because obviously you are a leader, you're a thought leader, everything that you're doing, you're wanting to bring the college back to College Park. How are you doing that through leadership?
Oh man, I get really cool toys um that analyze the brain, and I'm bringing them to school. And basically what I do as a STEM professional, really, um, because of what's going on with education, the idea was, why don't we build our own educational vertical pipeline? So if they pipe in everyone to prison, let's do our own. So we got together three elementary schools where they're physically located. So those students migrate to a similar middle school, same thing to high school, and leads into the college. And now we're building a program along the whole pipeline from kindergarten to higher education to workforce training and employment. So now we have no excuses.
That's awesome, man. Let me ask you one more question here. Um, so, STEM is becoming more and more important with the way that the world's going, and it's getting more and more focus on it. Do kids have to make the choice between STEM and athletics or arts, for example?
Absolutely not, because Science, technology, research, engineering, arts, and mathematics is in everything. It's just like the brain. All roads lead to the brain, right? There's nothing you can do that the brain won't know. Same thing with STEM, STEAM, and STREAM. There's no profession you can do that doesn't incorporate that at some level.
That is great, man. So how do people reach out to find you?
Well, you can find me at or reach out directly at info@GNN. It's like CNN, but with a G. So GNNglobalfoundation.org. Also, I'm a LinkedIn king. You can find me at LinkedIn at Dr. Ross, RAS, really a scientist. And I also want to say, Brian, to Dr. Smiley that Rostober is coming, which is my birthday month, and we have a whole bunch of stuff set for Rostober, and it happens my birthday is on the 14th, so I've just given myself a role in your next Bald-A-Thon, Dr. Smiley. So there we go.
No, that's awesome, man. That's great. I love the difference that you're making. I love the importance. I think people really don't understand the power of what you said about bringing the college, right, back to College Park. Like that's so important, and I think it's really underappreciated. And I commend you for leading that and making that as a goal.
Thank you, sir.
All right, man. Well, you have yourself a great day. Have yourself a great weekend. Thank you for your time. It's Saturday. Go and have yourself a marvelous day, okay?
Bold, and beautiful.
You got it, brother. You take care, all right? Okay, so up next we have Patrick Cook. Okay, so Mr. Cook, because you gave me a phenomenal introduction, but we only got 8 minutes, so I'm going to abbreviate this a bit.
Please
okay?
do.
So, natural born leader and creator. I love that you left Toronto. It hurts me as a fellow Canadian. For the jungles and beaches of Costa Rica back in 2012, led you to a huge personal awakening and a journey of profound transformation. Your life's work is to awaken and ignite each soul for their intrinsic power as the creators of their own reality.
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
I absolutely love that. You are beautiful. You are bald. All right, man. You got 8 minutes. Let's get to it, dude.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Brian. Super grateful to be here with everybody. Again, my name is Patrick Cook. When I think about leadership, the first word that comes to mind is stillness. Now, that might seem counterintuitive to a lot of people, but we live in a world now that there's so much chaos, there's so much urgency, there's so much noise that being still is one of the most underrated forms of leadership. Because when you can stay grounded, when others are losing their minds, when others are spinning out of control, you bring something rare into the room. You bring regulation, and regulated people regulate rooms. We need this now more than ever. It starts right here in the body with your breath, with your consciousness, with your stillness. It allows other people to feel safe. And this has been my mission. I create spaces for people to feel safe enough to be vulnerable, to explore themselves, to express themselves, to do the deep work of healing. Now, that manifests in a lot of different ways. And let me give you a little background on how I arrived at this. So again, I grew up in Toronto. I knew from a very early age that I had something powerful. I had a bright light to shine. But of course, the leadership that I encountered was the authority figures. They wanted me to keep quiet. They wanted me to sit down and shut up. They wanted me to follow the rules. And that didn't really sit well for me. So I ended up becoming a bit of a rebel. I wanted to challenge authority. And that ended up with me, once I had started a family, moving to Costa Rica. I wanted to raise my kids outside of the system, outside of the matrix. And that became my first step into leadership, leading my family and becoming a conscious parent, a conscious partner. And I would say my greatest success has been raising conscious children outside of the matrix in connection with nature. This is such a huge, huge insight. We are not trying to get back to nature. We're not trying to reconnect with nature. We are nature. We don't exist without the sun and the moon and the biosphere and the trees. We are one. And that oneness is what binds us together. Some people call it God or universe or source, whatever lens you want to view it through, it is the same thing. And I believe that fundamentally, we have moved away as a species from that oneness. And this is the root of all the problems that we see in the world. Everything from poverty to war to hate to discrimination all come from one thing, and that is unconsciousness. So, I mean, it's been a challenging path for me to arrive at this place, but I recognize that I wanted to be a leader in the space. I wanted to be of highest service, and that starts with doing the internal work myself. That starts with finding the stillness in order to have the courage to be with what's painful inside me, to whatever trauma I've been through, whatever wounds that I have, and to heal those first. That is the first step in leadership, and the first step for every human, in my opinion, is to take accountability, to take responsibility for your own life, and to do the deep inner work that only comes through at the true deepest level, and that oneness that binds us all together. Because when you crawl inside the shell of the ego, that allows us to commit atrocities against each other, because it gives us the illusion that we're separate, that we're not the same. View for my own benefit, I can take advantage of the environment to exploit it for my own benefit because of that fundamental illusion of separation. And so this became my passion. I wanted to offer spaces for people to do that deep healing work, because if one person is healed and they go out and make a difference, it's a ripple effect. The same with my children. If I can raise conscious children and send them out into the world, that ripple effect only magnifies. And so it's a beautiful, beautiful thing. So I ended up going to, all the conferences, all the retreats, the coaching, the masterminds. And you hear a lot about purpose in those, and impact. Those two words come up a lot in those spheres. And I don't believe that everybody has one purpose. And I think there's too much pressure on people to find their purpose. And I think people mistake it for maybe profession or even vocation. You can show up in your world, and many of us will have many different careers. You could be an Uber driver or a banker or an author, or whatever beautiful, profession you want to have. But your purpose, in my opinion, should be simply this: be a good person, take responsibility, take accountability for your life, help others, and show up and be creative, and die before you die, which is what I'm talking about. Let your ego go, move out of that illusion of ego and into the fundamental knowledge that we are all one and we're all working together. So when I say that my leadership has become about stillness, this is what I'm talking about. That frequency that you embody when you do that deep inner healing work. The energy. You don't need to speak. You don't need to be the loudest person in the room. Your energy, your vibe, your regulated nervous system becomes your impact. And this is what we need now more than ever. People who are emotionally regulated, emotionally resilient, know how to regulate their nervous system, and can show up in difficult situations where there might be opposing views, there might be hatred, there might be division, there might be chaos. And to offer that to the world, your leadership through stillness is the most powerful thing you can offer. And that's what my gift to the world is. And I continue to work on it every day. And that's what my offering to you is. If you'd like to connect with me, social media, I've got nothing to sell at the moment, but social media is the best place. Patrick Cook Life, all one word, on Instagram is probably the best place. Thank you so much. And I really appreciate being part of this community.
Okay, Patrick, like I'm literally trying to keep up with all the notes, dude. You dropped so many literal truth bombs and knowledge bombs in there, okay? And,
Yes.
like one of the things I say to people is, because everybody out there is shouting now
Yeah.
to try and get attention, right? What I tell them is, are you making noise or are you making a difference? What
100%.
what do you think about that?
Absolutely. Well, this is it. When a lot of people, if you look at activists, they want to do well in the world. They want to, go out and make a difference. But if you're not acting from a place of a healed, whole human, you're basically broadcasting your trauma or your wounds or your projection of what should be right onto the world. Right. And so you might think that you're doing good, and all people doing evil in the world generally think that they're doing good. But unless you have come to that place of healed and groundedness, you are just adding to the problem. Basically, you are creating more noise in the world, like you said.
Yeah, and I have a good friend of mine who does a lot of work with first responders, but dealing with their traumas that they've gone through, like you've talked about. But he doesn't talk to them about their work related traumas. He wants to go back further.
Yeah.
Right. Because the traumas that are happening later are coming from traumas that happened earlier.
100%.
Do you agree with that?
Absolutely. I mean, all of our development happens in the first 7 years of life. You are basically a blank slate when you come into this world. So you are at the behest of whoever your caregivers are, typically your parents. Now, if your parents have unhealed wounds, they're going to transfer onto you. And so you inherit a lot from your parents. And I mean, if you had an abusive relationship with your parents or didn't have parents at all, those are all impacts on what the lens that you are going to see the world through. And so we create survival beliefs and mechanisms to keep ourselves safe in those instances. But then when we get to maturity, we don't necessarily challenge those beliefs. And so we remain in a survival mode, with those wounds as the primary force in our lives. Right. And so that's what I say. As adults, we go out in the world, we want to do good, but we're actually operating from those wounds, those childhood traumas. And if we don't go inside and uncover those wounds with our conscious, loving awareness, not with judgment, but with curiosity, then they will continue to run our lives. And that's what we see on the grand scale, from politicians to leaders all over the world. It's childhood trauma just being projected onto the world.
Okay, I'm going to say one last thing, then we're going to be moving on. Okay. You need to be getting together with Dr. Smiley. You have a book.
I do have a book. We spoke about that yesterday.
Dude, I'm serious, man. Everything that you dropped, it's so important to get that out into the world today.
I agree.
Okay? Because you are making a difference. You're just not making noise, and more people need to find out about you and the message you're bringing, brother. I absolutely love it.
Thank you so much, Brian. I appreciate it.
All right, man. Take care. Have yourself a marvelous weekend. My brother went down to Costa Rica. He came back going, I'm buying property.
Right.
So,
it's a magical place. It's got that vibe, man. It's really incredible.
You got it, man. All right. Take care. Have yourself a great weekend.
Bye.
Okay. So who do we have coming up next? I'm seeing Michael Laberci. Is that correct? Did I pronounce it horribly?
No, it's Liberty, but that's okay. You didn't pronounce it horribly. It's fine.
Okay.
It's totally good. I mean, listen, we're both in the bald world, so it's like automatic synergy. Can't do anything wrong in my world, brother.
You got it, man. Okay. Well, you know what? Tell us, you got 8 minutes. Let's go. Tell us about you. Tell us about total disruption. Let's go, and being about bald, beautiful leadership.
Well, the truth is, I feel in leadership, and everyone that's gone ahead of me, I'm trying to fill in a gap that hasn't been talked about yet. But in leadership, we specialize in developing level 5 leaders, and what that means is in the Gladwell system, you have 5 different levels of leaders, and the ultimate leadership is those that can shape and lead others through what they've done, their cause, their purpose. And in my years of coaching, the number one thing I see most people fail at is communicating what it is they're doing, who they are, what journeys they're on. In the world of social media, in the world of being busy, in the world of attention grabbing, short term, ADD life, it is a very difficult situation to try to actually communicate who you are and what you do. Total disruption was created. Total disruption was created for you. The idea that your mission, your leadership, your journey is inspiring to people. The world is missing out unless they hear from you. Everybody has an inspirational story. Everyone can impact somebody in a positive way. Anybody's nugget of a story can lead someone else to transform their life and change. So most entrepreneurs are out there in the world and they're getting intimidated by social media. They're getting intimidated by telling their story. They don't know how, they don't know where. So what we did was we came up with an idea that said, okay, let's go on a podcast and TV show and let's talk about what people are going through, business, personal, emotional, physical. And we bring in people from all over the place and we have them communicate to our members and to our community and talk about their life's journey. And then we create actionable steps so that entrepreneurs and people can obtain those goals. That was all well and good. So the evolution of helping people after helping so many, I can't even count. I've been in the coaching space for forever. We said, let's come up with a better idea. Better idea is we're going to create a TV show that's on the internet, soon to be syndicated around all the fast channels, Roku, Tubi, Pluto, where we have an entrepreneur game show that is like pre-Shark Tank. And we want to tell entrepreneur stories. We want them to get on there. We want to demonstrate who they are. We want to demonstrate what they do. And then we want to have people in a good way compete to see who's executing with the most energy, who's doing things that entrepreneurs do with the most energy, who's impacting their customers, who's retaining their customers, whose customers are talking about them, where are they on social media. And we put together this game show called Total Disruption Boardroom Battleground. And let me tell you what, when you start taking your everyday ordinary entrepreneur, what I mean by the everyday ordinary entrepreneur, the difference between famous entrepreneurs and everyday ordinary entrepreneurs is one word, it's fame. Nobody's any better than anybody else. You guys just talked about it 5 seconds ago, not making enough noise. And it's not about posting on social media. It's about communicating who you are and what your drive is, what your mission is, what your company's vision is, and the way you live your life in accordance with or against whatever it is you do. So when we talk about this, right, we talk about impact. Impact and leadership has to change customers' lives. It has to change somebody's lives. It's an intimidating facet in a lot of entrepreneurs' way. We all say, hey, we're great, we're great, but there's all these self-doubting, limiting beliefs that happen in people's minds. By forcing yourself and pushing the boundaries to organize and tell your story, it creates a framework. It creates a framework or a springboard that an entrepreneur can say, wow, I am totally comfortable communicating with who I am. And in the TV show Boardroom Battleground, this isn't a pitch to join Battleground, but in the TV show Battleground, we help you tell your story. We have a producer, we have self-confession cams. What we do is we create the environment so that people can see what you do. And you don't have to be on a show like Shark Tank. You don't have to, disrupt your life. It's right there in your home. It's a virtual situation. It's fantastic. It's like taking coaching and saying, okay, we're going to showcase this entrepreneur doing the thing, getting more information about doing the thing, and then going out and doing the thing with the new information, and then having a playful competition. It's awesome. It is literally the embodiment of coaching meets media and allowing people to see people for who they are. And the cool thing that I never dreamed possible, when you have a production, you don't necessarily know what part of whatever you submit is going to be shown to the world. See, professional storytellers, I am not a professional storyteller. I have a team that's a professional storyteller. But when you have professional storytellers telling your story, all of a sudden things that you never thought possible impact people. They never, ever, it's to me amazing. And the leadership journey is hard enough. So what our mission is telling people, hey, look, you're amazing. Let's organize your information. Let's get out there, regardless of whether you're bald, full head of hair, whatever it is, whoever you are, doesn't matter. Let's get out there. Let's organize your information. Let's show you a formula that works on television. Let's get you in front of 90 million eyeballs, and let's see how that goes. A little bit more organized than that. So a little bit about me. I started out 20 years ago in the fitness space, and I started working with the top 1% of the DC metropolitan area. And what I did was I listened to the stories they would tell, how they ran their lives, how they ran their businesses, how they planned out everything, how they communicated, how they networked. And I aggregated a bunch of information and I sucked in all this information. And then I developed a coaching program. And when I say a coaching program, it was a national coaching program that I partnered with a guy, and we had over 1,000 members, and I did that for 20 years. And I said, okay, in the coaching space, nothing wrong with anybody who's coaching out there. There's a missing link. I want to be a specialist in showcasing these entrepreneurs instead of getting the coaching. Okay. Instead of saying, okay, I got my coaching. Now I've got to go out and go do the thing. I wanted to do it all simultaneously. So, with a group of coaches and 2 hosts and a bunch of cameras and a producer, the Total Disruption program was founded. And when you cover the mental, the physical, the spiritual, the emotional, the financial, the diligence, the family life, the crazy schedule, right? It showcases all that. So tens of thousands of hours of coaching calls, group calls, masterminds, being the host, flying all over the country, speaking on stages, the whole 9 yards, working with the top 1% of the communities, working with millionaires, billionaires, you name it. I've done it and learned. It's not about me. It's about the information I have learned that I am trying to pass on with my partner, Jake Clendenning, onto these entrepreneurs, onto people, onto business owners. Because again, level 5 leadership means you're driving other people to be their best person and their best self. And most people's business does that. As you can see, I'm on the road right now. Great. I'm on the road right now. And as I'm on the road, busy with my kids, I have to do this thing here. The busy entrepreneur, people get lost in life. You need an anchor system. You need a North Star. And that's where Total Disruption came in. So let me give a couple of people some advice here. If you're a busy entrepreneur and you're struggling a little bit to sort of try to find your way, yes, the self-work helps. Yes, the business work helps. Yes, the schedule and time management helps. As a previous speaker just talked about, as our previous person just talked about so elegantly, it's about staying within. It's about finding the right message, the right mission, and the right path, and then opening up your knowledge and not being afraid to share what it is you do. And it's not being afraid to share who it is you are. Even if it's an avatar that's close to who you are, that's okay too. I know I sound like everyone else when I say authenticity rules, but it really does. The more authentic you can be, the less open for debate your character is, the less open for debate your character is, the more impactful you are as a human being. The number one thing I see when entrepreneurs and people struggle is they worry about, hey, I don't have any hair. Nobody's going to like me. I can't do this. I can't do that. I've never done this. I've never done that. I'm not qualified for. Well, I'm here to tell you, you're more than qualified. If you're an enthusiast in an area and you want to start a business, if you're an entrepreneur who's an enthusiast in an area and you want to grow your business, staying authentic, being who you are, carrying that mission forward and not being afraid to fail, and then amplifying your message, that's the name of the game. It's making the noise. It is amplifying the message, but it's amplifying the authentic message. Even if you think you don't qualify, you absolutely do. Because chances are, and I know this with 100% certainty, everybody who's listening to my words is far better at what they do than anybody else around. I promise you that. You are far better at what you do than anyone else around.
Michael, that's beautiful, man. That dude, I could listen to you all day.
I can speak all day.
We got to move on to the next person. I appreciate it very much. I want to point out one thing that you said. Everyone can impact someone in a positive way. And I think that's absolutely incredible. The other thing that I wanted to say is before you go, how do we reach out to you and where do I apply for the boardroom battleground, man?
Go to total-disruption.com. Total-disruption.com. Taking applications for Battleground all the time. We've got multitude of programs. We'd love to have you. Look for the play symbol here on the shirt. Total-disruption.com. Thank you. It was such a pleasure being here. Next up is my man Jose. I can't wait to hear from him. He's the best. You guys are going to learn a lot from Jose Escobar.
Have a great weekend with your family, dude. Take care. Thank you so much.
Bye.
Bye. All right. So we got Jose Escobar coming on next. Jose, you there for us, brother?
I am here. I am here.
There you go. Bald. Beautiful. Let's get right into it, man. Got 8 minutes. Let's go. I'll be coming back to wave you on.
All righty. So my name is Jose Escobar, the founder and CEO of the Connected Leaders Academy. We're a growing community of entrepreneurs all around the world. As of today, as of this live that we're doing here, we have 538 members. We are in 47 states across the US, and we are in 35 international countries. As a matter of fact, Michael Laversi is a member of our community, so is Dr. Smiley, Ken Rashan, Paul McFadden. A number of speakers are on this amazing event today. The Bald-A-Thon Leadership Series. I love the concept. Love being bald. It's very easy for me to get out in the morning and not have to do anything with my hair, right? so there's that. And so if anybody has a business, you're an entrepreneur and you're looking to get on more podcasts, more stages, speaking engagements, referrals, collaborative partners, JV partnerships, more clients, more money, you name it, the Connected Leaders Academy may be for you. I'm not sure because we got to talk and see if it's a good fit. But I can tell you right now, I vet every single person myself. I've enrolled everybody from 0 to 538 myself. We're very particular about our qualifications and our culture. But with that being said, I go back in time as I read I was looking at my book that I wrote, Winning the Day, An Entrepreneur's Guide to Morning, Evening Routine Mastery. And I can tell you right now, this book is the first book that I wrote and is an amazing book. And back then, and this was back in 2023, we had 225 members, 11 countries, and 34 states. It's amazing what happens when you're laser focused and you keep moving and keep the activity going and stay committed to the process, right? A lot of growth has happened since I wrote this book. And this is the first book that really put me on the map as an entrepreneur because I had a course called the Morning and Evening Routine Mastery Program. I taught people, and I still teach people to this day, all about productivity hacks, high performance. How do you start your day? How do you end your day? What are all the moving parts of high performance and maximum productivity on the bookends of your day, right? It's not just about waking up early or going to bed at a certain time. It's what are the things that you do specifically to move the needle personally and professionally. That's what I'm about. That's what I teach. That's what I started. And then from there, now I'm a coach. I do one-on-one high-ticket coaching. I also do one-to-many in my courses and programs. I'm a professional paid speaker. I travel all over the world and all over the country and do a lot of virtual events like this as well, quite a bit. I'm a 21-time published author. I'm in 20 different anthologies. A lot of books went bestseller, international bestseller. I also have my community and I have my mastermind and I put on events. I do a lot of live and events in person. I have actually an event this weekend in New York City. I'm about to head out as soon as I'm done here that I'm hosting called the New York City Mastermind Experience. I do anthologies as well. I mean, the list goes on. I do a lot of moving parts, but I say all this to say, in the last 5 minutes of my time here, I'm going to go fast and I'm going to tell you how did this all come about? Because I wanted to give you some context. It's about leadership. You have to have tremendous leadership. And when it comes to leadership, I can tell you, number one, I have leadership when it comes to my faith, right? I'm an extension of my creator, right? God. I'm a Catholic. I'm born and raised Catholic and very much a man of my faith. And I lead there. I lead with the Lord first. And then secondly, you got to have self-leadership, right? You got to lead first. You got to lead yourself. If you don't lead yourself, how can you lead others? You cannot be a good leader if you're not doing the right things for yourself. So that's important. And then, of course, if you're a husband and a father like I am, you got to, lead in the home, right? Your wife, your children, the head of the household. That's how I lead at home, right? And leadership starts within the home, outside of yourself. And I love doing that. I'm happily married to my wife, Katie. We have 6 kids. I have an 18-year-old boy all the way down to a 10-month-old boy and everything in between, 3 boys, 3 girls. And that requires leadership. It's not easy raising a family, especially with a lot of things going on in today's world. You gotta have tremendous leadership. And then I gotta lead all the people that I serve, right? I serve a lot of people all over the world. and all over the country, and my clients and people around me, and you name it. So leadership is required. I'm going to give you 5 very important things to consider when it comes to leadership. Number 1 is discipline. Are you disciplined? Are you doing what you need to do, whether you feel like it or not, when it is required of you, right? Discipline is doing those things no matter what. You just got to get things done. You got to have strong habits installed with automaticity in your life to be able to do the things. One of the books that put me out there when it comes to productivity, and that really pushed me to another level, was the 5 a.m. Club by Robin Sharma. I'm a huge fan of that book. And that's really a book that inspired me to write my book, Winning the Day, right? And by the way, the website for my book is winningthedaybook.com. Again, winningthedaybook.com. But discipline is required, right? The next thing is focus. You got to have laser focus. There's a difference between focus and laser focus. You have to be laser focused in what you're doing. You cannot be distracted by the shiny object syndrome of all the things to the left and right and behind you and the things you did in the past. Can I tell you something? You're only as good as your last performance. I don't keep talking about all the things back then and back. I'm constantly doing things in the now, today, right? So what are you doing today to move the needle in your life? What are you doing today to create more impact in the world? What are you doing today to serve the people that you serve at the highest level, right? Those are the questions. Stay focused on the main thing. Keep the main thing, right? Stop majoring in the minors. Focus, focus, focus. The next thing is consistency. Are you consistent? Or are you the kind of person who plugs away and is all in for a week and then you're all out for a week? Or you're all in for 3 days and then you take a day off, then you come back in for 4 days and you take 5 days off. And you can't be like this, like a roller coaster, right? You got to be consistent and you got to keep moving up, right? Anything uphill or anything worthwhile is uphill all the way, like John Maxwell says, right? If you're not feeling the pressure, if you're not uncomfortable, can I tell you something? You're probably plateauing or going downhill in your business. It has to be uphill all the way at all times. Consistency does make a difference. Excellence. Are you showing up with excellence in everything that you do? How you do anything is how you do everything. As a parent, as a father, one of my goals is to have my children catching me in the act of excellence as often as possible. Do they see me praying? Do they see me reading books? Do they see me working out? Do they see me trying to eat healthy? Do they see me doing the things that I preach, right? People are going to do what they see, not so much what you say. Your actions speak so loudly, I hear not what you say, right? So super important, excellence. You got to be excellent in all the things that you do. And there's 10 life domains. You can't be excellent in 4 things and forget about all the other 6 of your life, right? Remember, it's your marriage, your parenting, your finances, your health, your mindset, your intellect, your heart, right? Your social life, your faith. I mean, the list goes on. So are you excellent in all areas of your life? And as I wrap up here, of course, commitment. You got to be fully committed, right? There's a phenomenal quote that I love called commitment to continuity establishes emotional stability. I'll say it one more time. Commitment to continuity establishes emotional stability. Are you committed to your journey? Are you committed to the process? Or are you just poking it with a stick? Are you just involved? Are you just saying that I'm going to decide today I'm going to do something and then you decide the next day I change my mind? You have to be fully committed to anything that you're doing, just like marriage, right? Just like your health, just like making a certain amount of income and setting goals. So many people are goal setters, but they're not goal hitters. And I'll tell you that what the biggest gap between a goal setter and a goal hitter: discipline, focus, consistency, excellence, and commitment. You got to be all in. You got to be all in, folks. And that's my timer. So there's my time. You got to be all in. You have to know that this is what you're doing, why you're doing it, where are you headed, why are you doing what you're doing? That's another thing, right? I mean, I can keep going on this, but leadership comes down to the essentials. And it's a lot of people are not doing the bare minimum things. They are not doing the bare minimum things. You have to be all in all the time, not some of the time, all of the time. Okay. So, and I can tell you this journey that I've been on with Winning the Day, the journey I've been on in business has been one that is so fruitful, so fruitful. I am beyond blessed in terms of what I've been able to achieve. And we're just getting started. But again, it starts with you. It starts with you. You have to believe in you. You have to be your biggest cheerleader. Stop waiting for people to give you permission to be successful. Stop waiting for the right circumstances to come into alignment where, you get struck by lightning or you have this epiphany or all the ducks are in a row. Can I tell you something? That's never going to happen. There's always going to be something going on. There's always going to be tragedies. There's always going to be unforeseen circumstances. It will always rain. The winds will blow. There will be turbulence. There will be brick walls in front of you along the way. As a matter of fact, I just said earlier to somebody, I take notes all the time. I saw this right here and I took a note about it. And it says, the way out is through. Confronted by difficulty, a winner knows the only path is forward. Retreat would mean defeat, and defeat is not an option. Transform hardship into blessings. So, folks, let me ask you that powerful question. Are you pressing through the things? Are you making excuses? Are you finding ways to win? Winners always find a way to win, folks. You have to find a way to win in the midst of whatever's going on in your life. Again, things are going to happen. Things have happened to me multiple times, but you got to keep getting back up. You have to keep showing up as a leader. The world is lacking leadership right now in so many places and so many things. We need more leaders out there. We need people stepping up to say, you know what, I'm going to be the best darn husband or wife I can be. I'm going to be the best father or mother that I can be. I'm going to be the best leader in my business, the best CEO. I'm going to be the best when it comes to my health and wellness. I'm going to be the best when it comes to managing my money. I'm going to lead, and leaders must lead. And we're not just leading, we are creating leaders in the process.
Dude, I like I told Michael, I could listen to you all day, man.
Oh, yes.
We got to move on to the next person. Here's what I am going to say. Hosting for this hour is costing me too much money, man. I already bought your book. It's going to be here on Monday. I'm not a Kindle guy. I'm an actual physical book guy, so I look forward to reading to it. How do we reach you really quickly? And then we got to move on.
Let's do it. I'm sorry I didn't have you on the screen. I was only seeing me. I was waiting for you to pop on. But you can check out my website. It's www.winningthedaybook.com. Again, winningthedaybook.com. And also my website, connectedleadersacademy.com, if you want to learn about the community of entrepreneurs. Greatly appreciate the opportunity. Pleasure to meet you. Thanks for having me.
All right, man. Take care, Jose. Have yourself a great weekend. Say hi to the 6 kids. All right. So moving on, we've got Dino Klein, aka Mr. Clean. Did I get that pronunciation right?
You did. I am the new and improved Mr. Clean, and it started by my father and I launching a soap company, and people saying, "Oh, you're Mr. Clean," and I said, "No, the new and improved, not that old guy, that old ugly dude." But that's where that came from.
Very
Nice to see you, Brian.
Nice to see you too. All right, man. Let's get it on. Let's go, man.
So yeah, I mean, so I usually am wearing my hat, but this is a Bald-A-Thon for the Dino show. So I don't respect to Dr. Smiley. I'll keep the hat off and we'll have a glow on the dome. But when we talk about leadership, to me it's several things. One is service. You know, it's when I talk about service, I get a kick out of people that are entrepreneurs. They go to networking meetings, right? And it's both as it's not so much a strategy, but it's the true my true heart is, so if I meet somebody, I'll say, so Brian, tell me a little bit about more of your business, and well, how do you market? How do you do, are you having any challenges? Well, I happen to be connected with a variety of people. So an ideal client or somebody you'd love to be introduced to, what would that look like? I'd love to be able to help you out. And then that's it, right? That's it. It's not about, look at me, look at my soap company, let me beat my chest, let me tell you how great I am. That's not what interested, letting other people talk. But here, I've had a lot of opportunities that came from service. Matter of fact, I've got a budding film career. That's the Dino show. And actually the Dino and Dr. Smiley show. And that all happened just from service. So it started with the Chandler International Film Festival. And I'll give you cliff notes. We were sponsoring all the after parties, but I was around during the day. I saw people moving some things, and I just started to help them. What? Oh, you're not on staff. I said, well, do you need this moved? Let me help you. So it's about how can I help? What can I do? How can I help someone else's life without any expectation? There's a Japanese term called the love of jige. So if you're in a relationship, if you have the love of jige, you have a much greater opportunity for it to work out. What is the love of jige? Think about, now that gentleman had 6 kids. Now, the amount of time and effort, you think about the love that a father has for their children, the mother has for their children. They do for them. They do for them with zero expectation. When we do for someone else with an expectation, we've already missed the boat. If we're keeping score of what we're doing for other people and not looking at what people do for us, many people take an account of, what have I done for this person? What have I done for this? What have I done for this? That really doesn't matter. Have appreciation. Appreciation is free. Thank you is free. One of my goals is, whatever setting, whatever environment I'm in, that it was better that I was there than if I wasn't there. That I contributed to. Brendan Burchard said, am I giving into the situation, or am I giving in to that situation? So those are some of the things that I look at. How can I serve? How can I help? There's we all believe what goes around comes around. There's a law of causation. I actually recite a mantra, Nam Myoho Renge Kyo. I recite it every morning and every evening to put myself in rhythm with the universe. And literally, it really explains cause and effect. All of our thoughts are causes. All of our words are causes. All of our actions are causes, which then leads to future karma, or what goes around comes around, or doing what's right without, asking for anything back. But since this is about Bald and about leadership, as I run into people who say, "Oh yeah, I remember you," it's hard to forget the dome. It's hard to forget this face. Maybe some people might want to, but it's hard to forget it. So, and people are watching. People are watching. People are, most people are very critical. So, I want to not give them any opportunities to be critical of me. Now, on the transverse side of it, anybody's opinion of me is not my business. The only thing that matters is the guy I look to in the mirror at the end of the day. That's what my father always said. He said, I don't care what anybody says or does. I can't control what they say about me. I can't control what they do. I can only control how I live. What do I do on a daily basis? What do I say? What do I do? That's all I can control. So other people's opinions don't matter to me. Matter of fact, that's one of my things. I've got a T-shirt, right? Right, Dr. Smiley. I am not public opinion driven. If I was, I wouldn't behave this way. And then it's got a really great logo, but I'm not keep this clean. But it's basically blank the PC police. So the other thing with leadership is, you think about some of the greatest athletes. You think about Kobe Bryant. He was in the gym before anybody else and was the last one to leave. Peyton Manning, same thing. He knew the entire playbook before the first day of camp. You never saw him look at his arm to see what the plays were and what the numbers were. He knew it. He studied defenses, going the extra mile, doing more than other people. And Kobe was famous for, doing more before people ever got to the gym than they would do in their entire day. Now, I'm a big Pacers fan. I wasn't, but I loved his work ethic. So leadership, going back to my father, was a great example, taught honesty and integrity. I jokingly say, the reason why I don't lie is because I'm not that smart. If I was lying about different things, I'd have to keep up with them. I'd have to remember what I said. So just always just doing the right thing. And so when we think about leadership, my father and I, when we built a company from scratch, we went down to Bloomington, Indiana, and we set records in a matter of 6 months. We hit levels that most distributors in the country with that business had never even hit. But we did it from 0 to 100 orders in a month in 6 months. And because we were in 7:30 and 8 o'clock in the morning, and we didn't leave the office till 1 or 2, we were willing to do. Here's one of my favorite sayings: I'm willing to do now what most people are not willing to do, so that in the future, I'll be able to live like most people will never be able to live. And I've taken that into anything I've done. I was doing a canvassing gig, for the election, and I was running circles around 30-year-olds because I was working harder, doing more. And again, it wasn't about beating my chest or everybody giving me accolades. It was, what can I do? When I was building a sales company, I was in the field with the people. I was doing the things that people didn't want to do because they were watching. Now, if I'm willing to do those, if I'm willing to say, hey, come with me, let me show you how, Let me, follow my lead. Not, hey, you know why a lot of the distributors of the business, they became distributors, they excited to that level. They got executivitis. Sat behind the big chair. I'm a CEO, I'm a president, I'm this, I'm that. I tell you what, that don't matter to anybody. It does not matter when they see you leading by doing the things with them and for them, making sure. And that's the other thing, that why we were also very successful is because my staff was more important. Their success was more important than mine. Their success was more important than mine. And as far as actually, I just had a note, from Ken, the Dino show. It's actually still in the developing of the content. We're going to be launching, the big American film market. Well, the Dino show is going to be there. And it all started with service. I meant, let me wrap that up. So at the Chandler International Film Fest, I was just helping, and then I was also making some connections. Then later, I got asked to help put together American Film Conference. I don't know anything about films, but what I lacked in knowledge, I made for with effort in developing relationships. That led to Giovanna Salas, the Heart of Hollywood magazine, famous producer, model, actress. She said, I want you to do red carpet interviews. I'm like, what? Then they wanted me to wear this hat. I'm like, I don't want to wear a hat. I don't wear a hat. I'm bald and beautiful. And I did. And then it went through from there to, and after, the American film market, then to the polo events, then it goes to all types of things. And it just led from one to the other.
We got to wrap it up, dude. You're absolutely phenomenal. I'm looking forward to the Dino show. I want to point out one thing you said really quick. I can only control what I say and do. And I love the hat. You're pulling off the ball. You're pulling off. Yeah, dude, that's awesome, man. You look great. There you go. Looking forward to it, dude. Thank you so much for coming on. Have yourself a great weekend. Up next, we have Eric Alston. Eric, are you there and ready to go, brother?
I'm here and I'm ready to go. How are you?
I'm good, Eric. All right, man. We're going to keep this on track. You got 8 minutes. You go. You're bald. You're beautiful. You're a leader. Tell us all about it.
Well, first of all,
actually,
I want to thank God that we're all here and we're all here together. Secondly, I want to say I understand
we have some sound interruption first of all, and Eric, do you have a way of putting that so we can let's start recording again? And Eric, why don't we skip you and wait till you get a laptop?
Eric? I was at a funeral service and it ran the whole day. I didn't get a chance to go back to the hotel.
No problem.
I can't get on the laptop right this moment.
I understand.
Actually, would you like me to take the earpiece out? Would that be better?
No. It's cool. When would you be back at the hotel? Can you do it when you get back to the hotel?
Yes, actually I can. Yeah.
Yeah, perfect. We'll save your slot. I mean, we'll just bump your slot. Okay, no problem.
Okay, no problem.
Because I want to get you a pro episode, right?
Yeah, I absolutely understand. I didn't want to miss the commitment, so I don't know.
Well, that's why you're beautiful.
There we go. You know what? Ditto.
All right. Well, Brian, it looks like Brian, you're good to go to add the next person, and we'll bring Eric in when he comes back.
Beautiful, Eric. Looking forward to seeing you on later. Ken, thanks for that. Okay, who do we have up next, people? Who is next? Well, I might be bringing on Dr. Smiley if nobody else is coming on. Ken, you might have to be some filler, brother.
Oh, there's no filler, brother. It's an honor. So let me. I didn't schedule myself today in case this opportunity did exist. Is there someone that is ready to go in case? Okay, we're gonna go with that being a no. All right.
All right, dude. It's good seeing you. It's been we talk on the phone, but it's good seeing you, brother. You are bald. You are beautiful.
Well, I'll tell you what. Let's make sure the recording started because I don't think it has. I think it stopped, but I don't think it started. And let's turn it off for a second. Wait for Brian to get composed, then hit record because we do the edits afterwards.
All right, we ready to go? Okay. Now, Dr. Smiley, I can very briefly, I love the day that we met. It was all about you. I was sitting there by myself, all alone at a table. You came up to me, sat down. Dude, you're just infectious. I love you, brother, and you have changed my life. So thank you so much for everything that you've done and are doing.
Likewise, man. Thank you. We are so excited about today. It has been a multitude of great speakers, and I'm excited because I just got back from soccer, and Malika, who was our first person, invited me to a gala tonight to meet some Baldies. So it has been an interesting day. But here's the thing about being a leader is you got to be flexible, and I'm just so happy that this team is able to roll with the punches. I mean, we are fine tuning this. It has been 4 different-a-thons, and we just found out from 2 celebrity chefs that they would like to do a chef's holiday where they have 52 chefs. So I'm elated that this media and this publicity is giving people a voice that are heart-centered leaders. So I guess in my spontaneous 8 minutes, I would like to say that my dad, being a military officer and going to the Vietnam and representing our country, inspired me to step into that same role. I didn't do any hardcore killing battles or wars, but I did go through ROTC at Johns Hopkins. And my main thing I wanted to do was just be commissioned, that I did my part to step up, and that I would, if I got called to serve, that I was ready to do so as a leader. And my son's in Boy Scouts right now. So I think between Boy Scouts and serving in your military, I think that's just a great way to embody some skill sets that leadership does bring to the forefront. And I don't think any particular leadership style is perfect. I think they all have their pluses and minuses. I prefer my leadership style to be more about collaboration, team, trust, really passing the baton to people and letting them be the leader. So that would be my style of leadership. And the reason we picked leadership for this is because I have gone to probably about 6,000 events. And it isn't that people that aren't bald aren't impressive. It's just I was inspired by how many people I kept seeing that would walk on stage and walk off stage and just have that clean, confident, charismatic look. And I started just noticing it was like there was this extra spark of, hey, I'm connected to you. Or I just noticed that the brother or sister comment came in play, and it was felt. It was felt. It wasn't just said. And so this was probably a good, I don't know, 10 years ago that I just started noticing. I started taking more pictures of cute smiling leaders that happen to have hair follicle challenges. But my baldness, not that this is the topic of the conversation, but you choose to be bald, or you choose to carry, I guess, a mismatched scalp. So I was done with my military days. I was teaching physics and chemistry in PG County, and I was turning to the chalkboard, and I heard some laughing in the background, and so my kid says, "Mr. Roshan, you got a spot. You got your dome is starting to show." And I don't know if they use the word dome, but they said you got a bald spot. And I was cognizant of the fact, am I trying to hide something, or am I just going to be it? So I did the mirror thing where you check your mirror backwards, and sure enough, it was about that big of a spot. And I said, wow, that is thinning quick. And I'm only 39. And so I said, you know what? I'm just going to try it out, see what it looks like. Shaved it. I got compliments. And I said, this is my new look. So I have found that it is less expensive. I'm sure all bald people will agree. It's less expensive to keep this haircut. But I think more importantly, you just stop thinking about, I guess, the egotistical side of what hair does for you. Do I look right? Am I looking young? Do I have to color my hair and all that stuff? So I just want to say that I guess my reason for restating this is that when I see a leader who speaks and they are an influencer, an author, whatever, I think they just seem to be focused on, boom, this is nothing to worry about. I'm focused more on you. I'm done with my thing here, my ego thing. So I've just been excited about the people I've met, and the list of people that have spoken today, I'm extremely close with, and they trust me so much, and I am so grateful that they do, that I asked them, please nominate the best person you know. And I think the quality of this Bald-A-Thon has been demonstrated by people stepping up, people being fluid, people being flexible. And I think the number one thing about leadership is, how are you dealing with the situation? So in the background, My team is volleying and communicating. There's hundreds and hundreds, if not 1,000 messages back and forth by the end of an a-thon of what do you got here? Are we ready for here? And there's just a lot of communication. So I am grateful for them. I am elated that I can trust that if a gap happens and I have to go, not have to, I choose to go and support my son at soccer and keep my word there, that the thing doesn't fall apart. And I want to say that there's a lot of people that have called in last minute and said, hey, is it still available? Can I get in the Bald-A-Thon? And there is another Bald holiday. It is October 14th, and it's Bald and Be Free Day. And so we are going to make a hybrid of influence and leadership. So influence will be people that have over 10,000 followers in any platform, and leadership will be part 2 of anyone that wasn't able to be part of this event. I think leadership is the most important thing that you can possibly talk about in especially a world where the climate is divided by hate, anti-collaboration, fear, division. And the leaders who bring the world together, we mentioned several earlier, but one that sticks out is Gandhi. And I just know that shows like this have a ripple effect and a community effect and a support effect that allow us to be stronger as individuals, as leaders, and as communities. So I have a book that I showed earlier, and I also have a directory. So if you would like to get any of the books free that we have included in this demonstration here is a directory of all the Smile Channel shows. And in 3 months, this amazing team has produced over 151 shows, which is really, and then we have all these new shows that are coming out. The key, I think, to the success of this is the practice. And I think it's also the determination that you're going to continue until you get it right. And so we've learned a lot about what it is to throw a media show. And that's why this show is tightened up with regards to no matter what happens to us, we know how to volley the ball. But in the future, October 14th included, we intend to bring the community together, learn how to play bigger together, learn how to host, come on and off the show, make better points, make better speaking presentations. And so I'm just very excited when I see Brian Livingston, who has done 2 books with us, Matt Fleming, who has been on 3 of these a-thons, and how his presentations are getting tighter and more confident. So, this is a great place to practice. It's a great place to get publicity. But I guess the last thing I would like to share about not just leadership, but about showing up as a leader is that your heart and your mind are the content with which you operate your program. And the distribution of that is how you say yes and take action when there's an opportunity like this or another opportunity to speak. I want to give a big shout out to Jose Escobar specifically. And he has an organization called CLA. And that is a wonderful organization that brought 6 of their leaders, the Leaders Academy, to this event. And I've been to his events. I have seen his heart. I've seen his consistency and his compassion and his leadership. And he is a big thumbs up. The other folks you'll be seeing more of are our sisters who are bald, and specifically Tracy Monique. And we had Malika Cooper. But there is all the bald sisters. Honestly, they brought in anywhere from 1 to 2 or 3 people, and it changed the dynamic of this being a very well-rounded conversation about leadership and inspiration and passion and purpose. So I would like to just complete my thoughts by saying, Brian, you are one of my heroes. It's not because you have a great haircut, just so we're clear. You do have a great haircut. That's just a given. But it's because you show up. I have never called you and you not say, how can I help? Or just immediately, that's what you need. Yes, I'm there. So thank you so much for being an example of what we're portraying today, but what it is to actually enjoy life at the fullest. And there's not a bigger compliment you can give another human than saying, I'm here when you need me.
Well, you know, Ken, I appreciate that. And one of the things I'd like to point out, first of all, you're the king of collaboration. Okay. But the reason why that works so well is because you are committed to those people. And from that, they give you their commitment back. So it's starting with you, and that is just the best way that you lead. And I'm so appreciative to you. So thanks for filling in, dude. You're absolutely amazing. I'm looking forward to doing more books with you. I absolutely love it. I think next I get to pass the reins over to Mr. McFadden. Miss Paul, are you there?
I am here. Can you hear me?
Beautiful. I can hear you. Do we get to see you too?
Oh, we're waiting for them to start the video.
Okay. Oh, the moderator. Come on.
The mod, the powers that be.
Exactly. You got it, dude.
All right, we'll start the video.
There you go. We coming on?
I think so. Here we
There
go.
we go. There you
Boom.
go. All right, man. Well, I'm going to pass the reins over to you. You're bald. You're beautiful. Looks like we got Terrence coming on next. So you guys take it away, man. Good luck with it.
Awesome. Thank you, Brian, and thank you to everyone who has spoken before. We've had some phenomenal speakers sharing some great insights. If you haven't been taking notes, you need to be taking notes. That's for sure. I think that was one of the pointers that was given earlier. However, I am going to be bringing up next, I believe that's Terrence Jackson.
Okay, it looks like we may be frozen. Is that just me or is that?
Yeah, it's frozen.
Okay, well, Terrence, are you there?
No. Let's see. Paul, are you good?
That is interesting. I think I'm good now. Let me do a couple things here in the background real quick. Make sure my computer is not the problem. Appears okay now.
Okay, and
I have everything shut down, so that should not be the problem.
and it looks like we might have lost Terrence. So, because I did see him on, but now I'm not seeing him on. So maybe we'll fill in for a minute. Brian Williams is next, it looks like. Brian, are you there? Paul, if not, tell us more about you, brother. I want to know about
I can jump in anytime, guys.
Okay,
Who's that?
there we go. I'm signing off, Paul. Take care, bud.
Very good. Thanks very much. So was that Brian Williams?
That is indeed Brian Williams.
Awesome. Brian, my bald
How are you?
brother. I'm doing well, my beautiful human. How are you doing?
Amazing. What a day, right?
Oh, it's been an amazing day. I'm glad everyone here is adaptable.
Leadership, baby.
This is leadership, baby. This is leadership right here. Absolutely. But Brian, I'm going to turn it over to you. You have about 8 minutes. I'll be watching the time, but let's take it away. Talk about bald leadership and what inspired you to be a leader, all those things. Everybody's looking at you, my brother.
Okay, well, here we go. So, and I'm looking at all of you. So, yeah, happy to be here. Been tuning into the other Baldies here. What a blessing to be part of this. So I'm gonna share a couple of stories. Maybe take a different twist here a bit, and start with this. So, for decades, on the outside, I was perceived as the successful businessman, family man. Wife 30 plus years, grown kids, all successful in their own right, leading teams, leading companies. But on the inside, I was a wreck. I was a complete, absolute mess, and suffering from what is known as chronic anxiety. I woke up with it. It was woven throughout my being, throughout my day. I went to bed with it. It woke me up at night, and my solution at the time was to use alcohol to numb those dark feelings. And obviously that's not a great solution. What I come to learn is that there's kind of this hidden epidemic, I'll call it, of burnout, overwhelm, comparison syndrome, and anxiety and fear among a lot of our leaders and business owners and community leaders. And so, I've come to today where I've coined this term ROIP, return on inner peace. And I want to walk you through a couple of stories on how this might benefit you as a leader, or if you're not a leader and you're just listening to us. So in 2021, in December of 2021, my then 15-year-old son Tyler approaches me and says he has some things important to discuss. And he tells me how much he loves me, and he loves when I do homework with him and make costumes for his cosplay activities and take him to lunch, and he really loves that, Dad. And I said, oh, that's nice. And then he transitions the conversation to say, but Dad, I'm afraid. I live in fear here. I'm afraid of the dad that drinks. I'm afraid of the dad that yells at mom, that breaks glass, that slams doors, that blacks out drunk. And you can imagine how I felt then, how much shame I felt, and just the overwhelming emotion that I was going through in that moment. And I knew in that moment that I was done drinking alcohol. I didn't know how, I didn't know what I was going to replace it with, but I knew that had to be over. And so that took me on a journey. And about a year after that day, in December of 2022, a friend of mine in town, Shannon Ray, invited me to this breathwork session. And at that time, I did not know what breathwork was. I had never heard of the term. And so I decided to go because I was drawn to going. I bought a yoga mat for the first time because I was asked to bring one. I show up at this old church in Vegas. And when I show up, imagine, me coming from this background. I'm wearing sweatpants, an old gym shirt. I carry my brand new yoga mat wrapped in cellophane. And there's all these people that candidly to me look like something out of a scene from a 1960s film on the corner of Haight-Ashbury in San Francisco. I didn't look like them. I didn't feel like them. I didn't sound like them. I didn't smell like them. I was feeling kind of out of place. But anyway, I calmed down. I get into this church, and after calming down and just sitting down and doing what the other people were doing by rolling out their yoga mats, I decided I'm going to do this. I'm going to open up my heart. I'm going to open up my mind. I'm going to stop complaining internally about what's going on here because I felt really weird. And I did the breath work, and I just followed the instructions of the facilitator. And during this, I had what I now know to be a bit of an awakening experience. And it was the first time I could remember ever feeling peace, ever feeling bliss, joy, love, gratitude, and none of the dark feelings, none of them. And so I'm like, wow, this is it. I found the solution, right? And so I ended up studying with this facilitator for the entire year of 2023. And I learned all about breath work and sounds and movement and pranayama and all these ancient modalities of healing. And practice now on a daily basis, and I volunteer my time helping other business owners with learning these practices so that they can also achieve inner peace and experience the benefits of that. And it turns out we've all experienced this. We all experience this, whether it's all the time or it's sometimes. And as I looked back at my life, and I started to remember times where I had it. And it was so obvious. I just didn't recognize it. And even years before I stopped drinking, I was one of the leadership positions I had was I was a scoutmaster. Ken, you were just talking about your son in scouts. Well, I was a scoutmaster for 7 years here in Vegas, and on one of our outings, I was leading a river trek down the Colorado River. And on the first night of camping, I'm sitting there on the shoreline of the water, kind of in the mid-afternoon, watching the sun glistening on the water, and it was beautiful. And I was sitting next to all the other scout leaders, watching the kids, filling up their water jugs for the dinner time. And I had this vision of one of the scouts losing their footing and getting swept down the river. And it just occurred to me to jump into the river and rescue this person. And so as I'm leaping into the river, the scout does in fact get swept down the river. I yell life jackets because I didn't have one, the scout didn't have one. And now both of us are literally screaming down this river. I'm holding the scout up above the water. And during this entire experience, I didn't know, it was totally unknown. I didn't know if this would work or not, but I had no fear. I had no anxiety. I was just running on what I now call universal energy, universal intelligence. And I was at peace in this chaotic environment where life and death was at hand. And we're all familiar with the story of Captain Soley landing that plane in the Hudson River back in '09, right? I mean, how chaotic could that have been? He had minutes to figure out how to do this successfully in total unknown. And the amount of calm and precision and just peace that he must have had to be able to field all the things that were happening in what appeared to be chaos allowed him to save 150 lives, 155 lives, in fact. And so it's possible that we can have this inner peace and achieve things as a leader that might seemingly feel or be impossible, yet they're not. And we all have this ability. And so I'd like to just invite you to do something simple. And each day, take a pause and just breathe. I'm not going to teach any fancy breath work today. I don't have time for that. But if you're interested, reach out to me. I'm happy to share it with you. But just take a pause, sit by yourself, take some deep breaths, and just look inside. Look for that inner peace and be grateful for being alive. And anchor in that moment, and then lead with peace, lead with inner peace. And let's create leaders that are not only driven and inspiring and powerful, but leaders that lead from this inner peace and spread the love. We need this in the world. Ken, you just mentioned something like that earlier. We need this. And if you want help in achieving this, I'm happy to help you. That's what I do. That's my purpose here on earth. I don't charge you for this. Just reach out. I'm happy to help.
Well, I know that Paul has a question for you. And Paul, do you mind if I ask this question?
Certainly, go right ahead.
I don't see bald.
There you go.
Bam.
I wasn't gonna let you get away with that. I
you know what? I forgot I was wearing the beanie.
Keeping everybody honest
calling
here.
Me out.
No, Brian, such a wonderful story. I mean, look, I mean, you being very authentic and vulnerable, sharing your experience and your journey, just with anxiety and just how you cope with that. And then, of course, certainly your introduction to breath work certainly is one of the tools that I use as well. But I love this, the powerful but simple invitation. Take a pause, just breathe, and just look for the inner peace within. That is the power of stillness. And I know someone was talking about stillness a little earlier. So Portalize, it was talking about stillness earlier. And so it sounds so simple.
I think, Paul, the reason that more of us don't believe in this or do this is because it's just too simple. And our ego gets in the way and it says, it can't be that easy. It can't be that simple. It is.
Why wouldn't, if it was that simple, why wouldn't everybody do it? That's the question I ask every day.
Exactly.
Indeed. Brian, how do people get a hold of you? What's the best way to
call me. I mean, I'm old school. I'll give you my phone number. It's 702-600-1470. Just call me or text me, 702-600-1470. Follow me on Facebook, Brian A. Williams. You can message me there as well. Happy to help in any way.
Absolutely. My brother, thank you for being such a gift to this group and sharing your insights. And we look forward to seeing you soon. I'm going to connect with you as well.
I can't wait. Thanks, Paul.
I look forward to it. Thank you. All right. Who is next up on the guest list here? Who do we have next? Because we've had so many amazing speakers, and I know we've been adapting and moving and transitioning. And so looks like we have Daryl Halsey the second. Am I pronouncing your last name correctly?
It's actually Daryl Hulse.
Daryl Hulse the second.
Yep. Named after my dad. I can't turn on my video.
Show up, Daryl.
Yeah.
So Paul,
I can't turn on my video, so I'm assuming it's Paul. No.
Well, we'll see if the team can turn it on.
It's not.
Okay.
And don't turn on video yet.
Yeah,
But Paul, there's a reason I'm not trying to interrupt your beautiful hosting ability, but obviously when someone wears a cap, I couldn't let that go. I mean, that was
well, I was looking at it too. I said, where's the bald head, man? And I was going to say something too, but you beat me to it. You popped on. I said, he's got it.
Well, and by the way, if we were talking and you said you had it, then I was going to do it. Hey, Daryl, can you move down just a little bit so your face is a little more like us, like it's dominating the screen? I mean,
What's
like
that?
no, I'm talking about your screen. Can you move it up a little bit so that you're not cut off? The most important part of you is obviously your face and your.
We want to see the head.
Can you
So
see
Paul, Yeah, I can see you, but you should come in a little more and let Paul see this beautiful haircut. No, the reason I say this is he shaved for the show.
He did.
Yes,
Yeah.
not only did he do that, before we hit record, which I'm happy for him to even show this possibly. This is this is my brother Daryl. We've been communicating. Yeah, that's Daryl as of like
yesterday. Well, you know, I'm about the congratulations. I'm gonna tell you what, I made that decision to shave my head when I was 25, and I did it. I had a full head of hair, had no problems, nothing was going on, and I decided I needed to make a change.
Well, Evans
And
and Daryl are our two people here so far that have shaved their head to talk about leadership, and that by itself is a commitment. So I'm gonna jet out, hit the record button, and thank you so much, Daryl, for being here. I just want to say hello and thank you for showing up the way you do.
Awesome, thanks, Ken. All right, my brother Daryl, where are you?
I'm over in Pacific Grove, actually. I'm in by Monterey, California.
Okay, awesome, very good. Well, I'm gonna
they
turn
just
it
had
over
the
to
car
you.
show around here. It was really nice. You just see these $10 million cars on the beaches.
Also, all the expensive ones, the Lamborghinis and the Aston Martins and all that.
Oh yeah, and those old Porsches that are like one of a kind from the 1930s or something, or like those spiders that are 1944 ones. But yeah, I'm Daryl. I'm Daryl Holtz II, named after my dad. I have known Ken for a little bit there. I've been I've been speaking at these different events that he's had. Oop, there's my cat. I didn't shave her bald. For what my purpose is, for what my purpose is, I'm trying to make the world a better place. The way that I'm trying to do that is through the health industry. And by changing how we think about health, how we approach it. Right now, our company, Dream Body, is in beta phase. And we work on peptides and GLPs, but we have a myriad of products that are going to be releasing. But the way that we're working on making the world better is by introducing better health. I'm going to make videos on wellness, fitness, health. I have been exercising every day, and I've lost quite a bit of weight from all of the exercise. Babe, can you take the cat from us? she just wants to hang out with me. Yeah. And so, oh wow. Yeah. Anyways, yeah. So a little at a time, we progressively have been applying ourselves in different areas, right? I'm working with an art collection over in Washington, D.C. With Phil Matola's works. I've been working with Dream Body to help to get out there the peptides. We're in the beta phase, so we're right now making sure that everything that people order gets sent out to them. And one of the big things I've cared about for the majority of my life is spreading peace and love. Like it says in the book of Matthew, blessed be the peacemakers, right? And so my goal is to make peace. I've gone to peace summits. I've gone and spoken at the Royal Peace Summit that was in 2022, I believe. And I got to speak with people who were like a Lama, Rigzin Dorji Rinpoche, and then also my good friend, His Eminence, Tulku Choyin Yeshi Rinpoche, and Queen Maria, as well as many of the other people that attended the event. I got to go and speak about peace, encourage it, and dialogue about how we can make the world a better place. And slowly but surely, we've been seeing more people attending those, but we just need all the nations to start encouraging more dialogue and less problems. And so yeah, one of the big things that we try to do is, and it has to happen on a individual level, not just a macro level. Like each person could be making a mission to be more peaceful with another person. They don't need to depend upon something larger. If they have peace with their neighbor, their friends, their colleagues, it spreads. If you love your neighbor, you love your colleagues, you love your family, you make a commitment not to act out anger and aggression, act out unrighteous anger, and you're not, it's different than being fair to someone. If you're kind of irritated, that's different than malice. And so one of the, it's not just physical health, it's also spiritual health. If you're less angry, less prone to anger, you do things like seek therapy, seek counsel. My wife's a therapist, so I know the benefits that people see because she has to take notes and show progress with everybody who's her clients. There's certain expectations when it comes to therapy that people improve, and people often will think that maybe, some things don't serve any purpose. No, it serves a purpose when you progress. It may not be drastic. It may not be instant gratification like most of society's used to with social media, because they don't show they show the 8 years, but they show it in 8 minutes. When in reality, it took the whole 8 years to make that change. It's like weight loss. Weight loss isn't immediate. It takes weightlifting. It takes, proper health practices, things like supplementation. Something like a peptide's not just going to cover everything, just like a GLP-1 just won't cover everything. You also have to exercise on your own. And those types of changes on an individual level make the world, at least the individual's world, better. And each person whose life is better, each person whose life is affected, they end up bringing that better self to their loved ones, to their family, to their friends. And because of that, you start to see the world transformed by our own improvements. It makes it easier to have peace, love, prosperity if we're each focused on creating more, better decisions that lead to that reality for ourselves. And to the extent that we can, to the extent that we understand to, it's always a good leader listens to others. A good leader will seek out the information rather than just expect it all to fall on their lap. And so as time progresses, more and more people we encourage to work on bettering themselves and getting, people into leadership. This is, Dream Body RX. We actually made this. We made the branding. We put everything together. We have a great team. And it wouldn't have happened if it was not for a group of leaders all coming together and working together. And one of them just happens to be bald. Yeah. And so.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Amazing. Awesome. So, I mean, I love the work you're doing, and obviously your purpose, wanting to, make a big difference in the world. I'm curious as to kind of what inspired you to be the leader. What's the personal story? I know there's some connection here.
Yeah, I mean, a big thing is, when you're married, you start to pursue a lot of the ideas that you have, right? And for me, I've always tried to build multiple businesses all the time. I tried to build a guitar business when I was 19 years old after working in a factory. I was working in a factory called Hunter Industries. And so I ended up building a guitar out of plywood, a screw, 2 nails, and a beer bottle and a guitar string. Nice. And then I tried to build a lot more, and then I figured out it's a little harder with the varying materials. Like tin bends when you put steel into it, which I didn't think about when I was 19. And I got all these guitar necks and ukulele necks, and I was planning to make ukulele tin guitars, and then or ukulele tin guitar tins, and it just didn't pan out the way I thought it would. But I saw plenty of people make stuff out of cardboard, and so year after year, I started to think, okay, let's try these different things. Dream Body wouldn't have happened without Genoa King and Mona Viola. If it wasn't for them, then yeah, it wouldn't have happened, because they had the connections to the pharmacies, they had the connections to the to the doctors, to the entire team, and even had the vision to connect doctors and the platform itself, so that we have a telehealth platform on it. So people can actually get telehealth without having to drive all the way. Some people live in towns where it's 2 hours away to get to the local hospital.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And so for people who they know repeatedly what their prescription is going to be, they can actually become a member, and then through their membership, they get 4 visits per year. And so, for people who know they have recurrent problems, yeah,
that's awesome.
That's something
That's
that
awesome.
helps.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah. So that creative mind, obviously, that's started the inventor's mind, but then, just the entrepreneurial spirit. So that's awesome. So, how does one find out more about DreamWorks, Dream Body? Excuse me, DreamWorks,
So
Dream Body.
we have a website, Dream Body RX, dreambodyrx.com. So you can go to
Awesome.
dreambodyrx.com. We also have an Instagram page. Yeah, or just reach
Awesome.
out to me.
All right. Well, Daryl, thank you for being here. Thank you for sharing your wonderful story, and certainly the Dream Body RX Dream, right, in beta, but soon to be in full swing. We look
Yep.
forward to seeing how that launch goes, and keep doing what you're doing, my beautiful brother.
Awesome.
And thank
you, Paul.
thank you for shaving the head.
Yeah.
That's leadership right there, everyone. That's leadership right there.
I
All
thought,
right.
oh, this is fun. Shave the head. It's like all the
Awesome.
time. I'm part of it. Cool.
All right.
Awesome.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Daryl. I appreciate you. Thank you very much. All right. Next up, we have Dan Gingiss. Is I'm saying it correctly, Dan?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Very well pronounced.
Awesome. Very good. We're going to bring you up on stage. Look at that. Look at that beautiful head right there.
Well, I got to show you something else, my friend. You ready for this?
Let's
My
see.
kids
Let's see
got
it.
me this shirt.
Now, there you go.
Yeah.
Everybody take a shot of that. Do a screenshot
see?
right there.
I've never been able to wear it on a podcast before, but here we go.
Here you go. Here you go. That's awesome, Dan. Well, Dan, thank you for stepping on the stage. We're going to hit record and we're going to go. So I am bringing up Dan Gingiss, and another beautiful bald human being who's got a lot to share on leadership and how he's making a bald difference in the world. And Dan, I'm going to leave it to you. You have about 8 minutes.
Well, thanks, Paul. It's a pleasure to be here. I do want to share with your audience my shirt because I wore it special just for this video segment here. Got it from my kids, actually. So proud to be bald and beautiful. My name's Dan Gingiss. Hello, everyone. I am the experience maker, and I got my start in corporate America as a marketing person for about 20 years. And then I slipped into the customer experience world. And it occurred to me that customer experience is actually your best form of marketing because it drives word of mouth. And I've been hearing all of these inspirational people that you've been interviewing. And one of the things that is really
Hey, Dan, let me stop you 1 second because I just got a note that the record didn't start for some reason, so they need to restart it. So
All
I
right.
apologize. So we're going to reset. Everybody take a deep breath. Everybody take a deep breath.
And he definitely needs to show off that shirt. There's no way.
I will. I'll do it. Don't worry.
All right.
I'll try
Everybody
to hide
breathe. Take a deep inhale, deep exhale. We hit a reset. We got another sexy bald man here.
They haven't stopped record. They're in record mode. Always do a fresh record when the host says ready record.
All right. Are we ready? Let's see. Ready.
Sorry, Paul. Kill record. And Paul, when you say ready record, they'll hit record and you'll go.
Okay, great. All right. We are ready to record. And now I'm bringing up next Dan Gingiss, another beautiful bald human being who is going to share his thoughts and insights on leadership and how he's making a bald difference in the world. And what was the special thing you called yourself? What was your slogan?
The Experience Maker. That's my
The
brand.
Experience Maker. I love it. I love it. And you got a sexy shirt too. Let's see the shirt.
I do. Well, here you go. I wore it just for you here today, Paul. My kids got me this shirt, and I felt like I don't usually wear it on video podcasts, but I thought this was the perfect one to wear it. So
awesome. Well, I'm gonna let
thanks
you
for
have your
having
8
me.
minutes and jump in.
Awesome. Well, hello, everyone. My name is Dan Gingiss. As Paul mentioned, my brand is the Experience Maker, and I am all about creating remarkable experiences that your customers can't wait to share. So I got my start in corporate America, working in marketing for some big companies that you've probably heard of, Discover Card, Humana, McDonald's, and I worked in almost every marketing channel there is. And then I fell into customer experience, and I realized that customer experience was actually a better form of marketing than any of those other channels. Why? Because it generates word of mouth. And I've been listening to all these inspiring people here on this show. And how do we get their voices louder? How do we get their businesses to grow? Word of mouth. We need people talking about them, right? And it's always better when somebody else is talking about you than when you're talking about yourself. And this works in every single industry. And I have the pleasure as a keynote speaker now today. I do keynotes, workshops, coaching and consulting, and I work across pretty much every industry. I like to joke that if you have customers, I can probably help you. And that goes from fast food restaurants to literally oil and gas companies, heavy machinery, promotional products, any of it, because the way to stand out today is to have a unique experience. So think about the options. We could compete on price, except that's a losing game. It's a race to the bottom. Just think about the gas stations that are right across the street from each other, right? One of them brings down gas by a penny, the other one copies, and then down they go. And as consumers, we might like that. They're giving away the gas for free at some point, but probably not a good business model. We could compete on product or service, but the problem there is almost everything today can be copied. And here I think about one of the most innovative companies of our generation, which was Uber. And nobody would deny that they absolutely, completely reset the transportation industry, not just the taxi industry. And yet today you get in a car at the airport, and chances are you can't tell if you're in an Uber or a Lyft because the driver's probably working for both companies. And so now the product itself is indistinguishable from its competitor. And I think that's an issue. So if we can't compete on price and we can't compete on product, the only thing that's left is experience. And this is what I teach people to do all over the country, all over the world. I look at my job as to create a remarkable experience for audiences while inspiring them to do the same for their customers. And yeah, we can do this in our personal lives as well for our personal brands. Again, as we're trying to get our message out to more people, instead of just shouting from the rooftops, if we can get other people talking about us, that's going to be far more effective. And so since we're talking about books today, I just released the second edition of my book. It's called Becoming the Experience Maker, Turn Everyday Interactions into Remarkable Customer Experiences. It's actually an expanded edition of my first book, which was just called The Experience Maker. I added in a whole bunch more of case studies and real life stories from companies that are just so fun. They're all positive. One of the things about my brand is I'm all about positivity. I only want to highlight the companies that are doing it right because we know that the ones that are messing up, they get hit on pretty hard in social media. And so I don't need to pile on to that. So the book is really about here are lots of amazing companies doing things right and using a methodology that I created called Wiser, because I want everybody to be wiser than their competition when it comes to customer experience. And Wiser stands for witty, immersive, shareable, extraordinary, and responsive. And these are really 5 steps to how you can stand out with experience so that you don't have to compete on price or on product. Doesn't have to be expensive, doesn't have to be operationally complex. We don't need to invest in millions of dollars of technology or AI. It's really about getting the little things right. And if you think about your experience as a consumer or maybe as a business person, and maybe you're buying things for your business as well, you think about who we buy from. Well, we buy from people that we like, and we buy from companies that make us feel good. We go to restaurants that treat us well, not just give us good food, but give us a good overall experience as well. One of the people I interviewed for the book was actually a former Iron Chef and Top Chef. And I asked her about the importance of the food at her restaurants versus the importance of the experience. And I got to be honest, I expected as a chef that she was going to tell me like 80-20 food, but she didn't. She said it was 50-50. And I think she's absolutely right. I had another restaurateur tell me I can have fantastic food and terrible service and I won't have any customers. But if I have good food and great service, then I have customers forever. So that's a little bit about me, Paul, and I am about inspiring people to create remarkable experiences, which hopefully has a ripple effect down to all of us because we're all consumers in our real lives.
Awesome. Awesome. Dan, thank you for sharing your wonderful experience and making that really concise. I love the book in your second edition. How does one, two questions, actually three questions. One, can you drop the wiser methodology back in either in the chat or just tell everyone what what that acronym stands for? Because I think that we don't want to miss that. I got witty and I got immersive, and I didn't get the SE and R.
Sure. It's shareable, extraordinary, and responsive.
Shareable, extraordinary, and responsible.
Responsive. So we want to respond to our customers whenever they're talking about us. It could be in social media, it could be on ratings and review sites, etc.
Awesome. And how does one get the book, and how do they contact you?
The book, it should be available anywhere you shop for books. So I won't name any of the big brands, but you can go there, you can go to independent bookstores, and you should be able to order it. And then to find me, I'm pretty easy to find. Nobody else has my last name. So if you just Google me, you're going to find me. You'll find my website, LinkedIn, all the places that I am.
Awesome. But thank you, my bald brother. It's such a wonderful to have you here today, sharing your insight and knowledge and wisdom and what you're doing to make a bold difference in the world. We thank you for being here, and we look forward to. I'm going to connect with you. I've already done that. Hopefully, you've seen that, and then we shall have further conversation.
Well, thank you. I really appreciate being here today, and shout out to all my bald brothers and sisters out there.
Awesome. Thank you, Dan. All right, we will pause that recording and bring up our next guest. Who is the next person on deck? Now, wasn't that amazing?
It was amazing.
It was amazing. Dan was amazing.
I do love it when people bring, look at that. Who do we have here? Lee Tom. And by the way, Paul, thank you so much for doing a wonderful job hosting. There's been some influx, obviously, when we're getting last minute scheduling done that people either didn't know it was supposed to be a certain time or they didn't get a link. Oh, look at that. Dino, you're not up again. There's no way.
I think Dino's
trying to steal the show.
Is he the next host, or is he?
Yeah. He might be. Is he the next host? Dino, are you the host next? You are.
Mr. Clean.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I am.
Very good.
I wasn't trying for a second plug.
Sure you were.
Hey, you want to be careful. You don't want to OD. That'd be over-Dinoing.
My brother, it's great to have you. Transfer it to you. You actually did a really phenomenal job. I loved your talk as well. I look forward. Actually, you're going to probably introduce me at some point, so I'm looking forward to it. My bald brother, I look forward to seeing you again here on deck real soon.
Thanks so much, man. Awesome shoes to fill. I'll do my best. So our next guest is Russell Thomas, but I also see R. Lee Thomas. Are you both the same person, or do you have multiple personalities?
One and the same.
You one and the same. I find it much more fun to have multiple personalities. So we're going to start the recording.
Well, no,
now.
before you do, Dino, I'm glad I'm here. Russell, you're showing up as a person that does not have a face very much, and you're showing that you have a wonderful window. So is there a way that you
blinds?
Yeah, well, no, it's either close the blinds, but you move to the other side so the light is hitting your face.
Oh, okay.
I'm trying to make this so that you're seen. I mean, you're too beautiful.
Oh, that's sexy.
There you go. How's that?
Better. Now come up closer, please. There we go. Now we're good. And if you want, you can turn the camera a little bit so it's only seeing the blinds, not that big window.
Okay.
More
Let's
to your
see.
right.
Perfect. That's great. That's great. Perfect. I just wanted the recording to be as good as possible, and I think that looks very professional. And by the way, Dino Russell brought several people. He's very connected in the music scene. So God bless you,
My
Russell.
man. Recording starting.
what it is that thank you, Dr. Smiley, and he is considered the king of connectors, and in Las Vegas, I am considered the great connector because I deal with a whole bunch of different circles. But I got to that point by being on a podcast, and everybody in the room was like, "You connected us with each other at some point in time." So they found the domain and gave me that name. Um, as far as leadership, a couple of things. I think leadership is about presence and service. Um, Presence, as far as you can walk in a room and nobody know you, but they can feel your presence. And then service, because over the years, that's what I've been is a servant. Um, from growing up in Chicago to being in the military, um, 35 years in the field of orthopedics, and things that I have underneath my umbrella now are service-based products. So the journey has been amazing. And of course, you have those bumps on the road. And I'm just so glad that I was able to follow Dan Genghis, because once again, if you're in service, you're providing an experience to people. And when they feel that, and especially like I said, with me being in the field of orthopedics, and people come to you broken, and you're trying to get them back to their normal activities. So it is amazing when you are able to do things to help them out, whether it's therapy or surgery or non-surgical procedures, so on and so forth. And also spending 20 plus years in the medical customer service arena as well. So you listen to people as far as their frustrations, you get able to talk to them, understand them, provide solutions, and when they leave, for the most part, with a good experience. So once again, um, I have been truly blessed as far as being able to help other people, and I met Dr. Ken Smiley at a Global Women's Wealth Conference. And 2 times I was the first person in the room with him. And so we joke about that. And just a wonderful experience as well. But that, to me, is when you're a servant, then that's when the magic happens. Whether it's taking care of family members, I got a little choked up. Taking care of family members and being there for them um, in as their health declines, taking care of patients, taking care of business owners, uh, making sure that they get what they need and making those connections in order to help them out. So that those two things, presence, being able to, as I say, being able to be the guy in the bar that's over in the corner that nobody knows, but they're constantly looking at, instead of being the boisterous guy in the bar, telling people what he does, what he knows, so on and so forth. So it is truly a pleasure to be on this podcast with my fellow bald brothers. Thank you.
Russell, that's amazing. You said something that really stuck out to me. I mean, everything was great, but in the medical services industry, so many times I say, "What happened to the care in healthcare?" And
Mm-hmm.
bringing that. I mean, it's bad. It's rough enough when you have to see a medical professional, right? And you know, because obviously things aren't right unless you're just going in for something routine. And with all the angst and all the things, you know, feeling that somebody cares for you. My mother was a nurse, and so you know the transition to what had happened, you know, she was not happy.
Yes.
As a
And
director of nursing, she wasn't happy what was going on with healthcare. But I think that's just beautiful, brother, that you're bringing the care back into healthcare and everything else. And we're going to have to connect on music here in the future as well. Uh, but we are running a little bit short on time. So our next guest is going to be Evan Money, and we'll hit a quick little pause before Evan starts so we can restart the recording here.
thank you for having me.
Thank you, Evan.
Dino the Dynamo.
Hey, where are you at, brother? I still see your picture in the back.
Well, it says the host has disabled my video. So,
okay.
Well,
all right, cool. All right, hold on a second, Evan.
Okay.
Recording starting.
Well, no, wait. Are we doing are we able to do a laptop, Evan, later?
Notice I'm in Coeur d'Alene. I'm live from Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. So we pulled off the side of the road. My bride's at a farmer's market, and I said, "Bald is beautiful. Let's do it."
Well, bald is beautiful, but we are doing I'll tell you what. Is there a way we can post record this? I want to get you on the right production level. Is that cool, Evan?
Or if you popped out of the car.
No. I'm talking about. Or can you turn it horizontal and keep it stationary?
Sure. Like this. How about this?
And by the way, the one way you can do is if you get like 3 or 4 people to turn your car over and it's sideways.
Oh. Yeah. Hold on. Hey. Hold on. Let's turn it. Let's go. Yeah. Let's see. You want horizontal?
Yeah, horizontal is going to do the job, and we'll and by the way, it'll be clean, but I may insist still that we do a laptop later.
And maybe close the sunroof too, so the sun doesn't come in.
Yeah, let's see.
But keep your shirt on, okay? And then just bring the video just a smidge so we see. I mean, I know you have done push-ups, so we're clear.
That's better. Oh, okay, that's much better. Start up again.
Yeah, it's a little precarious. Let's see.
That's a big. That's a $2 word.
Yeah, but being bald, you can use $2 words on live shows. That's the thing that's so cool about it.
Yeah. Let me see. What if I got a way to hold it?
And Evan, if this isn't the best time, I promise you, we want you in this show. So
well, I'm on a road trip, so we're doing 4 weddings in 4 states. So we got our pickleball wedding coming up here.
You know Beth Robbins?
Beth Robbins. Who's that?
Yeah, she's a pickleball champion. She's one of our authors. I want to connect you.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna switch sides.
Okay.
Let's see.
And since I'm off camera, I'm gonna switch sides too. Do you know? Okay. So for the audience, no one has ever done this, which has been on all the Smile-A-Thons, Bald-A-Thons, Author-Thons, everything, and been able to switch sides at the same time. And this is crazy. Do you know what I missed though about your the show today, Evan? Is you don't have your Captain America, you don't have your Doctor Strange.
No, that was like I said, you sent me the text. You said you'll be glad you did. So I jumped on. I didn't even look at the calendar. I just instantly replied that I'm in. Then
well, that is a bald brother with leadership skills for sure. So Dino,
yes, and I'm like, oh yeah, we'll be in Coeur d'Alene, but we'll make it work. Here we go.
So Dino, sorry to interrupt, but I didn't want his show to be removed. If it's a vertical, we don't.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
So now's when I say start recording now, and then I'll jump in.
Yep.
Hey, our next guest, Mr. Captain America, and he's got several other titles, is Evan Money. I love that last name, Money. Love that, and I'm so glad to have you here. And so I'm just going to turn it over to you. We'll talk. Obviously, you got that beautiful dome, but let's talk about some leadership.
All right, Dino the Dynamo, and I know your AKA is Mr. Clean, but those eyebrows got to get a lot whiter if you're gonna pull that off.
No, new and improved.
New and improved. Yes. Yes. I love it. I love it. Well, let me start off by saying I know what every one of you on this Zoom call right now are thinking, and that is, when am I speaking? So I get that. And also, okay, I hope this money guy's got something good to say, because otherwise I'm going to be multitasking. And if you're not already, so I get you there. But I see you, I hear you, I feel you. So I totally know where you're coming from. So the good news is I'm going to help you instantly take one of your biggest challenges, be it leadership or anywhere else, and turn it into an incredible opportunity. So right now, everyone on this call has an area in their life where you feel behind in, an area that you long to be better in. And just for a moment, we're going to take a deep breath. And I just want you to think about that area. For some of you, it's financial. For some of you, it's a relationship. Maybe your spouse, and maybe one of your adult children or one of your teen kids. Hello, I feel you. You know, man, I need to be so much farther along. And it may feel like you're out of reach, like, like it's too far, it's all the way gone. So I have some really good news. You are way closer than you think you are. Way closer. That is the truth. And the key is it's a one-score game. So you may look at the scoreboard and go, oh, if you don't understand, we're 5 million points behind. Like, look at my bank balance, look at our relationships, look at this. No. You're missing it. You're only one score behind, because whatever you focus on, you feel, even if it's not true. And we've all been, whether it's pickleball that we talked about off the air, football, basketball, whatever, we've all been in a situation where we're only a couple points behind, but it feels insurmountable. And it's like, oh my gosh, goodness gracious, why am I so far behind? But the truth is, you're so much closer than you think. So, and the key, my good friend and fellow inductee to the Personal Growth Hall of Fame, and just an amazing guy, Les Brown, says it's the best. He says the game's not over until you win. So I just want to encourage everyone, all the awesome bald badass, like that other guy's t-shirt, all the bald folks that are just in that going, oh man, I'm just so far away. You're way closer than you think. It's a one-score game, and the game's not over until you win. So as we direct to specific leadership, like hardcore leadership, I want to talk about mindset. So what I'm going to teach you briefly is how to apply the Jordan, Kobe, Tom Brady, and Patrick Mahomes mindset to leadership and to your life and to that area where you feel like, man, I'm just not quite where I need to be. So I apologize for the 4x4 trucks pulling in. We are in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. That's right, home of giant 4x4s, and we're headed off to the lake in a little bit. I didn't think I'd have cell range, so I had to book this earlier. But as we dive into leadership, again, we're talking about Jordan, Kobe, okay, Tom Brady, and Patrick Mahomes, and how these mindsets can apply to leadership anywhere in your life. All right, so first things first. Here we go. Let's talk about Jordan. Jordan has the greatest mindset of all time. And he said recently in an interview, and I loved it, he said, you would think that everyone would have the same mindset I do, which is to be and strive for excellent perfection every time you're on the court. And he said, but the sad truth is most people don't think that way. And I was like, oh, isn't that the truth? So I want you to think about your marriage. I want you to think about your finances. I want you to think about your relationship with your teenage kids, adult kids, whatever kids. Are you striving for excellence every time you're on the court? And on the court for us as fathers is every day. On the court as business leaders is every day. Are you striving or are you just surviving? Or are you just like, oh, I don't know. So take that Jordan mindset and go, man, if I can strive for perfection every time I have an opportunity, what a blessing. All right, the next thing, Kobe and his infamous Mamba mentality. Now, for those that may not be familiar with that, the Mamba mentality is not about reptiles in Africa.
The Mamba mentality is falling in love with the growth process. How do I fall in love with the process of getting better each and every day? So that way I don't fall into the toxic two. I don't fall into fear of loss. Oh my gosh, I can't lose this game. I'm going to freeze up. Or I don't fall into this win at all costs mentality. And Kobe says, the best place to be is falling in love with the process because you're present, you're in the flow. And the natural byproduct for Kobe was 5 championships. And a championship in your life will be a byproduct of just falling in love with the process of being a better husband, a better father, a better business leader, not bemoaning, not, oh, I got all this stuff and oh, life is so hard and why leadership sucks and blah, blah, blah. No, fall in love with the process of getting better. Fall in love with the joy of realizing that the biggest room in your house and my house, guess what, is the room for improvement. And fall in love with that process. And then with the Tom Brady mindset, Tom taught me, and I loved it. He said, look, Ev, prehab is better than rehab. And I was like, isn't that the truth? So think about, for example, in a marriage, what happens? You're not in a great mindset. Your wife comes in, you say something, you know, you don't really mean to say, then that escalates and she escalates and that escalates. And pretty soon, you have a big fight. You're slamming doors. You're saying things you don't want to see. And now you're in rehab mode. And how much energy and effort and pain is rehab? And that could be relationships, that can be physically, that can be with a coworker, that could be leadership. What if you put that work on the front end and said, hey, instead of doing all this work just to get back to even, why don't I put the work in on the front end? Each and every encounter I have with my bride, that's me, Jordan mentality, on the court. Like, how can I get better? How can I make this amazing experience for her? How can we have an amazing opportunity? So I'm in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho right now because my bride and I are going to celebrate marriage number 34. We get remarried in a different state or country every year. So we're doing 4 states, 4 weddings. It's going to be incredible. That's my championship leadership mindset. All right. And the last one I'm going to leave you with is none other than Patrick Mahomes. So we've got these legends of the game. Now let's get someone current. And Patrick is famous for saying, hey, I want to be the greatest quarterback that's ever played the game, who's ever played the game. And in the same breath, he says, and I have a lot of work to do. So let's end this interview so I can get back to work. And so again, unapologetically, he's just straight up, hey, I want to be the greatest that's ever been. What if you applied that mindset to your leadership? What if you applied that mindset to your marriage? What if you applied that mindset to your parenting and said, I'm going to be the greatest father that's ever been? How would that shift the way you respond? Again, the responsibility, the ability to respond. How would that shift the way you respond to your teen when they're not making great decisions, or your adult kids when they're not making decisions, or making great decisions? Or to that leadership situation where that coworker or whatever, or whoever is not making great decisions. How would that shift if you say, I'm going to be the greatest leader that's ever existed. I'm going to be the greatest parent. I'm going to be the greatest father. I'm going to be the greatest husband. So applying that Mahomes championship mindset and just unapologetically like, hey, I'm going to be the greatest and I got a lot of work to do. So for me right now, I got to go head back into my biggest room, is my room of improvement, so I can get to work and get better. So Dino, appreciate you. K3, appreciate you out there, and just excited to represent the greatest hairstyles in the entire world. I'm going to have the greatest bald head in the world.
Man, that was fantastic. That was so inspirational. Practical tips. Great stuff. Love your energy, Mr. Money. Love your energy. Thank you so much, brother, and safe travels.
Hey, Dino, takes one to know one. Great to be connected with you. Appreciate you and Ken. Thanks so much.
Beautiful. Okay. And we're going to be bringing up retired Staff Sergeant Shiloh Harris, but we'll take a brief pause, make sure we're all connected, and we can then restart the recording. Shiloh?
By the way, Shiloh is a beautiful song by Neil Diamond. If you want to sing Shiloh.
Video's not working.
Well, I mean, sometimes video isn't working, and it's not working because sometimes you are hiding behind the fact that you don't want to be seen. No, I'm just kidding.
There it is.
Oh, there we go.
Sadly, I'm in my car too.
Oh my God.
Okay.
I
All
know.
right,
I
let's
just
hit.
landed a few minutes
Oh
ago in
yeah,
Branson
there
or
it is.
Springfield. Excuse me.
There it is. Car bald. We love it.
All right, let's hit it.
I know. I know. But
You
I
know
learned
what?
from him a minute ago, so I was like, "Oh, okay, sideways profile. I got it. I got it."
All right. So Shiloh, I'm so happy you're here. And you may cause a new thing called the Carathon. Like, how do we do So
Yeah, we're gonna
Dino,
do interviews from the car from now on. We love it.
I'm telling you.
Okay.
So I'm gonna tell you, Dino, you were in for a treat. Shiloh is one of my favorite people. You snap and you say, "Hey, I got an audience for you that will actually really love what you're gonna say, inspire them." And he jumps in. He went to Texas and talked to all of them, and they were like, "You're the best speaker we saw today." So thank you, Shiloh.
Oh yeah,
All right.
man!
So,
I'm so happy to be here. Thank you so much for inviting me again. I've been wanting to do one of these. I've been wanting to get more connected with you and some of the wonderful individuals that you work with, and I'm just super excited to be here, man.
All right. Well, Dino,
perfect.
the show's
Perfect.
yours. I just want to say hi to my brother Shiloh because he's a veteran and he is one of the most inspiring speakers I've seen.
Okay.
And bald, and I'm bald.
Okay. So we'll start the recording now. All right, we have a special treat, and I am so excited to bring in retired Staff Sergeant Shiloh Harris. I don't know if you noticed my shirt; it's not the sexy ass bald shirt, but I appreciate you for your service, keeping and all the veterans out there keeping our country safe, and also sporting a great dome and I love the cross there as well. So we need both our military and our faith to make this country safe and make it prosperous. And you're going to be sharing some great things in leadership. But what a great honor it is to bring you on, and I'm just really, really excited.
Well, thank you so much for saying that, man. And you did say you were a veteran too, right?
I'm a patriot. I actually lived in
Okay,
Vietnam, and
I was making
I
sure I
fell in
heard
love
that.
with the
I thought
military
you
ever
said
since.
Patriot. Yeah. Okay, my apologies. I didn't mean to step on you
No,
there.
I love my
Yeah.
vets.
All right, brother. Well, thank you again for being a patriot. And you're absolutely right, man. You know, our country does need God. And you know, that's actually become a big part of my profile here lately is, you know, maybe it's my age or whatever, but you know, I mean, I've always considered myself a Christian, but I feel like, you know, faith in general, let's just say faith in general, is something I've talked about a lot. You know, because when I got injured, I mean, as you can see, you know, I was injured. I was in Iraq. I was a soldier, United States Army. Got blown up by a roadside bomb, about 700 pounds of explosives. And I mean, honestly, it put me in like a 3 to 4 year recovery. And when I say that, I mean like solid recovery. That was my job for like 3 or 4 years. And throughout that time frame, I'd had so many different conversations where people would come up and be like, you know, how did you get through it? How did you get through those dark moments? Because people can assume, obviously, you know, that I had dark moments, and I did. But, you know, I feel like faith kept me grounded. Well, when COVID happened, you know, like a lot of people, I, you know, was trying to make a living and just be creative with my time. And I said, you know what, I'm going to go back to school. 40 something years old, I wanted to go back to college, and I went for religious studies. I saw it as a bit of a personal growth as well as an opportunity to help with you know, like you said a minute ago, you know, that peer-to-peer, soldier to soldier kind of thing, you know, hopefully making a difference in other service members' lives and veterans' lives that might be having a dark moment. And I would like to have some kind of a religious founding on that because I had a lot of people throughout this, you know, ask me about God or even just what I believe in general. And something that I found though, as I was going through that college course, and I hadn't finished yet. I've got 3 years, and then I had to get back to work. You know, it's like post COVID, everybody's like, "Woo!" Start running back to work, trying to get that work back going, to get their businesses started back up. Same here. So anyway, but in that 3 years, one of the classes I took was death and belief, and you know, there's God and like history of Christianity, and then world religions. Like, so it took some of the more popular religions and just kind of broke them down. And one of the things that I saw as a common thread is, you know, religion is it's more of like this soup for your soul, and it's a guidebook for good living.
I mean, really and truly, that kind of sums it up for me. And I was like, oh, okay, I mean, Bible, doesn't matter which Bible, I suppose. I mean, I know that's probably a broad statement, but, the Bible, and I mean, there's different versions of the Bible, but all of it is intended to give us this workbook to live a better life and a healthier life. And I just thought that was really rewarding to learn that, as well as for veterans, this might be significant for veterans, is that there's a hallowed place in almost every religion for their service members or for the individuals that serve their country and, sacrifice everything for what they believe in and what they love. Now, did y'all want to like take a break and do a little banter, or should I just keep rolling? How do you want to do that?
Keep rolling, brother. I can't.
Okay,
I can't add to
all right.
what you're. I can't add to what you're doing. Keep going.
All right. Well, I know that this is a leadership thing, so we're going to rename it to Car-A-Thon because I'm the second one in a car. But so one of the things that I learned going through a lot of the challenges in life that I have is that I feel like success is just on the other side of our comfort zone. Me, like an example, I'll give you an example. When we were in Iraq, there was this spot in the road, and it was a hardball road, not like a dirt road. It was in a community, it was like a farming community. And anyway, but there was a lot of bombs, a lot of activity in this one spot, but they never caught any of the bad guys. I'm talking about like probably 2 or 3 years of just IEDs. The road was all tore up, and it was one of those things when you drove there, I mean, wherever you drove, you had to drive like super careful because there was almost guaranteed that there was a bomb in the road somewhere, right? Well, one day we stopped and we were going to investigate this spot. And we started walking out to where we thought that they would have been triggering from. As I was walking out there, the vehicles on the road got to where they could barely see us. And they were kind of uncomfortable about us going any further because the visibility wasn't very good. And it was probably, like because we're out there in the desert, so to speak, and it's kind of got that mirage thing. And we could see the trucks fine. I mean, like perfect vision, And anyway, I said, I feel like we should keep going a little bit further. And they're like, all right, you go ahead and keep going. But there's like, if we lose you, just, keep in radio contact. And we're like, oh, yeah, sure. So, we keep going. And then we're completely out of sight, for our trucks, but we can still see them perfectly. And then all of a sudden, we get to this spot and it's got like a dirt mound. And that was where they were hiding, is on the other side of that dirt mound, just outside of our site. Well, of course, we found their trigger spot, and of course, we did, what we could. We rounded up all their ammo, and we set up an observation point where we keep an eye on that spot, and we finally caught the bad guys. Now, I know that that's, kind of a combat scenario, but I feel like I've learned that as I've been a motivational speaker and an author and all this different stuff that I've been a part of. I've become a yes guy. I've become this like kind of rock star personality to where I say yes even if I'm uncomfortable about it. If my gut is telling me that there's something good here, or that that God's calling me to go here for whatever it is, whatever the reason is, that I feel like there's a yes, but I'm uncomfortable, like, oh, maybe I don't want to do it, maybe I'm lazy, whatever it is. Jump past your comfort zone and see what happens. Move past that comfort zone and
Hey,
see what
brother,
happens.
you have spoken inspiration at the highest level. And Dino, I'm just telling you, I normally stay off the mic, but this guy is served and he's lived and he's loved. So I would like you, Shiloh, to share what is leadership to you, and what would be your biggest advice to someone who might be playing small, they don't know they can be a leader. Please do that.
That's perfect, because that was something I was thinking about earlier too. Is don't let fear hold you back, and I guess that kind of goes back to the going past your comfort zone. But you have to take risks in life, and unfortunately, sometimes we fall, sometimes we make mistakes, but we learn from those mistakes. You don't have to get it right every time, just as long as you get it right one time. And I mean, I have learned that, and I believe that. And so don't quit, don't give up, keep pushing forward and win.
That is so awesome. I see why Dr. Smiley or my dear friend Ken Rochon is such a huge fan of you. I mean, your inspiration, your drive, everything is just absolutely amazing. When you're talking that story, it reminded me of 3 Feet from Gold. You just don't know how close you are, so you have to keep
Exactly.
persevering, which is what you learn serving our country. And again, from the bottom of my heart, I appreciate you. I'm glad to have met you, and I look forward to meeting you again sometime in the future. I know Ken is going to make sure we stay
Well,
connected.
before you go, how can people celebrate you and also follow you? I see you at CIA Op 07145. Do they just email that?
So you know what I named my phone CIA up? You know, 'cause when you get in a rental car, which I'm in a rental car right now, you know, you hook up your phone and it usually stays on there. I always thought that was kind of cool. You know, I was like, I'd go out and I got into a rental car one time and it was like FBI something, and I was like, ooh, I like that. But so what was your question again?
We
How
can
can people
connect
follow
with you
you?
and how people can follow you and get some more
Oh yeah, yeah.
real positive inspiration. How can they find you?
Oh, very good.
How can they be
Man.
bald like you?
So I have a website. There's some issues with it right now that I'm working on, but I do have a website, shilohharris.com. I'm on social, and it's Shiloh, Shilo. Last name is Harris. It's really easy. Shiloh Harris or Shiloh A. Harris. A is my middle initial. I feel like it makes me sound like an adult when I say Shiloh A. Harris.
Well, A stands for American. What does A stand for?
Ah, there you go. I like that. Oh, yeah. There you go. That's really good. I like that, Ken.
Yeah, what does A stand for?
Yeah, brother. And Ken's a veteran too. I'm sure y'all know that, right?
Yes, indeed. So, Shiloh,
He's
what does A stand for?
he's not just a pretty face and a bald head.
What
Hey
A
man,
stands
thank
for?
y'all so much. Thank y'all so much for having me.
Yeah, but before you go, what does A stand for? Shiloh A. What does it stand for?
Alan.
Alan. So I'm going to say it's Shiloh, Allen, American Abundance, Harris.
There you go. I like it.
Hey,
I like
hey
that
Ken,
a lot.
I was just thinking awesome.
Yeah, I think awesome too.
Awesome. Awesome and abundant. We can go for a while.
So
You're amazing, brother. You're amazing. Thank you so much.
and
Thank you guys.
And I will tackle you the next time I see you because I didn't get to help you with the book enough.
I didn't say I'm trying to read the subtitle. I'm so deaf.
Oh,
Say that
that's
one more
okay.
time.
Okay, that's okay. I said I am going to tackle you the next time because I didn't get to help you enough with the book. Your book
I
is
know. I know.
See
There's
this?
a
I
lot
know
that
the
we
size
still
of.
got to do, Ken. I know.
I just know one thing. I could see how big Shiloh is, and I know how big Ken is. I want to be there to watch it.
Kylo, I love you so much. Anything I can do to help you, I love you so much.
All right, y'all be good. Love you guys too.
Take care.
Thanks so much,
All
brother.
right. Yep. All right.
All right, we're gonna be bringing up Jimmy. We got Jimmy D. Williams. As soon as he gets unmuted and gets his camera on here.
All right.
Okay, recording starting. All right,
Go ahead.
I am very excited now to bring up Jimmy D. Williams. We're going to later ask you what the D is for, but he's also sporting a good-looking dome. Got the gray from living a good life, and I look forward to hearing from you, Mr. Realty Financier. But let's talk about leadership and whatever else you'd like to share, and give us some pearls of wisdom. Thanks so much for being on here, Jimmy.
Dino, thank you. And I am a personal invite guest from Roz Knighton Warfield. She's a really good friend and sister of mine. We grew up in ministry together, and man, she ran me down to get me involved. And I'm just thankful for the opportunity to speak to you guys. You know, I'm sitting up here listening to Shiloh, and I'm listening to Evan. First of all, Evan had me standing on my head. Okay. And then Shiloh had me just chilling in my boots, just knowing what he has gone through in life and knowing what he represents. So, to follow two guys like that is phenomenal. But let me just say this. I'm listening to everyone talk about leadership. And one thing I will tell you is that there is a key essential element to leadership that cannot be ignored. And I hear people talking about some of the byproducts of it and some of the characteristics of it, but the key essential element to me to leadership is self-mastery. And what I mean by that is that you have to know who you are in order to be an effective leader of other people. And this is a challenge for most people because we are really given not a lot of choices to be self-absorbed and really attentive to who we are on the inside. I think my pastor once said it best when he said, you lead more people with the tongues in your shoes than you ever will with the tongue in your mouth. Now, that to me means a lot because it's how you're walking. Are you not just talking it, but are you walking it? Are you doing the things that you know you're supposed to do? In other words, what is integrity? Integrity is who are you when no one is watching? Now, I've been convicted by that myself personally, so I can speak to it, and I can tell you that in order to be an effective leader, you got to be able to lead yourself first. And most people attempt to be leaders when they're not necessarily leading themselves the right way and following the right steps. I had the privilege of being guided by a lot of mentors and a lot of coaches in my business life as a realty financier. And one of the things that I think really inspired me the most was when my late coach, Bruce Mulhern out of California, he used to always teach us about the 6 P's of success. And he would say they were simple. Proper planning prevents poor performance. That is the key thing that we all fail to do. I have failed to do. And that's plan properly as I move forward and then prepare myself for the necessary steps to be successful. But when it comes down to leadership, guys, I'm a real simple guy. Married for 47 years to a beautiful woman who I've worked side by side with for the past 30. Can you believe that? Married for 47 and worked together for the last 30 years. And we haven't killed each other. Can you imagine that? But the reality of it is the leadership aspect of it comes from within. You can only be a good leader when you know you have control of your own faculties and you're doing the things that you're supposed to do. Walking the talk. Thank you a lot, guys. I'm not going to tie you up a lot, but I do know that we're short on time. But let me just say this as I leave. I am appreciative to the opportunity, Dino, to be on here. And Dr. Smiley, I've been trolling you and watching things ever since Roz has introduced me to your program. And my goodness, man, this thing is awesome. So to be here is not only just a privilege, but I'm in awe of some of the guys I've been watching. I've been watching most of the morning and trying to figure out what I was going to say. And I just hope I said enough to give you guys a little bit of energy going forward. Thank you so much.
God bless you. I mean, seriously, what you brought this was another element of surprise and beauty. And time is not short. Respecting time is short. And so you could actually go as long as you want.
Time. I'm just saying, time is a lot of people say, what is your most important asset?
Yes.
I say it's not only just your time, but you have your asset and then you have your currency. Your asset is your time, but your currency is your word.
Yes, indeed.
And anything else beyond that doesn't really matter. You do what you say you're going to do. And if you're not going to do it, say you're not going to do it. If you're going to do it, do it. If you don't want to do it, say you don't want to do it. And I've gotten to the point in life now at 67, I never understood what it meant when I had a gentleman tell me that years ago. He said, son, you're going to one day get to the point in your life where you're going to be able to say who you want to work for and who you don't.
So
Who
let me
you want
close
to
this
talk
out.
to.
Let me close this out with Dino. Okay,
Yeah.
Dino's my brother, by the way. He's
Right on.
He's a guy that if he actually says to me, Ken, wherever you need me, whatever you need, I'm there, and he has always been there. By the way, thank you,
Good.
Dino. And I'm interjecting because these are some people that are touching my heart while I'm watching. I just can't help myself. So, Dino, thank you for the grace. But I'm just curious. This question hasn't been asked. What movies inspire you? Because you are biblical in what you're sharing. So tell me a movie you love or that you would recommend to people about leadership, or just about what would inspire people to be a better person.
Okay, the movie The Forge. I watched that
Is that
recently.
amazing? Is that
Oh my
amazing?
God.
Oh my
Oh
God.
my God. Yeah, I mean, it was so inspiring. I mean, I've watched it 2 or 3 times. And,
And
but
by
it,
the
but,
way, Dino,
but
good job on this. This is how you say, I love what you're saying. If you do this, if you do the scalp, I mean, that's amazing. If you do that, that means I acknowledge that you are actually giving love. All right. God bless you, Dino, for that. So the Forge is the bomb diggity. I have a gentleman named Ken Miller, and he did a couple times in the penitentiary. And man, he is the man that's creating the Forge in reality. So I'm going to connect you to him. All right. I'm going to connect you because your message is so powerful. And Roz, is she not the best?
oh man, Roz is, it's just, I can't even articulate who she is and what she means to my wife and I. And she and her husband, Vinny, have been real good friends for the past 30 years. And I must say that she is a value, and she's a gem, definitely.
Well, I'm going to step away. I just want to acknowledge you for bringing a lot of value in the time you brought.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Ken, one of the things that I've noticed with all the speakers, there's one thing that they're talking about: God first. And I just really commend that. If you don't stand for something, you'll fall for anything. And it just seems to be a common thread, which makes sense knowing Dr. Smiley and his deep faith as well. So, Jimmy, thank you so much for everything, and I really appreciate you being on here. And hopefully, we will connect in person sometime here in the near future.
I look forward to it. Thank you guys for the opportunity.
All right, and one more for you.
Come on. As a matter of fact, my kids always tell me when they see this, they know that they're working me. They're working me. So when I do that, they say, "Uh-oh," you know.
Uh-oh. I'm not sure what's coming, but I'm not sure.
Okay.
Thank you guys. I
So I got to
appreciate it.
say, you just motivated something, Jimmy.
What's that?
In the October 14th,
Mhm.
Bald is Beautiful. No,
Oh.
I'm bald and I'm free. So this is Bald and Beautiful, but I'm bald and I'm free. Whenever a
Yeah.
speaker's finished, they go like this. And whenever the host takes over, they go like this to acknowledge that you brought it.
Well, where Roz will tell you, she's pushing me for my first publication.
Good
She
job.
said I'm a book, and I've participated in a book before on dealing with divorce and marriage and real estate, but I really want to get that opportunity to share, because God has put on me a lot that I can share. So the opportunity like this one was a blessing, and it was a short notice, and I just appreciate it. Thank you so much.
God bless. Oh, by the way, there we go.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Jimmy.
All right,
Uh,
guys.
so next up, we've got Wayne Brown. As soon as you can get unmuted and the camera on, and so we'll start with the
Okay.
recording starting.
All right. And can everybody
I
hear
am really, yeah. So starting, Wayne Brown is our next guest here, and I'm really excited to bring. I'm assuming you're going to be bald and beautiful as well. As soon as we can bring you up on the screen, I'm excited to hear what you have to share for points of leadership. We got some gray from some good living, and
Yes, sir.
those of you that know me, mine is colored. Mine is colored because that's what we started with the Dino show. So those that you know me, in Espanol, this is Greece, so it's a little bit gray. But I want to turn it over to you, Wayne, and please share some pearls for leadership. Oh, he's got the beard tightened in there, looking good. We got the glasses. Oh my goodness, this is going to be good, and the books behind him. So turn it over to you, Mr. Brown.
Thank you so much. We appreciate it. Thank you, Dr. Smiley, for the invitation. I really appreciate it. And I was connected with through Dr. David Banks. He is my mentor, my pastor, my friend, and I really appreciated him connecting us. And I have been really blessed by just listening to some of the other speakers. We got some great people that are on this platform and giving out, and I would say nuggets, but it's yeah, nuggets are small. These things are, some of these things that are being said, these are boulders. And so we really appreciate being here. So my name is Wayne Brown. I have I am from Albany, Georgia. Now, for those of you who are from that area, you know that Albany is in Georgia and Albany is in New York. That we say things a little bit different down there, but I'm a product of Albany, Georgia, born and raised. And after high school, I went into the Air Force, and that was an interesting time. I spent 30 years in the Air Force. I don't know if Shiloh is not on right now, but Shiloh, my brother, I appreciate you and your sacrifice for our country. I spent some time in Iraq myself during my career. As a matter of fact, one of the highlights of my career was my last tour to the Middle East. I had a chance to serve in the 332nd Air Expeditionary Wing. And that's for those of you, that is the Tuskegee Airmen Wing. So it was a proud moment. During my retirement, I had a chance to give my parents a red tail coin, signifying my time and signifying that I am a Tuskegee Airman. And so that was one of the great, that was a wonderful opportunity. And I was so appreciative of that. I did 30 years in the Air Force. After my 30 years in the Air Force, we moved from Utah. I was at Hill Air Force Base, Utah. And we moved to Chattanooga, Tennessee. So that's where we are now. My wife and I, we love it here. Beautiful place. If you've never been, you need to come. And it's interesting that at each stop and at each point in my life, leadership has always been something that that has that has always been there, but it wasn't always developed. And one of the things that I am so grateful for is that each time, in each area of my life, I've had great mentors, great people to help me develop the leadership that is within me. One of the things I can truly say that others saw leadership in me that I didn't see. I wish I could say I was always confident in who I am, but I wasn't. And it's a blessing to have people around you that can help cultivate the leadership within you. I'm so grateful for my family. My father, he had 15 brothers and sisters. Recently, the last sibling passed away about 2 years ago. Now the next generation is up. And now I'm that uncle. So I'm affectionately known, even in the community, as Uncle Wayne. That now I'm that leader. I'm that person at the family reunion that some of the younger people come to and just want to talk to. They just want to, sometimes they just want someone to listen to them. And so that'll be the first thing I can tell you about leadership. Take the time as a leader to listen. As a matter of fact, I wrote a book a few years ago. The title of the book is Listen, Wisdom and Wit for the Next Generation. Because I understood now as an uncle, I need to listen way more than I need to talk. Yes, they do. Yes, the younger generations need to hear from me. Yes, they need my advice, but they also need someone to listen. Just like I needed the generation before me, just like I needed someone to listen, just like we need someone to listen to us. We need to be the people who are listening to the next generation, and not just listening, but hearing what they say, encouraging them to be who they are, encouraging them to be authentic. One of the things that I love about leadership, for instance, with some of the young people that I work with, and even with my children, we want them to be independent, want them to speak up for themselves until they disagree with us. Then we got an issue. And I've learned that if I really listen to them, we have way more that we agree upon than what we disagree about. And even with the things we disagree about, we can actually disagree and move on. And that's one of the things I think a leader should pass on to those around them. Be able to disagree, but stay focused on the mission. My time in the Air Force, 30 years, 30 years I was in the Air Force, and I have traveled around the world. I've traveled into combat areas, and we all, when the people that were around me, my comrades, we all were focused on the mission. We didn't always agree. No, absolutely not. We didn't always agree, but we agreed on what the mission was. We agreed on our roles, and we agreed that we would have each other's back and that we would accomplish our goals. And yes, we've accomplished some great things. The U.S. military has accomplished some great things, but we did that by listening to each other. We did that by holding each other accountable. We did that by staying true to who we were and true to the mission. And so today, that is what I can give to, that what I would like to leave you with is that we need to listen. And while we're listening, let's make sure that we are staying true to the mission. We're staying true to our purpose and what we need to do. Because we got a lot of people that are coming up behind us, and they're coming up fast. And we want to make sure and equip them for the world that they will be stepping into.
That's awesome. That's awesome, Aiden. And that's such great advice. I thought of two things immediately when you were talking, and I'm not sure who said it. I don't know if it was Confucius or whatever, but they said, we have two ears and one mouth.
Absolutely.
And but the when I was building a large sales organization, whether it was the business owners or my managers, one thing I learned a long time ago from my regional sales director is he said, he was a Texas boy. He said, Dano, people only want to know what you know when they know how much you care. And just the simple act of listening shows that you care. It's kind of like, like if you've ever been in a conversation and then somebody interrupts you. That's because what they've got to say, it's not their intention, is more important than what you have got to say because they're not going to allow you to finish their thought. And so those are pearls, brother. Those are pearls, especially with the younger people. They want to be heard. They want to be understood. And that's what we need more is we need dialogue. We need civil discourse. In spite of what happened, I mean, we're all touched because, we need civil discourse. We need to listen to the other people's opinions.
Yes.
I just want to understand where they're coming from, especially this younger generation. I'm getting old.
Yeah. Look, I need y'all to get your stuff together because I'm going to need somebody to take care of me.
There you go.
Yeah. So, but no, I am very encouraged by what the young people that I talk to. Sometimes there's this thing. Well, this generation, now this next generation is awesome.
Yeah,
they are awesome. They're going to take us to places we didn't even think about, and I'm encouraged.
Oh, it's moving fast. It's moving fast. And we just need great youthful leadership and we need to support them.
Absolutely.
100%. 100%.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much, brother. Really appreciated everything.
I appreciate this opportunity.
All right. There was my strategic pause. And so, Paul, when you get unmuted and screen going, as soon as I see that, then I'll say start recording now here. Okay, I see that now.
So now I'm unmuting. Let me get the camera going.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right.
There we are. Let's start the recording now. I'm excited. I get to bring back Paul McFadden. Actually, Paul was handing the baton off to me about an hour ago, so I get to pass the baton back to him. Well, actually, we get to start with an interview. We had you hosting before, and now we get to hear a concentrated effort of pearls of wisdom. So I'm looking forward to it, Paul. Thank you so much for being here and supporting the Bald-A-Thon and the leadership series. Let me just turn it over to you, brother.
Awesome. Thank you, my bald brother. Thank you very much, Dr. Clean, Mr. Clean. So I'm going to take a little different route as well from a few other folks as well, because I think everybody has dropped some major golden nuggets. And so I want to see if I can provide additional value by dropping a couple things in addition to what's been shared. And so first, I want to start off by saying that my three greatest role models in my life were my grandfather, who served in World War II and in Korea, my uncle, who had served 3 tours in Vietnam, and my father, who was never drafted, but he attended a military boarding school before he attended Howard University. And with all that military grounding, I was really brought up with several great examples on how to live and lead myself. And then my journey of learning to lead others began in 1988 when I was admitted into the United States Merchant Marine Academy. Now, in 1990, while serving in the Navy, I sustained a career-ending injury that really altered the course of my life. And what followed from that was a 17-year struggle to rebuild, and not just my body, but rebuild my identity, my purpose, and my belief in what was truly possible. However, I'm not going to share that journey, right? That's not the journey I'm going to share today. Instead, I want to fast forward a few more years, and I want to fast forward to the summer of 2016 when I was invited to coach and facilitate at a very prestigious and exclusive leadership immersion program for Fortune 100 companies. And so these organizations were organizations like IBM, Disney, Oracle, Microsoft, Toyota, and a few dozen more. And trust me that the honor was truly mine to be there and be working in that space. And during that week-long experience, one of the sponsors and keynote speakers approached me. And during our conversation, he said to me, he said, Paul, I'd love to ask you 2 questions. One is philosophical and the other mathematical. Which one would you prefer first? And of course, I chose mathematics because I loved math and science when I was in school. And he kind of smiled and he said, "Okay, do you know what the number 29,200 represents?" And the answer that I received was sobering. And I'll share that at the end of what I'm going to share here today, and also the second question that he asked me. But first, here's what I know about leadership. And nobody warns you about the moment when your success outpaces your alignment. And what I mean by that, sometimes you're not ready for the success that you receive. You're not the version of yourself that you need to be in the moment. And for me, this was that moment where everything on the outside looked right, perfect. I had top leadership roles. I was a former corporate executive. I was working with top leaders. I had inspiring role models in my life. I had received all this recognition and certifications. I had all the responsibility. But on the inside, I was really running on fumes and really feeling like I was out of sync with myself. And honestly, if I'm being honest, the harder I pushed, the less effective I became in this process. And I felt really misaligned in life. And I know that I'm not alone because I've heard a few other people share something very similar today. And many leaders today find themselves in this space, very accomplished, but exhausted, busy, but not effective, surrounded by people, yet still feeling disconnected. And here's one of 2 truths I'm going to share with you today. First of all, leadership isn't about doing more, it's about aligning more. And aligning is done with intention, not by chance. Now, for those people who don't know who I am, who's Paul McFadden, professionally, I'm the CEO of Evolve Human Potential. I'm the founder of the Becoming Human 2.0 movement. I'm a 5-time international best-selling author. I've been in 5 anthologies, sought-after speaker, trusted advisor, podcast host, thought leader in the fields of human transformation and leadership. And personally, I'm a Navy vet. I'm a father. I'm a grandfather. I'm a son. I'm a brother. And I'm a partner. But all these titles, while they do mean something and they are amazing, the most important thing is, what are the principles that guide me? For me, that's awakening spirit in others, which is really about helping people see the greatness already within them. It is building deep connections and relationships where I'm able to connect. Well, I understand connection is the currency uh, of transformation. I love to break limiting modes, which is changing what normal is and unlocking what's possible in people. And I love to bring joy to the journey because growth is it should feel alive for us and not something that's heavy. And lastly, I make disparate connections, and that's about bringing science, spirituality, and this just live wisdom together to reveal new truths for ourselves. And so now, over the last 15 years, I've integrated interpersonal neurobiology, leadership, strategy, human transformation. And after working with about 6,000 leaders and executives and teams, I've come to uncover something that's really been undeniable in our reality. And that is that when leaders operate from misalignment, they bleed influence. When leaders operate from misalignment, they bleed influence. But when they align, they multiply it. So, in the spirit of addressing the question about how I'm making my ball difference, I'm going to share three powerful insights that I've discovered while on my personal mastery journey and in service to other leaders. And the first one is about having clarity that creates influence. And so, about 3 years ago, I was working with an executive leader whose team was drowning in confusion. He was a brilliant man, but every week his priorities shifted. And as a result, the people stopped trusting his vision, not because he lacked the talent, but because he lacked clarity. But when he finally aligned his vision with his values and began communicating more consistently, everything shifted for him. His team didn't just follow him, they owned the mission. So clarity is what transformed authority into influence. The second insight I want to share is that resonance drives impact. Now, during a more recent divisional strategic retreat that I was facilitating, I watched and listened to two leaders present back to back on the same concept. The first one was flawless. He had sharp slides, he had the perfect delivery. But when he finished, nobody remembered a word that he said. Now, the second person wasn't polished at all, but his words landed like thunder. Now, why is that? Well, that's because he was aligned. What he believed in, what he lived, and what he spoke were all in sync. You talk about integrity. People don't remember polish; they remember resonance, and resonance only comes through alignment. And the last point I want to share is really about embodiment and sustains leadership. So back in 2020, when the world seemed to unravel, I was coaching several senior leaders, but there was one in particular who didn't allow panic to set in. Now, he didn't posture, he embodied alignment. Every day, he intentionally, and this is the magic word, intentionally showed up, congruent to his values. The effect was undeniable. His team felt safe, they felt inspired and energized, even during the storm. Now, that's the power of embodiment. And when alignment is lived and not lectured, embodiment sustains leadership, momentum, and it transforms culture. Now, these insights, along with a few others, are the reasons why that led me to creating what's called the Human Alignment Code. And that's a framework to help leaders decode misalignment, rediscover clarity, and realign with their authentic blueprint. Think of it as a codex, right? A hidden operating system that once it's unlocked, equips a leader to lead with greater influence, deeper impact, and sustainable energy. And now here's the second truth I want to share. You already carry this blueprint within you. The Human Alignment Code doesn't give you something new. It just awakens something that's already there. So I'm going to finish the story now that I began in the beginning. So that number 29,200, that represents the number of days and the life expectancy of the average human being. So now you can do a little bit of life math. Take your age, multiply it by 365. Then subtract the answer of that mathematical problem from 29,200. And that number right there is the potential days you have left. Then came his second question. What are the two most important days of your life? And that ends up being the day you were born and the day you discover why. And that, my friends, is what purpose is about. But here's the secret. Purpose exists within all of us already, right? Grow yourself, give to others. Love yourself, love others. The how you do that is unique to you. It's unique to all of us. But you don't need to find it. You just need to align to it. And that is just the beginning. Alignment was a turning point for me. It wasn't another strategy. It wasn't another side hustle or a hustle hack. It wasn't learning to decode where, it was more about decoding where I was misaligned. And then choosing to realign in a way with more clarity, more resonance, and more embodiment. The shift didn't just change how I led, it changed who I became. And this is my invitation to all of you and all of us that are listening. When leaders align, they don't just build companies, they don't just lead others, they build movements. They don't just achieve results, they create ripples of transformation that last long after they're gone. That, my friends, is legacy. And legacy is about how you live and in what you leave behind. Because alignment isn't about influence and impact, it really is the alignment multiplier.
Wow. Wow. Tremendous, tremendous. Before we let you go, because those were absolutely pearls. You've got books out, you've got leadership out. How can people find you? How can they follow you? How can they get more pearls? Tremendous, tremendous talk. I really enjoyed it, Paul. I really enjoyed it.
Awesome, my brother. Thank you. Of course, my website, evolvehumanpotential.co, not .com, .co is the main website. But folks can get me in two other ways outside of that. Of course, I'm on all the social medias. I am Paul McFadden most places. But hey, let's set up a virtual coffee. I like to talk and connect with people. Right? We can certainly go to the websites, but www.becominghuman20.com/coffee is a link right to my calendar. We can have a 30-minute conversation, connect, get to know each other, and maybe I can help serve you in any way, that's possible.
So I can't believe you didn't bring this up, Paul. And Dino, I mean, you're going to get a little misty-eyed. There's going to be a lot of dust that gets in your room right now. But Paul, love your song "Ain't No Stopping Us Now." McFadden and Whitehead.
That's my cousin. It was for you.
Really? Remember that
Yeah.
song, Dino? Ain't no stopping us now. We got to move.
I did another McFadden when I did the song rendition about "Don't Worry, Keep Smiling."
Bobby McFerrin.
The smile-a-thon.
Yeah. So, but by the way, Dino's famous for taking someone's name and just making it someone else's name. So he's good with that. So, but McFadden and Whitehead, you actually know him then? That's your cousin?
Yeah, he was my father's second cousin.
All right. So we need to put a link. And is he still doing well?
You know what? I haven't asked about him lately. That's a great reminder.
I mean, what if he's bald? I mean, there could be a
that would be well, you know what? He's much older than me, so he probably is.
Yeah. I'm thinking that he could come out with a new song like "Ain't No Stopping Being Bald Now."
No stopping my follicles now.
Oh my goodness. Amazing.
Yeah, well, I've been meaning to ask you because what a wonderful name, Paul E. McFadden. And by the way, I was going to change my name to I am Paul E. McFadden, and I was like, no, that's just not right. I mean, just
can't take that. There shall only be one.
Well, Dino, great
Maybe
job.
I'll steal it.
Well,
we're just brothers from another mother, right?
That's right.
Dino and I actually have a gift for you for Christmas. We bought I am paulemcfadden.com. We added the M, and we're going to give it to you as a Christmas present. All right.
All right. I'll take it. Thank you very much. I will definitely take that gift.
God bless you.
Thank you very much.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. So I've got some good news. I'm going to be turning over the hosting to Yusuf Marshall. So we're gonna have another beautiful bald individual taking us through probably the next hour and having some more inspirational leadership talks. And I'm kind of looking for Yusuf right now.
You can almost feel that he's here. Look at that. I mean,
is that all right? That's all right. Oh, there's Yusuf.
There's Yusuf. Yes. Mr.
There he
You.
is.
And by the way, if you haven't
Mr.
seen The Still of the Night, you're about to
What?
see. If you haven't seen The Still of the Night, all right. God bless you, Joseph, Mr. You.
Mr. You, I like that. I like that.
Good to meet you.
So,
So Dina, you have no idea what we're talking about?
Usually.
Mr. Tibbs? No, listen, Mr. Tibbs, they call me Mr. Tibbs. Oh my goodness. Sidney Poitier. Sidney Poitier.
Drawing a blank, Dr. Ken.
Yes, I know.
No,
I
no,
know.
no, no. Now I got you. Now I got you.
Yes. So
Google
Mr. U is
But
giving
Sydney had hair.
Well, that's true, but Mr. U is giving mad props.
Sydney had hair, but look, this is ball by decision. Sydney was
Same here.
Getting to that place where he's has no options. Put it like
that. I heard somebody else talking about that earlier. You know, when they were talking about, you know, Ken doesn't have a choice. I actually had a hair restoration company, and this is purposeful. Oh yeah, no, I shaved for today, but no, I've got a full head of hair. When I had my shoulder surgery, I couldn't shave my head for about a month and a half, and people ran into me. They're like, "Oh, you've got hair," and I'm like, "Don't take a picture. Don't take a picture." But let me go ahead and turn it over to you, Mr. You.
And by the way, Mr. TMI, but yours truly shaved his head a couple times and he couldn't reach all the way back there, and I happened to be in town. So, geez.
You did.
I did. I was your brother. I was your brother. That was like, you were like, I know this is awkward, Ken, but I cannot shave my head right now.
That's real brotherhood right there.
That is real brotherhood.
I respect it.
So I want to say something to you, Mr. You, before you go on. I'm bald by choice too. I used to have my hair grow straight out like this, and I would bring it all up like this, so it looked like a mohawk, and it was ridiculous. And I said, you know what?
Wow.
Anyway, we're glad to have you. I guess Dino's going to pull the trigger on the record. I'm stepping out, so you guys can make that an official episode.
I'll do my best not to blow it. Thanks, guys.
Recording now. I am so excited. I am bringing Mr. Yusuf Marshall. Man, I love that. I love that, Mr. U. And what I'm really looking forward to is some pearls of wisdom, talking about leadership. You already got the beautiful dome, so that's a given.
Here we go.
Yeah, that's a sign of love, man.
Wonderful choice. I'm excited, man. Good to meet you, Dino.
Likewise.
Right. So we're gonna have a good time. Who do we have in the box coming up next today? I have a short list, but is it in order? Somebody's joining the Bald-A-Thon Leadership Series. Who's next? Bill Styrley.
Bill Sturley here. How you doing? It looks like we're ready for the next Bald-A-Thon member here.
You are ready, sir. How do you pronounce your last name again? I'm sorry.
Sturley.
Sturley. My apologies, sir.
That's all right.
The floor is yours, brother.
Well, no, wait. We can do better than this. So nothing was wrong, but let's go ahead and record off. And Joseph, you're going to take the record on, and then we're going to do the pronunciation correct, and we're going live.
Sterling. Okay, gotcha. All right.
It is recording. Wait, I'm sorry. I know you're brand new to the hosting position for this hour, but I want to do it right. Record off. So you actually say record on, and then they hit record, and then you speak. All right.
Copy that. Record on. Welcome to the Bald-A-Thon Leadership Series, and in studio with us, Bill Sturley in the house. Bill, how are you, sir?
I'm doing fine. How are you doing today?
Fantastic, man. Good to have you here. We can't wait to hear some pearls of wisdom from you, man. And the beautiful ball thing is going. Thank you for joining
we sure do. Got to get that Chrome Dome moving through the world. That's for sure.
You got it, brother. The floor is yours. I'll get out of the way, man.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm Bill Sturley, and I contribute my expertise to reducing personal and professional challenges and conflicts. I work inside organizations in order and help individuals to communicate better. I wrote a book called The Emotional Sobriety Solution, which is kind of a handbook of what to say next when somebody says something junky to us. I mean, I train people in order to I don't know, pick better words, say more compassionate things when people say terrible things. So it's a practical use of language in order to reduce the emotional load inside the listener. Here's a couple pearls of wisdom to kind of get us started. First one, pain is a given, suffering is optional. Pain is a given, suffering is optional. The reason why I lead with that one is because pain is the moment in which you've stubbed your toe or somebody said something junky. Suffering is the story that you tell about that event. If we tell crappy stories, we get a lot more suffering. What we're having right now is a languaging failure, a communication failure. And a big part of becoming a leader is to be really a good communicator. Would you like to know what would make a big difference in becoming a good communicator? Number one, when you are listening, you're able to repeat back what the person has said to you verbatim. Now, the reason why I slowed down to get to the word verbatim is that if the person hears that you're matching their vibration without interpretation or without problem solving, then what winds up happening is that interpretation goes away and the person can gently hear that message sent is message received. So this is really important. Communication comes in 3 lanes. Wouldn't it be great to know what those 3 communication lanes are? Number 1, thinking communication. Both leaders and the people that work underneath them need to know what those different thinking preferences are. So there's a rational leader. There's a interpersonal leader that connects really well with teams. There's a creative leader that comes up with lots of ideas and leads from the space of ideas. And then there's organizational or operational leaders that really are great at finishing tasks. That kind of leadership, all of those different types of leaders have different vocabulary choices that they use. If we know what vocabulary choice that's being used and we can listen for key words that are coming, we're able to focus our leadership. First, what type of leader are we? And second, what type of listener is listening to our message? So I will weight my communication, if I'm talking to a group of engineers, with words like logical, analytical, fact-based, quantitative. How can we best measure this? Let's get some charts up. Let's look at some numbers. So my leadership is now hitting their ears like, oh, he's like me. I can follow him. Well, if I'm in a group of marketing people, that won't work as well because they're more idea generated and are going to sit in the space of creativity, or entrepreneurs are very creative. They're very innovative. So I'm not going to use those words. I'll use a different set of words. I'll talk more holistically. Here's how I can synthesize things. Here is what how to synthesize or integrate or conceptualize what the project is going to look like in the future. Now, I just changed my vocabulary between those 2 different groups, and my leadership is now creating congruency and reflecting A, I got some strength, B, I see what your strength is, and now I'm waiting for feedback. I'm waiting for information. How about an interpersonal leader? I'll talk about team building. I'll talk about what talent acquisition might look like. I'll say, how do we grow somebody inside this company? How can we best provide support around the project? Different set of words, different style of leadership. If I'm an operational leader, I'll go, here are the steps we're going to follow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Do you have a way to improve these steps? What details am I missing? Can I organize this different way? How does this work over the field of time? I've literally communicated to the 4 different kinds of leadership and the 4 different types of listeners that are following me. So the big challenge then for us as leaders, whether we're bald or not, is to create a series of successes in the communication, message sent, message received, and checking in for understanding, welcoming mistakes, welcoming misunderstandings, making misunderstandings safe to say, oh, I thought I heard you said it this way. My thinking preference got in the way. I feel disappointment about that. How do we do then number 2, which is cleaning up mistakes? That's where behavioral communication comes in, or needs-based communication comes to the front as a leader. Message sent is message received is one thing. Managing the emotion of the upset might sound like this. I'm guessing you're feeling frustrated and you need some more acknowledgement about what your role was in this project. The person will go, yeah, I did XYZ and Joe did, this whole other thing. And we're not getting recognized at the level of importance that each one of us brought to the table. Emotional intelligence is something that can be measured and something that can be grown inside a leader. It takes a little bit of work to have language fluidity to manage the molecules of emotion up and down inside of it. Leadership is about managing dopamine inside the listener. How do we create a reward? What would it be like to get those things in your things? How about imagine what it would be like when you have those things and you're able to save time? But I don't know if you can or not. That's called uncertainty. I don't know if you can or not, because it does take a little bit of letting go of old habit patterns. A lot of people don't want to let go of their habit patterns. And that leads us to the third things that leaders need to know: beliefs, biases, and fallacies. Beliefs, biases, and fallacies that get in the way of message sent, message received. People are just filtering. You're filtering right now, listening to me, and go like, wait a minute. How much time do we have left? Could you be feeling anxious and nervous about timeliness and also the need for progress inside this show? Or are you so inspired your need for learning is being met? I am guessing empathetically what might be happening inside you, because here it comes. Mind reading is overrated. Mind reading is overrated. I got to find out what's going on. See, so you come back on the screen and go like, okay, is this a chance to check in with me? Or is it a chance to get to closure? Or is it a chance to say, hey, how can people get in touch with you? That might be some things that people would be interested in. See, all of a sudden, I'm not reading your mind, but I sure am guessing. And I got a nice, gentle head nod on your side. So the nice part about it is I do have some links for both books, and I have links for ways to connect with me. My book, Emotional Sobriety Solution, will make a big difference. I think it's recommended leaders. And oh, by the way, just as a footnote, the tools in that book is used throughout Microsoft to use as their primary leadership management. How do we communicate collaboratively and cooperatively? Preferences, thinking styles, how does our emotions work, and emotional intelligence, beliefs, biases, and fallacies. Those are the 3 things to get in touch with. All right. How can we get a moment of closure? What would you like to celebrate right now? What was one thing that I said or did that made a difference? Just one thing, and then we'll close.
But one thing I'd like you to do is tell folks how they can find you. I know you got a list of links there. Is the last one the link that they can find you at your website?
That's correct.
I can celebrate you and find you.
That's correct. The link. Yeah, the last link is the one they can find me. That's right. The very last link in that link. I did put the link to my book and the link to my page if people want to talk to me. Okay.
By the way, why don't you go ahead and say what it is? Because from an Audible standpoint, we want to hear that too.
Correct.
Oh, that's great. So I'm just going to give my website then. My name is Bill Sterle, STIERLE.com. Go to billsturley.com. Contact information, book information is ready to go.
So since Bill Sturley has been a friend of mine for probably about 15 years or thereabouts, I just want to say we did a show together where he spoke at depth for about an hour. There's so much rich information about how to communicate. And Joseph, thank you for stepping in the host position. And Bill, thank you for being here. I know you have more information that could possibly engage and enrich someone as a leader. So we are giving, I'll call it an hors d'oeuvre slot of how brilliant you are.
Grateful for the acknowledgement and just inspired to be on this wonderful group of bald people doing bald things. It's what makes man.
Keys, brother. That's about matching tone and managing the message. That kind of stuff. It's in abundance, but we're not using it.
We're not using it. That's
So
right.
thank
That's
you for
right.
sharing that. It was definitely a timely message, man. So thank you for sharing that with us, man. Definitely.
All right. More to come, and have a good one. We'll talk to you later. Thanks, Ken.
One more for the road, brother.
All right. Take care. All right. Bye.
All right. Next up, we got Mario Smith. Are you in the house, sir?
And Joseph, I love that you're keeping the message alive when you give the bald skull head. That's absolutely right.
It's not going to stop.
and by the way, before we go live, give a shout out to Jose. When you go live, just give a shout out to Jose, because there are 4 or 5 or 6 amazing speakers here today because of CLA.
You talking about right now?
When you go live,
Okay.
just say that you're here as a host. And I just want to say that I don't know if everyone acknowledged Jose, but he did bring a lot of wonderful people to the event.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I can do that. All right.
All right. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Mario, we're waiting for Joseph. He'll say record, and then they'll hit record, and you're off the races.
We'll make sure we have audio on Mario's in before we do that. Okay, we ready to roll. Recording on.
All right. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, I think we can. Welcome back to the Bald-A-Thon Leadership Series. We got Mario Smith in the house. Before we let you jump in and speak, I want to give a shout out to a good friend of ours and a good friend of this podcast, Jose Escobar. He's responsible for myself and many members of our networking community on this incredible leadership series that have been speaking today and will be speaking going forward. So, Jose, we give you a big shout out, man. Love and appreciate you, man. Thanks for your support of us and allowing us to have this platform to do this today. So, definitely appreciate that. And Mario, I can't wait to hear what you got in store for us, brother. I feel like it's going to be heavy duty, man. So, let's go ahead and roll. The floor is yours, brother. Let's go.
Awesome. I just want to say I am honored to be here, honored to meet Dr. Smiley by way of Tanisha Carroll, who invited me. I am honored to be here with my other bald brothers and sisters. I'm actually going to jump right in here. I want to say God is amazing. He had me go through an experience a couple of weeks ago, not knowing that I would be invited to speak here at this wonderful event. But he is absolutely amazing. And I just want to share the experience that I had, which is very timely for this occasion. So through this experience, you'll hear exactly what I do and the company I work for. But I'm in a meeting presenting for an executive vice president, and I get an instant message. We use this messenger called Slack. I get this instant message from a postgraduate intern, and he's requesting to meet with me. And I'm doing this presentation, and in his message, he says that his manager had given him 5 names of people that he needs to meet and talk with before his time is up with our company. And I was one of the 5 names that was given. And I just want to say a quote my grandfather used to say is all closed eyes ain't sleep, meaning that you never know who's watching or where your name is going to come up in a conversation. So make sure that someone has something nice to say about you and something positive to say, because you never know when your name is going to come up. So this young man reached out to me and he said, Mr. Smith, I want to meet with you. My manager gave me your name. I only have 1 week left here. It's very important. And I'm in the office here on Mondays and Wednesdays. And so at that time, I immediately, I was like, wow, of course, this young man doesn't know, exactly who I am. He doesn't know I don't typically come into the office. He doesn't know my schedule. To put something or to try and meet with me within a week's time is usually unheard of. I'm looking at my calendar. I have a meeting with a Microsoft executive, an Amazon executive. I have other meetings lined up during this time that he wants to meet. I'm like, I typically work from home. I don't go into the office, and I'm just like, there's no way that I'm gonna, be able to make time for this intern. And immediately, I get convicted by God, and God says to me, I didn't call you to be a leader out of convenience or comfort. I want to let you know that being a leader is not always convenient, but it is important. And I said, for this young man to reach out to me, for his manager, who I've only worked with maybe once or twice throughout my entire career, to let him know that I'm someone important for him to talk to before he leaves our organization. I need to figure out a way to make time for him. So I replied back to this young man and I said, I'll be able to meet you on Monday of the following week at 9:00. We have a Starbucks on our campus. So I made time in my schedule, blocked out some time. I met this young man at Starbucks on our campus. And so I always get to any meetings that I'm meeting, I always get there at least a half an hour early. So I get there early. I'm sitting there. I'm waiting on this young man to come. And he gets there. He sits down. I'm sitting down there with the young man, and I introduce myself. He introduced himself, and he begins to read me my resume. And he sits down, and I'm very impressed. He sits there and he says, I did my homework on you, sir. And I see that you started working at Warner Brothers Discovery in 2009, and you started as a webmaster working for the NBA, and you worked your way up, and you worked your way up to a developer, and then you worked your way in a product, and you started working for NCAA and then March Madness, and now you're working for Bleacher Report, and you've been here for 16 years. And he started going down all of these accolades and certifications and me going back to school, master's degree. He started going through my whole resume, and he began to just interview me for about 5-10 minutes. And we went back and forth, and at some point, he closed his company issued laptop as we were talking, and he took out his phone and he began taking notes on his phone. And he said, one of the things that I realized, and he said, I specifically saved you as the last person that I talked to. And he said, everybody else name that my manager gave me had an average tenure of work history of right around 4 to 5 years. In my typical age group, the average work tenure is around 1.5 years. But I've noticed that you've been at this organization for over 16 years. You've been through about 3 or 4 company name changes, about 4 CEOs. You've excelled every 2 or 3 years in management, 6 promotions, job positions. You've constantly progressed in your position. And you've remained within the area that you love, which is sports. And he said, I have one final question for you when it comes to leadership. And here was his question. He said, with what you've learned during your path of becoming a leader in this organization, what advice could you tell me as I start my career, because I aspire to be a leader such as you? And so this is what I told him. I said, it took me a little while to learn this. Well, first, I started out by saying, look, my grandfather also told me this. Free advice is worth exactly what you pay for it, especially if you don't apply it. So I said, I look at leadership as this. This is my advice. I said, leadership is a position of divine support. Let me explain what I mean by that. I said, in any position that you have, in any role, in any level of responsibility, and whatever it is that you're doing in life. I don't care if you're at McDonald's flipping fries. I don't care if you're managing 5 people or 55,000 people. I don't care if you're a CEO of your own business or company. In any level of position or role that you have as a leader, you are there to relieve pressure. You are there to relieve pressure and support. And the higher you get in leadership should speak to the level of support that you're able to provide. As long as you keep that and understand that first, you'll always have a position. You'll always be able to generate value, and you'll always be able to make revenue and money. And what do I mean when I say divine support? Here's where I look at this as divine support. As a follower of Christ, I really believe that what I know and understand about the Bible is applicable for our daily lives. Just as Jesus Christ spent time with the Father to understand and study and build a relationship and understand the Father, he was able to duplicate what he understood and knew about the Father with the disciples, with the people that was on earth that he walked with, that he spent time with at his level. In that same way in leadership, at whatever level you are, what I understand and know as I spend time with my leaders, even in the corporate realm, I can transfer and speak to the people that's on my level in the workplace. So what do I mean by relieving pressure? If I can understand what's keeping my manager or boss up at night, if I can understand these are the things that they don't want to deal with, these are the things that are giving them problems, those are the things that I'm going to try and learn about to relieve pressure at whatever level that I'm at. And then I can influence the people at my level that I'm at. Whatever level I'm at, I can influence the people that I'm at to help relieve that pressure. And as I grow and as I develop, as I get elevated, as I become, let's say, a people manager, that divine leadership, I'm still looking upwards to my upstream management. I'm still influencing, relieving, and supporting pressure at the level that I'm on laterally. And then I'm also looking down, supporting the people that's looking at me for leadership. And if you look at it and really think about it, it's forming a cross. It's divine support and leadership. At the end of the day, it's about the people. I think it was Brian Livingston that actually touched on this and said this. People, whatever it is that we're doing as leaders, at the end of the day, the real true treasure is people. We're supporting people. We're working with people. We're supporting people. People don't leave organizations, they leave leadership. And what we need to understand about being leaders is it's about the people. When the people know that you care about their felt needs, there's nothing that you can't get out of them. As a leader, the day people stop bringing you their problems, their issues, the day that people stop trusting you is the day that you stop being an effective leader. The day that they lose confidence that you can actually help them is the day that they feel like you don't care. And you'll lose them one way or the other. You'll either lose them mentally or you'll lose them physically. As a leader, you have to understand that organizations don't really accomplish anything. Plans don't really accomplish anything. Theories of management don't really matter. But what really matters is the people that you attract and how you lead those people to accomplish the endeavors of success.
Good stuff, man. Appreciate you, brother. That's really, really good, man. I love the stuff about character building and the idea of people knowing you and can speak for you when you're not there.
Absolutely.
That's deep stuff, man. I feel like we're missing that in today's world, man. So you definitely brought that in. I know Dr. Smiley will agree with that, man. That was fantastic stuff, man.
It was so good. I was throwing hearts up. And I want to say, I thought the shoes were going to rumble and fall off. I thought it was going to be a mic drop.
Oh, goodness. That would be crazy.
You were preaching leadership. So God bless you.
There you go. There you go.
How can folks celebrate you and find you, man?
Oh, I've been told I need to write some books. I've been told I need to write my little nuggets down, and I need to get better with social media and all of that. But I am on LinkedIn at Mario E. Smith. You can find me on LinkedIn, and I am on Facebook also at Mario E. Smith. But I'll be getting some more information out there, and I'm definitely plugged into the Dr. Smiley network at this point. So
Good.
I'll be around for some future things for
Can't
sure.
wait to see you soon and connect with you soon. I'm excited about the opportunity to do this.
Absolutely.
All right, man. Well, have a good weekend, man. Thanks for doing this, man. It's been fantastic. Thank you, sir.
Yep.
All right. Kyle McGregor in the house. Let me see you, sir. There you go.
Right. Can you hear me all right?
I can hear you fine. I see the Browns up there.
Yeah, that's what's up.
We got to find time to talk about that at another time in place. We can't do it now. We don't have enough time and bandwidth for that today, but I want to have that convo with you, man.
Absolutely.
I got some questions for you. But, all right.
Please
so you
do.
all set? Are you all set audio-wise? It sounds really good.
You see me all right? You can hear me okay?
Sounds really good, man.
Check. All right. Well, wonderful. I appreciate having me on. Well, wonderful. Dr. Smiley is the myth, the man, the legend. So blessed and honored to be able to be here with everybody here, especially all my fellow follically challenged human beings.
You know it, brother.
I say I comb my hair twice a week with a razor. It's not like we don't have it. We choose not to have it.
I love it. I love it. All right. We're going to go ahead and jump into this, man, and give you about 8 minutes, man, to share some awesome nuggets for the people. And we'll keep moving. All right. So recording on, please. Thanks. All right, we're back on the Bald-A-Thon Leadership Series, and Kyle McGregor is in the house.
Joseph, I'm sorry. Hey, Kyle, do you have a way of getting on a laptop or anything that's horizontal?
Oh, I can turn it this way if that's better.
Yeah, that'd be way better.
Okay, perfect.
We're giving some latitude to the Baldies because there's such powerful things we need to say. We need to just turn it over because that's what the hair does sometimes.
It's good.
All right, let's go ahead and hit record.
All right, we're back on the Bald-A-Thon Leadership Series, and in studio with us is Kyle McGregor. This man has some awesome nuggets. I can't wait to hear what he has to say. How are you, sir? All's well?
Fantastic. Thanks for having me on.
The pleasure's mine, man. You got 8 minutes, sir. The floor is yours. I'm going to go ahead and get out of the way.
Wonderful. Kyle McGregor here. I've known Dr. Smiley for quite a while now. Just a true blessing to be able to be part of this group of leaders and leadership, those who are giving and putting positivity out into the world. It's one of the things that has been coined for me as PK, Positive Kyle. Yesterday being me and my twin brother's birthday, we are now ripe old age of 48 years old and still living large with the chrome dome, making that thing happen. But just coming in and recognizing, hey, look, having the ability to understand who you are, your purpose, the things that will help you achieve greatness in your life. That's going to be a key component to, I believe, having not just success, but happiness, right? Is really to delineate what it is that you want. My purpose is to give, serve, love, and lead. And I live that every day of my life and finding ways to help incorporate that in my life, the things that I do, the way I impact people's lives. And, the moment you consider yourself entitled to do something is the moment that you let go of your full potential. So it's just being able to, I want to cover just a couple of things here today. Just number one, having an attitude of gratitude, right? Gratitude is, I believe, one of the most important factors, allows us to have happiness in our life, to let go of the negativity, the things that are really, or even fear that's holding us back from really what we're looking for and achieving in our life. So make sure that, your attitude is one of gratitude. And in doing so, allowing ourselves to become more personally developed. Personal development is, I believe, key in everything that we do in our existence in life. The most important work you do is the work that you do on yourself. So if you continue every single day to get a small percentage better, I don't care what it is that you're doing, whether it's spiritual, mental, emotional, physical, you name it, little by little, every day working on you and finding ways to impact other people's lives in a positive way. I believe self-development is really the key factor of people's real happiness coming out of the choice out of the gate there. because it's the choices that we make, right? I mean, not just choices, because choices come into creating habits, right? Our habits really help define who we are. So it's the commitment to the habits, not just the choices that we make, that define us. And if you can create those simple, simplistic, habitual things on a daily basis, because either it'll promote you or expose you in how you're growing in life and existence, right? And then living a life of purpose. If you can live a life of purpose and meaning, have meaning behind it. Things that you do, is it helping you progress and go forward, or is it pushing you backwards? And what is it that your goals are? What is you're looking for? What do you want to achieve? I always try to find, hey, look, are the things that I'm doing now bettering myself and bettering my life and bettering my existence and my family, or is it going backwards? Right? Got married 4 years ago. Actually, Dr. Smiley came out to my wedding. It was amazing part of that, and took phenomenal pictures for us. And we're so grateful for those types of things. And he's a perfect example of somebody that lives that type of life of contribution, of love, of recognizing other people and their potential and their power. And if you can see the goodness in others and you can bring that out in them, allow them to smile, bring that joy out from within them, they'll always remember you. It's planting those little seeds, like even in small communication, all small connection, ways to, ground that so they can remember you, but also when they come back around and think about you, they're like, man, they really made me feel a certain way, right? Because people don't remember what you actually say most of the time, but they remember how you make them feel. So always find ways to the positivity side of things. Find things that you can see that's good in people and let them know. Give them that opportunity to see it for themselves and communicate that to them in a very open, loving way without any type of, uh, things attached to it, right? So many people, especially in the sales space and in that type of an arena, will do things because they want something out of it, right? So instead of looking for something, what's in it for me, is like, how can I help contribute to someone else in their life? How can I make that person's life better? And so I know Dr. Smile lives that way. I guarantee most everybody on this panel does. And the more that we can do that, the better it is. In my space, being able to, I really need to be writing, I think, more books. We're talking about that with Mr. Smiley, to be able to get out some of these positive things that people need to understand and learn, and then implement it into their own life to make them have a better life. That being said, what I do for living is I connect people, right? People connectors. One of the things that I do is been in the payment processing space for now a couple of years, and to be able to help connect businesses to be able to start receiving payments. Now, is that in a crazy impactful in people's lives? The small things can make a world of difference in other people's lives, right? So allow, it doesn't matter what your profession is, doesn't matter what you're doing. We allow that space to be able to, whatever your profession is or whatever you're doing, make sure that's always something that's positive, something uplifting, and something that's helping other people and it's making the world a better place. I appreciate you guys having me on here. Any other questions for me before we jump off here?
Well, brother, first off, man, that was fantastic. I love the whole idea, the attitude of gratitude. For me, that's kind of how I choose to live my life. I've been around the whole low self-esteem, the misery, the that kind of attitude and that kind of culture. And when you're giving to somebody and you walking in generosity, it self-pity can't hang around because all you're thinking about is how you can serve the next person and make their situation better, even if yours isn't that great. So thank you for sharing what you shared, man. That was wonderful, man.
Well, I think it's also important, and I think a lot of people hold on to a lot of things in their life too, right? And what kind of draws them down or pulls them backwards, right? Because you can't control your past, but you can dictate your future. You can actually create the life that you truly want and desire, right? And so you think about, Wolf Emerson said, what the mind of man can conceive and believe, he can achieve, right? So having that belief, having that ability to, visualize what you want and then be able to go out and take the necessary actions, create the habitual aspects to be able to achieve those goals that you're looking for. It's a key component to success and happiness.
Absolutely, man. How can folks find you and celebrate you and shout you out, man? How can they find you?
I can find me on Instagram. It's Kyle McGregor1, KYLEMCGREGOR, just the number one. and that's there on Instagram. Facebook is just J. Kyle McGregor. Probably the easiest way to connect.
All right, man. I love it, man. Well, thank you for sharing that and being so transparent, man. We definitely appreciate it, man. And don't
Absolutely.
forget, we're part of a
Stay
community
bald.
now. So
Stay bald and beautiful.
Well, we're going to stay bald. I don't think we have much of a choice now. Hope to meet you in the near future, man. Great having you on here, man. Thank you so much for doing this.
All right, much love. Thanks a lot.
Thanks.
Am I supposed to be on? I can't hear anything. I cannot hear. Let me see. I need to hear.
Yeah.
Why am I not hearing
Yeah,
anything?
you can hear me.
Okay, I can hear you now.
I think you're going to be hosting, correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Let me make sure we're on the same page.
Okay.
No, you're good. You're good to go. I'm going to be your first guest. So, firstly, thank you for jumping in here and doing this.
Absolutely.
You look
Absolutely.
bald and beautiful, by the way.
Oh, thank
Thank you so much for
you.
being here. I appreciate this. Thank
I
you.
appreciate you.
My
I
pleasure.
can bring this
Pleasure
down
mine.
or up. I'm trying to see how to sit this. All righty.
Dr. Smiley, can I chat with you really quickly before we move forward? I have a quick question, if it's okay with you, real quick.
Of course, of course.
It's been happening the past couple of days. I don't really want to use these because nobody's done that since I've been watching.
Well, no, Paul was. Paul was.
As a guest, though?
Yeah.
He was doing it as a host.
Oh, got it. Yep.
Are you okay with this?
Of course. Thank you for asking. So the professionalism is laptop and horizontal and lighting. And you are not only doing it and crushing it, but I'm almost misty-eyed by it.
Oh, stop.
And by the way,
are you
Casey,
or not?
Casey, if you didn't hear, the new sign, I don't remember if it was Paul or Dino or somebody came up with, if you if you want to show gratitude or love the person that just
Yeah. Absolutely.
I thought that was very cool, man. I'm telling you, for October 14th, it's going to be the greeting and the I got mad props for you, right?
let's keep that going.
Yes,
it works.
indeed. All right. Well, I will I'll exit, but thank you for that question. You are solid, Joseph.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Want to make sure it sounds.
1 second.
Tracy, where you going?
Oh, I think
going?
she
You
just
leaving already?
I think she just did a fax to the UN that you're going on.
Yeah, I was just trying to move a chair,
I'm not sure. We decorating right now.
Right. I'm like looking. Okay.
Just kidding, but thank you.
Okay, how do you pronounce your name?
My name is pronounced Yusef.
Yusef. Marshall. Okay.
Correct.
What do you do, Marshall? Yusef?
What do? Lots of I'm a podcaster, almost full time now. I'm a co-director of a nonprofit for children. I'm a licensed and ordained minister, so I stay busy with that.
Okay.
I write books.
Hey, this is not being recorded. You have a host, and the host is going to say record, and you ask that question, we go record because Joseph's too great to be missing out on an episode. This is solid.
Oh, come on,
this
man.
is solid.
Tracy, you're in control here. I'm not hosting anymore. So
okay.
Hey, wait, last thing I'm going to interrupt on. Joseph, why don't you give her 30 seconds of what you learned as a host real quick? Joseph, are you there?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, because you learned some things that, and by the way, we didn't do any training, so I apologize for that, Tracy. But the record doesn't happen until you say record, and you can actually say 1 second, and they know, and then the record's on, whether you hear it or not, it's on. So, and then we do an episode, okay? So you just give her some golden nuggets, and we'll move on.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is what you said with Zoom, because I have shows, so I host a lot, but I didn't know about the recording thing. And when Dr. Smiley told me about the recording, there's no sound, there's no little beep, there's nothing. Just like, is it happening? So I just been counting 3 Mississippis, and then I start talking and saying, we're back at the Bald-A-Thon Leadership Series. In the studio with us is so and so. And so I'm looking for a sound that never happened. I think one time I waited 10 Mississippis. I'm like, there's no sound happening. What you say, recording on? It's gonna be a beat, and that's gonna be it's gonna be on, and you ready to start.
And one time, Yosef waited 26 minutes, and we were like, Yosef. No. Let me tell you why we're doing this. Let me tell you. We don't want to leave Zoom because most people don't know the other formats like StreamYard, et cetera. And Zoom is easy. So Zoom is not as professional. Sorry, Zoom. I'm not trying to put you down because we're using you, but everyone knows how to get on Zoom. So we're doing Zoom, which is a little archaic from what a professional production would look like. Number two, my team said if we can hit record and stop record, we have clean edits. We don't have to go through the event and actually find where the spots are. So that's why we're doing it. It's a little awkward and live, but I'm telling you, from a post-production, we are moving through light at that point. So thank you for bending and allowing us to actually be more efficient in the post-production.
And okay, so I'll cut my video off and my mute off when you start speaking.
Yes, you'll say record, you'll announce them, and then you'll say take it away, and then you actually go away. All right.
Okay. Well, I go away because I did that, or because you did that.
It's mainly you, but the team will probably do it as well. If not,
when you hit audio and video, you're gonna go.
Yeah, I'd recommend that you do it so you do it at your own grace.
Okay, so and that's the video stop.
Yep, you got it.
Okay. See, my brother, he's the one that does all of our podcasts when we were doing them. So we didn't have to do anything, but just be there.
Well, because we're bald, we're smarter. We can do more.
Okay.
Just click on audio and video. You see a red slash through both of them, and you know you're good to go.
Thank you.
Okay, you have a nonprofit for children, right?
I do.
For children. Okay.
All right. So when you hit record, you can ask these questions, and Yosef shows up as a superstar.
Oh, okay. So I can ask questions.
Oh, you can, but don't. It's not an interview. It's a couple things, and you exit so he can talk about leadership.
Okay, I got you. I'm working on it. Okay. Okay. Record. Okay. Thank you for tuning in with us at the Bald-A-Thon series. This has been an amazing day with all the great speakers. Right now we have Yusuf Marshall, and he is absolutely amazing. Marshall, what do you do?
Kind of one of those jack of all trades, wear many hats kind of guy. So I do podcasting. I got 5 shows. I'm a licensed and ordained minister, so I do a lot of stuff in the community as well. I'm also pretty active in our nonprofit for children, Save the Children SC. Really proud of the work that Mark and I are doing in our community here. I also write books. I'm an author, professional speaker, and I'm just started back into the foray of coaching as a high performance coach with our new company, Everyday Edge Coaching. So we stay pretty busy, but it's all intentional, all for a great purpose. I think a lot of it boils down again to what we're talking about today, leadership. How is it possible to have a glut of leadership gurus, coaches, books, and podcasts, and still it seems we have a massive global leadership problem? I'm going to try to provide that answer today, hopefully. But for me, leadership is firstly knowing the way and then helping others get there. I'll say that again. Leadership for me is knowing the way and helping others get there. It's personal accountability. It's leading yourself well first before you invite others to join you for the journey. I see that in the opposite in so many places in life, in business, in entrepreneurship, in ministry, and it's pretty sad and it's backwards. We need to invert that and flip that. Lead yourself well first before you invite somebody to join you for the journey. How do you take somebody where you've never been? It's kind of crazy to even think about doing that. We do it so often. It's because we're not leading ourselves first. We're concerned about having a staff of 50 people or a staff of 100 people. I was in the corporate world, so I get this totally. But if you're not a good leader of your own self first, chances are you can't lead those people effectively. For me, I was inspired to be a leader through a very strange childhood. Regular interactions with my peers that were my age, that's not strange, but with functioning adults 3 to 6 times my age, that's very strange. They would ask 10-year-old Yusuf questions that there's no way I should have the answers to. But somehow, I'd even call it miraculously, I was able to answer their questions. I had answers for their questions at 10 years old. I realized that I was blessed to have a wisdom that was beyond my years and experiences. So what I did was I embraced it. I lost the what about me attitude that I had in my upbringing, and I just became infatuated with serving, with education, and with my own personal growth. I came from a family of people who were very, very serious to the point where they would choke you if you don't educate yourself. They were really serious about that. They meant it, you know. And I feel like I didn't have a voice as a child that anybody would want to hear. I had some issues with my self-esteem a little bit, body issues, self-esteem wise, with self-confidence. Maybe you guys can relate to this. I come from a big city of New York City, in the borough of Brooklyn. I mean, big city, loud noises, distractions, all the hustle and bustle, high energy type atmospheres. And on top of that, to complicate things more, I had a huge stuttering issue. So I was not confident with even speaking to people. People were asking me questions about real life stuff, and clearly they needed help. And they come to me, somebody who was ashamed to talk because he stuttered. It was a huge challenge to overcome that. But if I can do it, I know anybody else here can. It's really easy to play the comparison game and get lost in that world. But the antidote for me, and it's just my personal testimonial, this is what I did. The antidote for me, not feeling good about myself, was to overserve others on such a level that made them feel wanted, that made them feel valued. That was my leadership therapy. That was my coming out party, if you will. I saw that, you know what? I can sit here and wallow in self-pity and think about what's wrong with me and why I don't have this and that. Why doesn't it look like other people's look and all those things? Or I can just serve people and make it my goal, make it my life's work to make other people happy, to help other people be well in their life. So for me, my mission and my purpose as a leader was to ensure that generations see the value of the one more mentality. And I honestly don't just talk about that, I actually live by that. I really believe it. I believe that even starting in your own households, every household and households make strong neighborhoods and communities. Strong neighborhoods and communities make strong cities. Strong cities make strong states. Strong states make strong nations, and strong nations make a stronger world. So for me, it always starts with one more. If we all served and loved and encouraged and supported one more person, imagine the reach and influence we can have, what we can see. Imagine what the world would look like to us if we majored in giving and minored in taking. Think about that for a second. What if we majored in giving and we minored in taking? That's still leadership. Can you see that? Can you see the value there? There is a story that I love to share about the cow versus the buffalo. I love it because they're both susceptible to the storm. They're both susceptible to the lightning and the rain, but they approach it differently. The cows try to run alongside or they try to run away from the storm, knowing that if you ever lived in Florida, you know this, you can't outrun the storm. It's going to find you and you're going to get wet. So the cows have the wrong motivation here. They try to run away from the storm, but eventually just get caught up in the storm, and it takes the process of them getting dry a lot longer. The buffalo have a different approach. They run into the storm. And even though it's more adverse for them, they get through it faster. And to me, that's a sign of a leader. How am I making my bald difference in the world? Well, to be clear, just for transparency's sake, my being bald was a decision. I have a full head of hair, even at my age, but I decided, you know what? I wanted to do, not be different so much, but I wanted to actually put myself in a position to make things easy for myself. I didn't want to go through all of the hair cutting and all those things. So I have no regrets whatsoever. But to me, being bald is about being resilient. It's not about what we lost or what we can compare ourselves to in other people's lives because we don't know the prices they paid. It's about being comfortable in your own skin. It's about having a keen sense of knowing who you are and who you want to be. You're the man historically in the Bible that cut his hair and lost his strength. I gained strength. I gained resilience from not having hair. I felt even more confident. And for me, identity and integrity are things that people will never ever forget about you, even if you are bald. So I commend every bald and beautiful person that's been on this show, that's been a part of this event, and that will be on this event. Thank you for doing what you do. And Dr. Smiley, thank you again for your time and for allowing me to be a part of this incredible event. Tracy, I thank you.
Yes, Yusuf, that was great. I can relate. I can totally relate to you. Like, I was the same way. I had no voice at all. Had low self-esteem. So yes, great story. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I want to share something that happened at the moment.
Okay. Okay, Dr. Smiley. Stop recording.
Yeah, it stopped.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about saying stop. They'll stop when there's no.
Okay. Okay. I'm sorry.
By the way, yeah, I know we're going to add a beep to the next one because this is our first time doing this without a beep, and we thought it'd be better because it's more professional. So when you say record, they will automatically record. You wait 1 second, then you speak, and then you bring in Pastor Yvette, and just introduce her as you wish, and then have her have the screen. How are you, Pastor Yvette?
Good, thank you.
You are looking ready to go. So beautiful smiles everywhere. We're rounding out the last 8 hours of the event, and this is going to be an epic. And by the way, it's our first Bald-A-Thon, and I think the 11th Bald-A-Con is happening in Atlanta. So just so you know, we're just in our first stage, but I think this was a very powerful day, very powerful speakers, obviously, and so we're excited to have you both hosting and being a guest, and just let it flow. But we got you in the back, all right?
Okay. All right. Are you ready, Pastor Yvette?
I am ready. I'm ready as I'm going to get, ma'am.
Okay. Awesome. 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 Record.
So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Pastor Yvette Till. I bring you greetings from the great city of Clarksville, Tennessee. We're about 55 miles east of Nashville, and this is my first time doing something like this, so I'm very excited, and I want to thank Dr. Smiley for the opportunity. And so what I did is I wrote down some notes so I just wouldn't go on, and I want to honor the time currency of 8 to 9 minutes, so I'm just going to let it flow. Leadership to me means service. It's not about titles or positions, but about influence, integrity, and impact. True leadership is lifting others as you climb and create spaces where people can be seen, valued, heard, and capable of more than what they've ever imagined. One of my mentors in the ministry, Pastor Leona Washington, she would always tell us to make sure that your audio match your video. And so I try to live by that. If I'm going to walk it, then I'm going to make sure that I'm talking it as well. I was inspired to be a leader by the many examples that were set before me. Some were good and some were not so good. And I've been blessed to learn from leaders who lead with compassion and strength, as well as those who struggled a little bit with poor leadership. Those real life experiences shaped me and helped me to develop my own leadership style. I learned early on to copy the right cat so that when the opportunity came, I could be an effective leader, one with compassion and one that knows how to a way to uplift others. Now, of course, you don't live 6 days with self-doubt and lack of confidence. In my 30s, I discovered my identity as a Black woman and all the things and embraced the confidence that came along with that self-awareness. In my 40s, I learned the value of sitting back and watching and learning and listening, because you're never too old to learn from others. In my 50s, from another mentor of mine, Bishop Kenny Kendrick, I discovered the difference between knowledge and wisdom. You see, knowledge will give you the answer, but wisdom teaches you when to give the answer. And now in my 60s, I'm faced with something that I never imagined that I would face, and that is hair loss. So all of the insecurities that I thought that I had conquered in all those years, they seem to have resurfaced. But 2 years now into this journey, I see this as a part of my greater purpose, is to help others navigate these waters of loss, and to help them know that this new normal, it's a challenge, and there are going to be good days and there are going to be not so good days, but we can cover them with courage and with grace. And so that's why my mission as a leader is to serve, to equip, and to empower others to walk boldly in who they are and who God has called them to be. My purpose is to lead with integrity and with compassion, to prepare others for opportunities that come their way, and to remind them that they're never alone in this journey. And that's how I strive to make a bald difference. This journey was one that I never chose. It chose me. I'm not bald by choice. I'm bald by circumstance. And in its choosing me, it has forced me to learn to be brave. People come up to me and they think I have cancer. I have to explain to them that it's just a diagnosis. I have alopecia, but alopecia does not have me. So I want others to know that once you learn how to walk in your own truth and in your own integrity, it gives you a whole new sense of power, and it lets you know really who that you are. I've been on this journey. Some of you have been on this journey for a while, and some of you are new to the journey. Whatever stage that you're in, know that you are not alone. There is a whole legion of men and women that are navigating these waters, and we want you to know that you are not alone. So thank you so much for this opportunity, and I appreciate the chance for my voice to be heard.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Pastor Yvette. That was absolutely amazing. And you are absolutely beautiful in your boldness and baldness. I love it. You look amazing.
Thank you so very much.
You're welcome. Who's next? Hello. Hi, how are you?
Hello.
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 How are you doing?
I am doing good.
Awesome. Awesome. Thank you for coming in.
You can't hear me.
I can hear you. Yes.
Okay.
Okay. You ready?
Yes.
Okay. Record.
Hello, everyone. My name is Tracy Newbill Etheridge. I just want to first give honor to God, who's the head of my life. Also, I want to just give the a great opportunity here that Dr. Smiley gave me on today to share who I am and what do I do and what do I bring to the community. So I tell you, I am so honored. I am so grateful. I have alopecia, but alopecia don't have me. I am truly a beautiful, bold, bald sister here that is living with alopecia. I am a advocate. I'm also a model. Before I went to actually started losing my hair, I had no idea what I was facing until I put myself out there and showed just who I was, and I became a model where I would go to fashion shows and also speak at speaking engagements. And I pretty much did a lot of churches where I did testimony service on how I reached the goal that I have, that the actual platter that I have now, which is a alopecia advocate. I support as many alopecia events that I can. Um, Being that I am bald, most of the time when I go to fashion shows and being a model, I pretty much be the only bald. So I get all these looks like, first I have cancer, and so that allows me to educate those that is interested in if I have cancer, or am I living with some type of deadly disease. But then I will have the opportunity to educate them on alopecia. And so, with that gave me the leadership to share who I am, and what do I do to be a leader in the community. And so I created a My Air Alopecia is Real podcast, where I did bring on some of my brothers and sisters and children that was living with alopecia, and I allowed them to tell their journey on how they're living with alopecia. And so in turn, I am, grateful that a lot of platforms have allowed me to come on their platforms to share my journey. It's great. It's not you wake up in the morning and you, and now you're bald, but it's a process of where you come from. When I first became bald, I was livid. I was, scared. I had anxiety. I had mental health issues. And so I had to go to counseling, and try to get my self-esteem back up, because everywhere I went, I thought everybody was looking at me, or everybody thought I was dying, and stuff like that. So, but since I have became the beautiful bold boss sister that I am, given that confidence that God has given me, that it has allowed me to share who I am, what do I stand for, and go out into community, in the community, in the support systems, the alopecia walks, all of that, to show who I am and where I came from, and to share the journey with others. Also standing in the gap of those that is not ready, just not that ready to step out in their truth. So I am the one, the Tracy Newville Etheridge.
Awesome, awesome. Thank you so much for showing up through this amazing Bald-A-Thon series. We really appreciate you and your story. Thank you.
Thank you. And you can find me on social media, all platforms. Facebook, Tracy Newville Etheridge. I also have a website, a foundation. We are myair.com. You can go and you can read a little bit about me, read a little about some of the alopecian males, females, as well as kids coming on to tell their journey on how we're living with alopecia. And hey, we're out here, we're free, and we're just doing our thing.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Hello.
Hi, how are you?
How are you?
I am great. Good to
Awesome.
see you and to
You
finally
as
meet
well.
you.
Yes. Yes. Thank you for showing up to the Bald-A-Thon series.
We're going to have some fun because we're going to do a reveal just for everybody to see how bold and bald we can be, right?
Yes, absolutely.
We're going to shake some things up. So let's go.
Record, please.
Hello and great day to everyone. I am so happy to be here on this beautiful day, on the National Day of Bald is Beautiful. And so I want you all to don't be alarmed. Yes, I am bald, but so are other women who you may see every day and may not see or really know what's underneath that wig. Well, I'm here to represent the other side of what alopecia looks like. And that's how I lead. I'm the proud founder and CEO of the Alopecia Queen movement. This movement was founded after I decided, after 20 years of living in fear of what others would say and what words would be spoken to me, just living on the other side of fear and just wanting to know what it would be like to live bold, bald, and free. And so I decided to make the bold move on September the 11th, ironically, in 2019, months before my 40th birthday. I just grabbed the scissors and grabbed whatever I had and just started cutting. And as I removed that hair from my scalp, and I know many of us baldy queens that are out there have a similar story, things began to change. And there was a period of time where I still was like, what is going on? I don't recognize myself. And so there were times where I still put back on the head wrap and still put on the wig. And that is still there at times. But I want to say to the women that are out there that are still wondering, is there really freedom on the other side? Is there still hope for me? I'm tired of hiding in myself. I am ready to break free from this hair that holds me down. It's possible. You can be free. You can be bold. You can be beautiful. And you can live your life without restriction, knowing that you have leaders such as myself and others to help you along the way. The Alopecia Queen movement is all about that, moving into the direction of living free, free from any restriction, not just hair, but for the women out there who have been felt like they've been holding back, those days are over. What better month to be free than this month? September is our month, ladies. Let's feel this flow and let's get into this. Alopecia Queen movement is a movement that is forward moving for women. We also have men that are involved with us. You can follow us on Facebook and Instagram, or you can DM me personally, because at the core of this, I am leading others through and navigating them through this process of alopecia. I was diagnosed with alopecia areata at a very young age, and there weren't many women that looked like me in leadership roles. As a coordinator here in this great, beautiful city of Orlando, I am blessed to serve as a facilities coordinator at a large resort and one of few women in the engineering department. And so I know how intimidating it can be to have the ability to lead others, whether it is in work or even as a chaplain, as I lead others in the marketplace and in the kingdom of God. But to do so, bold, bald, and free is a whole new level of access that God has released. And let me share with you, it's yours too. Freedom is yours, and it can be yours today. And if there's anyone out there who is listening to this and just feel that pull, Queen, I see you. I see you behind the head wraps. I see you with the hats. We see you with the wigs, but we see your heart. We know that you're ready to break free. And sometimes you just need someone to hold your hand. At the Alopecia Queen movement, that's what we do. We want to be your mentor. We want to be able to look at you in the face and say, girl, you can do this. Queen, you are victorious. The hair is just something for you to discover who you really are. It's so oxymoronic that I had to lose my hair in order to see the beauty that was hidden within, to see the strength that God had within me, for it to be pulled out and to be able to stand in the front lines and hold hands with women that look like me on each arm and say, girl, we're going to walk out in this world without anything holding us back. So when it comes to you, when you feel that urge and you just need a little push, phone call away, that's it. Inbox your other alopecia queen and say, hey, I just want to FaceTime. I want to see your face. How did you do it? How did you come out of that shell? It took courage. it took prayer, but most importantly, it took community. It took someone else to look at me that had done this before. And so because I wasn't able to have it, to see it myself, God placed it in me to become that for someone else. And so I really want to take this moment to thank Dr. Smiley for this opportunity and to thank the queen that nominated me, Blue. I appreciate you and I love you. And just a little plug, if you love these earrings, my fellow queen sister, follow her on Blamtique, Bamtiquue, so you can get your earrings just like me. Thank you so much for your time. God bless you all.
Don't leave. Don't leave. So first of all, you had us all worried over here. We're like, is she going to take it off? Is she going to take it off? Is she going to So I just want to say, I think you look more beautiful the way you are now. You look,
Yes.
and by the way, it's such a tribute to blue that you wear blue. And I don't think you touched on leadership as much as I would have liked. So I just want to say to the audience, a leader is someone that embraces that they are powerful, and you have been powerful
Yes.
yourself, and you've been powerful for others, and you've been a stand for others being powerful. And I want to give you a chance just to wrap up in one quick minute.
Sure.
How you make a bold difference as a leader.
Yes.
All you.
How
Go
do
ahead.
how do I make a bold difference as a leader? Every day I wake up and step out of my front door. I'm leading others because I am bold, I am truth, and I am real. I decided to just take life as beautiful as it is from the inside out and realizing that how God created me, there's nothing wrong with it. That the more bold and bare I am on the inside, it reflects on the outside. And that confidence, that God confidence that I walk in, that crown of confidence that I wear is what people see. And that's how I continue to lead.
I agree with you wholeheartedly. I'll only add that you are not including two things that you also are, which is that you are a person when you hear an opportunity to show up, you do. And then the most important thing is you always show up. And that is a big accolade to you. There are people that heard this opportunity and they said it doesn't fit. And I thought to myself, at what point does it have to be valuable for you to know it fits? And for me, I would say yes to you for the same opportunity you're taking from me, which is an opportunity to share your voice, your message, and be supported by a community that loves you. So
yes.
So thank you for being part of this. And I think I'm
Thank you.
taking over the hosting position. How can people follow you?
They can follow the Alopecia Queen movement at Alopecia Queen Movement, either Facebook or Instagram.
All right. And thank you for being here. I think we're doing a wrap up. We're down to our last, I think, 6 speakers. Thank you to all
Thank you.
the ladies, the Bald sisters, and the women that actually showed up to say that leadership is a game for all. So I think we're awaiting our next guest, and we are in wrap up mode. I just want to say thank you to all the people who nominated. Nominating people is a way of saying I have gratitude, and there's certainly been a lot of gratitude in this event. Our next speaker is it Dr. Annie Mewborn?
Yes, it's me.
All right, well, come on in. Let's get
Hello.
you. There we go. So I'll put you in multi-speaker here just for a second, so I can just say, wow, we're ending the day with power.
Yeah,
You've been here to see all the powerful women and the powerful men.
I have, and it's really awesome. It's truly awesome, truly a blessing to even be here. Yes.
Well, it is, and it's a blessing to have you here. I want to say that every single time I have been listening, which out of the 8 hours, I can confess I had to leave for a little bit for the soccer game that my son was playing, but it has been solid. The morning started great, the afternoon, early afternoon, and now we're in the late afternoon. It has been solid, high quality leadership conversation. So what I'd like is to introduce you. This is Dr. Annie Mewborn. And first of all, say, when I turn over to you, say who nominated you and your definition of leadership, your thoughts and feelings on leadership, why you chose to be a leader, your challenges, and then, of course, how you make a bold difference. You have about 8 minutes to do so. Enjoy.
All right. Thank you.
Actually, okay. I think they didn't do record until you went on. So I think I'm supposed to.
That's
So,
okay.
yeah, hit the record off. Okay, so normally when I start with somebody, they hit record. Was it
Okay.
record? Was it recording?
I didn't see record up there. No, I didn't
Didn't
see.
either. Okay. Yeah, because then otherwise it looks like an unprofessional episode. All right, so record. All right, I wish I could say all the beautiful things that I said.
That's okay.
But I'll just say we have had an amazing day from the morning till now of just high quality speakers, and you have been here to hear them, so you'll attest. When you go live, please share who nominated you, your thoughts and feelings about leadership, why you chose, and what challenge you have, and how you make a bold difference. It's all you. Enjoy.
All right. Well, first of all, good evening to everyone that's out there. And I want to say personally, thank you to Angela Leonard for nominating me. She's another alopecia sister that is just doing great and amazing things. I also wanted to say on a sidebar to hello to my alopecia sister and co-author, Tracy Cook. Tracy Cook and I are actually co-authors together. And so I did want to say, I see you, Tracy, and you are doing amazing things. So for me, what's my definition? First, what's my
All right, I'm just coming back on. Sometimes we have little freezes with our internet, so I will go ahead and be a buffer until she comes back, and hopefully Dr. Annie Mewborn will be back soon. For any of the bald speakers that know people that they wish they had nominated, and you'd like to have them on, fortunately, God has given us 2 holidays. The second holiday is October 14th, and that's Bald Me Free Day. We're going more with influence as a topic of conversation, but for those that would like to speak just on leadership, it'll be part 2 and round 2 of that. So if Dr. Annie Mewborn doesn't come back on, I'm going to see if I can give a little show and tell of at least the last directory we have. Because that last directory is going to be helpful for those of you who want to follow these shows. And if you know a chef or you know somebody that is a smiler, we have the International Smile Day on October 3rd. October 2nd is Poets United. Do you know any poets? So, hi, Tracy. How are you?
Hey, hi. How are you?
Well, you did a great job as a host. I know we kind of threw you in the fire.
Yeah.
Well,
first time for everything, you know?
There is. And by the way, in the sidebar, I mean, we're in the background saying, we need to do more training, all this stuff. But, how many days do we get to know you and put you in the fire, right? So I want to acknowledge I needed your help. I told my team, I said, if I do 8 hours straight of hosting, what benefit is that if we don't have other leaders showing up? Do you know how many of the hosts are podcasters? I mean, how many of the guests? Out of the 50 guests, I'm going to just guess it was roughly 10 of them were professional podcasters.
Okay. Yes.
The 50 guests that have been here today, I will say roughly half of them are professional speakers.
Wow.
Of the 50 guests.
I'm on my way.
Yes. Well, we all are. We're all growing. But and then out of the 50, I would say probably about 30 are authors. And all of them are leaders, and all of them are making a positive difference. So we did lose Dr. Annie for a minute. I don't know if she's coming back, but if she does, we will probably restart because that episode is kind of halted to the point that we won't have the continuity. So are you my next guest?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so we are going to hit the record button, I believe. So the
I typed mine out. I have it all written out. So.
Oh, you do? Okay. All right. Go ahead and close record for a second. We're going to hit record again. Just 1 second.
Okay.
All right. And hit record. All right. Well, thank you, Tracy Cook, for being an amazing host today. You have a beautiful smile.
Thank you so much.
Haircut. Beautiful outfit. I mean, green. Come on now. Oh, I haven't shown anyone my shirt I was going to wear for my hosting position for the evening. So my day shirt said, "Does this shirt make me look bald?" And that was my pink shirt I had earlier on. This is my shirt.
Nice.
So when I did the Smile-A-Thon, I had I think 12 shirts that had different smiles, different type of smile activity on it, and I wore it every single hour. And look at this, we're at 4:44, which means this is a God hour for you to talk and bring light to the world about leadership,
yes,
love,
Yes.
everything you're doing to bring smiles to the world. And you have been a wonderful person to be a partner with. So thank you so much. I'm turning it over to you. Have some fun.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I'm just honored to be here. Thank you, Dr. Smiley. Thank you, Denise Fesso, for connecting us together. It's always a blessing when people connect you with other great people. My name is Tracy Cook, and I believe that uh, the word leadership, what comes to mind for me, it doesn't mean titles or power. You know, it just means that you're making a difference in the world. You know, you want to be a good influence in the world. And that's what I want to do. I want to be a good influence to everyone that I come in contact with. I know this personally because I stand before you as a bald, not by choice. I'm bald on purpose. Okay. I'm bald because I had a daughter who was amazing and beautiful, who had to transition to be with the Lord. And in her transitioning, you know, I was able to release and be free. I had alopecia. Really didn't know what to do with the rest of the hair that I had, but I'm grateful that I let it go so that I can soar like an eagle, you know. Um, the truth, um, okay, I believe also in loving yourself. I had a hard time for many years loving who I was. I would hide literally behind my wigs, hide all the time. And I didn't have a voice either. I was afraid to speak and let people know who I was. So I'm just grateful and I'm thankful to be able to embrace the great person that God created in me. Because if it wasn't for God, I would not know where I would be today, right now, at this moment. I wouldn't be here talking to you, doing this. So I'm just grateful for that. What inspires me, and as far as leadership is concerned, is to help others know that they're awesome, that they are here for a purpose and a reason. They are here to make an impact in the world. And every time that you wake up, you should know that you are here for a reason to love, a reason to be kind to others, a reason to just share your story because we all go through something. We all experience some things, and someone out there needs to hear our story. I wrote a children's book, which I'm so grateful to God that I was able to do so, about a little girl with alopecia. And I can only imagine how this little girl felt going to school, being picked on by other kids. But let me tell you about Yo Yo. She has a great sparkle inside of her. And my book is called Yo Yo Finds Her Sparkle. And she has a great sparkle inside of her that she was able to show all the other kids who are all different from her that she is embracing her uniqueness, even in the midst of people making her feel sad at times or feel like she's not worth anything. But I'm here to tell you that you are worth everything. Everything. You should be able to wake up and be so grateful to God just to be here. Leadership to me is vision, service, and courage. Vision is the ability to see beyond the present. You know, I remember a while back, God told me specifically, your latter days will be greater than your past. I had no idea what God was talking about. I had no idea what he was talking about, but I could see today being here at this amazing Bald-A-Thon series that this is a latter great day for me. And I'm so grateful to God for that. Also, service. Service reminds me that leadership isn't about being served, it's about serving others. And I've always liked to serve other people, do things for other people, help other people. It just brings me so much joy to be able to do whatever I need to do to help others. And today, I I do a job where I'm able to help take groceries to older people, because not everybody likes to grocery shop. And I enjoy being able to do that for them. Also, you have to have courage. You have to have courage in leadership. This being on this platform and this great, amazing Bald-A-Thon platform right now is giving me the courage that I need to be able to grow and do other things in the world. So I'm just grateful to be here, to stand here, to bring light and love here for everyone to see. To see God is using me in a mighty way, and I'm grateful to that. But I'm going to leave with this. Love is so important to me. Love, because when you don't love yourself, it's hard for you to help others and love others truthfully. So love to me is, I'm so sorry, I should have been more prepared. Love
Oh,
is,
you're doing great, by the way. You're doing
okay.
fantastic. The messages are solid.
Oh, yeah.
Keep going. Keep going. I'm here.
Okay. Yes. Love. I wrote it down. Love, lift others, value everyone. And that is a very, very important, because it's not about you. It's not about me. It's about who sees you and who you're going to impact. And that's my story. And this is my book. I just wanted to show you. Yo-Yo finds her sparkle, and she is amazing. And she found her sparkle, and you all have a sparkle inside of you as well.
All right. Let me just, I want to keep you in here. Just 1 second. Can we, Dr. Banks is going to be next. Can we just have him off screen just for a second, just so we can finish her episode clean? Is that possible? Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
So, yeah, the reason we try and do these episodes, so they're 8 minutes, so they're clean. But I want to say to you about loving yourself.
Yes.
The person who loves themselves from a point of a gift to themselves, so they can be a gift to others. That is the ultimate leader.
Yes. Yes, it is. It is. You want to, when you can love yourself, it doesn't matter how anyone comes at you, if they're upset or anything, you show that person the love that is inside of you, and it shifts. Whatever happens, it shifts and it changes, and it's not the same.
Yeah, because loving yourself at a very high level allows you to be empathetic for others. And when you can feel others, they know you feel them, and they shift into being back to being human.
Yes. Right.
So thank you for sharing those beautiful words. How can people connect with you and celebrate?
Well, I'm on Instagram and Facebook. Miss Tracy Monique is my handle. And also, my sister and I, we're doing a podcast. It's called Sisters of Leisure. And there's going to be some great new things coming forth in the new year.
So you know why, even though you didn't get the training we would have liked and that you would have liked, you know why we put you as a host, right?
No, I don't. Appreciate it, though.
It was because you were such a strong leader in this Bald-A-Thon. You brought roughly 4 or 5 very powerful ladies to and we had 12 spots. And I just want to say thank you. It would have been a shame to have the spots open. It would have been a shame to close the day less, and it would have been a shame not to have them here to hear their voice. So I want to just give you really a pat on the chest and say thank you. You were amazing. When I asked you, can you please nominate some people, you rose to the highest level. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Right. You have a great day. And by the way, you're seeing the love and the amount of people you brought. They're so happy.
Yes, I believe in sharing.
Yes.
The gift, not holding it.
Yeah, you did. You did it about as well as anybody could. So we're both a little misty-eyed because you touched so many people, and I felt that. So thank you.
You're welcome.
I think we have either one or next. We have the person. Was it Dr. Mewborn? Are you back? Would you like to? I think Dr. Annie Mewborn is back. So if she is, I'd like to bring her back in.
Okay. First of all, let me say that rarely ever happens to me. I was like, what just happened?
Yeah. So we're not recording. I'll just say for the audience,
Okay.
it was like, why did you knock me off? I go, we would never knock you off.
I was like, what happened? I was like, okay, but
No, no,
you know what? One of the things, like he was talking about being a leader, you have to be able to laugh. You have to
you
be able to
do, you
laugh,
do.
and you have to be able to pivot.
Yeah. And instead of have to, maybe you get to choose to laugh, because it is the fact that you get to choose to be loved at all times.
Yeah.
And thank you for coming back, and thank you for being understanding. There's nothing we'd ever want than to
Okay.
cut a show, but yeah, it froze so long that we weren't used to that ourselves. And I think we have
Hello.
Bernardino. So I think we're just going to get this clean before we go record, and I think
Okay.
uh Colonel, if you just remove your video just for 1 second, you are, I think, on deck.
Yeah.
Okay. So, and for those of you in holding or waiting, we've had a couple of people that came on weren't camera ready, or they didn't show. So we've had some changes in the schedule. Thank you to an amazing team for making the shuffle and the adjustments. It has been like playing football all day. So
Okay.
go ahead and hit record. We're going to go round two. Okay. You thought you were impressed the first time you heard about Dr. Annie Mewborn, but this time she was so impressed the first time that she froze the world. Okay.
That part.
So this is take two, and this is the one that's going to go all the way. So share how you feel and think about leadership, challenges, and of course, how you make a bold difference. Enjoy.
Again, hello, I'm Dr. Annie Mewborn. Again, I wanted to say thank you to Angela Leonard for recognizing me, and also to a fellow co-author, Tracy Cook. I do see you. My definition of a leader, I've been a leader in different many aspects, and one of the things is that a leader, it has courage, a leader has resilience, and as we can see, a leader needs to pivot. That means being flexible or versatile. What's really interesting is that I've been in different aspects of a leader, working in different industries, and currently I'm now an educator. As a school administrator, it's almost like it's like a little different type of leadership, but the leadership qualities that I've developed over the years has made me a little bit more aware of my role and position. A leader is also self-reflective because we do not always get it right. We make mistakes. Sometimes we can injure or wound people, but we have to always be cognizant and mindful that there are people that are looking up to us for wisdom and for advice. And even if not saying that others don't have it, but they're looking to us to lead, and to lead with compassion, and to lead with empathy, and to lead with fun. Be willing to fun. And to, as a leader, it's important that you celebrate the ones that are following you. Some of the challenges as a leader is it is a thankless position. You don't always get thanked as a leader when you feel like you should be, but it's okay. It's okay. Just know that you're doing your very best. Another challenge as a leader is that it can be very lonesome. It can be very lonesome, and it can be very isolating, being that individual that has to make the tough choice. And sometimes those tough choices are not the popular choice. But it's important to stand behind the decisions that you make and be able to justify those decisions with the ones who are following. I know another important aspect of being a leader is building future leaders, because we can't do this in a vacuum. We have to have help. And it's important to be in the role that you are a mentor, you are a coach, to see that thing that sometimes people don't even see in themselves. And that's what's important as a leader. So being a leader who is has the opportunity, because I don't look as being bald as a detriment. I looked at it as an enhancement. It was a journey that I came on back in 2018. I struggled with alopecia. I had the type that is called scarring alopecia, CCCF, centrifugal centrial alopecia. And so I have a scarring. And so my hair follicles are damaged. They will not grow back. And I'm completely okay with that. I've been able to do more as being bald than I probably would have done if I had hair. And that's just my personal belief. Being a leader that is bald, and I was at first worried about how I was going to be perceived by others. But over time, I realized that it's my vulnerability that has allowed others permission to embrace their own truths and who they really are. And that's where the real influence of being someone that's leading Bald steps in. I think being bald has increased my resilience. I've always been a very resilient individual, very tenacious, but being alopecia has given me the courage to lead in my truth, to lead with empathy, and like Chaplain Stacy even stated that I see individuals, and I see you because living bald is not easy, because living bald takes you outside of the status quo. And there are a lot of people that see you. And I think if I had a quarter for every time someone said to me, "Oh, I've always wanted to do that, but I've never had the courage." And I'm like, yes, you do. It's just that everyone's on their own bald journey. Um, Being an author has allowed me to advocate not just for myself but advocate for others. I am being a walk site leader. I'm an alopecia support group leader, so I'm advocating. I'm a coach, so I've coached individuals that wanted to go bald, so to speak, and um, that allowed me to coach them into that process, because it is a process as well as a journey. As a bald black woman, I've realized or come to the realization that I carry more than my own story. I carry with me the visibility of others who need to know that they can lead boldly, whether we have hair or not, because as someone dearly said to me years ago, hair is an accessory, not a necessity. And so I don't need hair to lead. One thing about being bald is that we don't fit society's norms, and that's okay, because we're shattering the standards, the status quo. And we're just out here doing our thing, and we're living boldly, we're living proudly, and we are living life gracefully. And that's why the name of my business is Transformative Grace, because we are leading boldly with grace, and we're transforming lives. Thank you.
All right. Well, God bless you for that message. And I will say, I agree with everything you said, because everything is agreeable to be said the way you said it. But I would like to just challenge 2 points, if I may. And I'll challenge them from a standpoint that you are not wrong, but I think that what you said made me think about, should I say this or should I not say this? And I decided I'm going to say it. And that is, leadership is thankless. And you said those words. And I want to say to you that you are being thanked today, and that there are 50 people that are thanking you today, and that there's many people that haven't thanked you that would thank you and want to thank you. I think leadership is sometimes unthanked for a long period of time. But like, I thanked my dad when I was 24. Being my dad, I didn't thank him before that because I thought he was dumb. But he became really super smart after I left college. I mean, super smart, like a genius. So I think you being nominated today and you doing all the leadership aspects you're doing is a way of people propping you up and thanking you. I just want to say that part. And I want to say one other thing. And again, you may say, Ken, when I see you next time, I'm not gonna hug you because you really may be mad about this. But I want to say, you said bald is not easy. And because I'm a man and you're a woman, that could be a completely true comment for you. So I'll give you that. But I'm going to say life is not easy. But if you are powerful, life becomes easier. And if you're bald and powerful, you're a powerful bald leader, I think life becomes easier. And so I just want to say, yes, when I first went bald, I had some insecurity issues, probably not to the degree that you did or other women do. But I want to say it was about stepping into my power and saying, this is me now. This is me. And whether you like me or not, I like me. So I just want to say everything you said was beautiful. And I'm so glad you're part of this. But I wanted to just challenge for a fact that I think you're being thanked today.
Well, thank you.
Yeah. And I think you make bald easy because you wouldn't be smiling so genuinely. That's a genuine smile. Like you got past the hard part, I guess is a good way to put it.
Honestly, I love the way I look.
I do too.
I love the way I look, and I love the way I look, and to the point that I'm so comfortable with it that there are people that have stated to me, I forgot what you even look like with your hair, unless they see me like an old Facebook photo, like the capture a year ago, I mean, like so many years ago. But I love the way I look. It was when I shaved my head on November 18th, 2018. I really saw that how beautiful I was, and not in a vain way, but I'm made in God's image. That
Yes.
is, I'm made in God's image. And it was like I saw it for the first time. And it was a humbling experience. And I was deathly afraid for people to see me in public, but I would walk around, in where I lived at, without anything on my head. But I was doing the head wraps and the turbans I did all of that. And then finally one day I just said, I'm tired. Um, and God asked me the day I was going on my way to church, actually. And God said, are you going to trust me? Do you trust me? And I said I could, because for that particular day, I couldn't tie my hair with the head wrap I was trying. I was going to my try. I said, I don't want anybody to see me. And God said, do you trust me? Do you trust me? And I said, I do. He said, then leave it alone. And I walked and I drove to church. And the minute I got out my car, a South African sister saw me and she said, oh my God, you are just beautiful. And I just bust into tears.
Yep.
And and that was my confirmation for me. That was confirmation.
Well, you are here for three reasons, and all three reasons are the only reasons you're here. And that is, one, you have a beautiful smile, which means that you are actually loving life. And that is actually going to say, well, it may not be easy in the beginning, but you have made it easy because you are loving life. And come on now, that's true. The other reason is because you are being thanked as a leader because someone nominated you. And the third reason, which is the biggest of all, is on short notice, you said, I will be there, because that's what a leader does. I will be there to have my voice heard. So I wanted to acknowledge you that you can keep your words that you have there, but I don't believe them. You are thanked because you're awesome.
I love it. I love it. I don't believe him. I don't believe him. You said it, but I don't believe you.
Well,
And that's okay.
I believe you're powerful enough. You tell me that. If you tell me that your leadership is being rejoiced because you're nominated, I'll believe that. So that's what I wanted to just say before you take off, and just say you are.
I am a force. I will concede to that. And I think sometimes it's just trying to be humble, but I am a force. And yeah, I'm a force. I'm a force, and I'm a very staunch advocate for alopecia. Alopecia all the way.
And by the way, there is word to, I think Tracy Monique and a couple others have said that they may allow us to help create an event that actually is an alopecia-thon, whatever you guys would like. And I know it's this month, but we'll figure out a time. And I think earlier in the day, we said that October 14th, Malika Cooper here in Baltimore is going to create a bald brunch in the Baltimore, Maryland area. Just so you know, like, things are happening just because of this event.
Oh, absolutely. I'm in. Yes, whatever you need me to be a part of, I'm in. I missed the brunch before. And we are having a walk. We having a first inaugural walk for alopecia in Easton, Maryland on
Nice.
September 27th. So I'm so happy. So
When is it?
we have raised money. It's September 27th.
Okay.
It's the walk for alopecia. And so this will be Easton, Maryland's first walk. And it starts
I
at
get to meet you
9:30
there. I get to meet you there.
You absolutely come on down. You
All right.
absolutely can come and meet me there. We can go get some crabs afterwards.
That would be awesome. Those poor crabs are going to say, we aren't thanked. We're just eating.
That's right. That's okay.
Being a crab is a thankless job.
Yes. Thank you so much,
You're
Ken.
welcome.
Thank you so much. And I appreciate it. Thank you.
You give me a lot of joy. All right. Well, thank you so much. And we have our next guest coming up very soon. I think it's Lieutenant Colonel Dito. Is that correct? Or is it David Banks? Who's next? And thank you very much, Dr. Annie.
No problem. Thank you.
Is Dr. Banks? Okay, Dr. David Banks. Okay, great. Thank you. So this is the famous Dr. David Banks. Is that who I'm?
Kid, how you doing?
Well, I'm always doing better when I see you. I didn't shave really close because I said, what if Dr. David Banks leaves a little bit of stubble on so he can show off his bald dome a little more? Because if you shave everything, people are like, oh, it's all just clean. No, you got to leave this a little stubbly so people say, now that's clean.
That's right.
That's right.
All right. Well, let's go ahead and hit the record, please. All right. So we are coming to the tail end of the Bald-A-Thon, and I have to say, always good to finish the day with a bald brother, a person who is committed to smiles, a person who was introduced by Dr. Michelle Mraz, who said, "You have got to know your brother that you never knew you had." And I met that. And we've had so many talks about doing a book, and yes, it will happen and in God's time. But Dr. David Banks, every time I call you to say I'd like to have your voice as part of a message, whether it's a smile or an author or a bald, you've always said, yes, I'd be glad to be there. So the first thing I want to do is acknowledge you that you are certainly a friend, certainly a big friend. So
and I appreciate you. Thank you.
And every time you talked about something different. So this time we're talking about the power of leadership, how you define it, why you chose to be it, what you're challenged by, and most importantly, how you make a bald difference as a leader.
Excellent.
Floor is yours, sir.
All right. Greetings, everyone. It is always a pleasure. I appreciate Ken so much being a part of this Bald-A-Thon. So I am Dr. David Banks, president of Noble Design, Noble Success Strategic Group. And my whole focus is really helping people, really understanding their purpose, really understanding pain points, and really how to help them to really profit in whatever they are doing in their business. I am a purpose discovery specialist. I'm very passionate about helping people really understand what their purpose is and really learning how to walk in it. And my purpose is to impact and empower people to succeed in their personal and professional life in order for them to be productive and fulfilled. My whole goal in life is not just helping me to be productive, but to truly be fulfilled in their life. Now, when we talk about leadership, I have truly enjoyed inspiring, impacting leaders from all over the world. And I really look at leadership. It is not title focused, but really setting an atmosphere for transformation. So many times as leaders, they try to focus on their title as a leader. Always say titles doesn't make you a leader. It only reveals what type of leader you are. So setting the atmosphere to make sure that people have an atmosphere for them to grow. Always say leaders should always look at the people that are following them as future leaders. When a leader looks at followers and keeps them as followers, that's not a healthy leader. A leader is really the one to make sure the ones that are following them, they are going to be leaders at a time in their lives. And that's what leadership is all about, is really developing, creating an atmosphere to helping those that follow you to really be able to bring out the leader that's inside of them. One of the huge aspects of leadership is vision. I always encourage leaders, lead by vision, not by your title. Leaders has the opportunity to really set the vision. Where are we going? How are you able to take the things that's inside of you and bring those out to be able to accomplish the things that you were set out to do? One of the challenges when it comes to leadership is really, like I said, trying to leave from your title and thinking that from my title is going to bring me my identity. Your whole focus of leadership is setting the atmosphere so that you can help bring the leader out in other people. How do I have made a bold difference in the world? In 2018, I wanted to do a global initiative. And that global initiative was really set up, and it was called the Global Smile Challenge. It was set out for 31 days, and the whole focus was smile and the reason will appear. So many times when we think about smiling, we think, well, in order to smile, something has to happen first in order for me to smile. Well, I decided, let's change that, because that's what leaders do, is really set an atmosphere and to help people think about things maybe they've never thought about. So I did this global challenge around the world and just had people around the world to just start the initiative to just smile, and the reason will appear. And we had people in Pakistan, in the Philippines, in Africa, in India, and Australia, around the US, and they just start smiling. And it's amazing some of the feedback that I got that, Dr. Banks, it really works. I just started smiling because that's what you asked us to do. And I started seeing some of the reasons why I should smile. And that was a huge initiative that I started that I just really enjoyed and definitely plan to do it again. Another initiative was really setting up global leadership training. I did a leadership training in Pakistan with a group of pastors, leaders, and really helping them with strategies. One thing about a leader, two things they love. First is vision, second, strategies. If a leader does not have those two, they're not going to be effective. So every leader must have a vision of where they are going, and they have to have strategies of how to get there. So I did this leadership training in Pakistan with those pastors and leaders, and just really helping them to understand they can make a difference. So many times when you look at your country, you're thinking, man, my country is so big. How can I make a difference? And I just start helping them with small steps that they can start putting into practice to really start helping them to make a huge difference. One thing about a leader, they always understand that it's always the power of one. A leader doesn't have to have everybody at first. If you just have one person to start the initiative. You always think about a forest fire, all started by one match. So when I think about leadership, leadership is something that we all can be a part of. I know so many times we've had this culture that think there only can be one leader. Always started back, I always say in kindergarten. In kindergarten, they're called the line leader. So whoever's the fastest person that can get to the head of the line, they're called the line leader. Well, if we know Johnny is the fastest, sadly, so many people have just decided, all right, Johnny's going to be the line leader, and everybody else is the follower. So even from kindergarten, we're conditioned to think there's only can be one leader. And I really want to help everyone to understand when you discover your purpose, that is a part of your leadership coming out, because you can only be the leader of your purpose. I'm going to say that again. Once your purpose is discovered, you are officially a leader, because you're the only one that can lead your purpose. So I really want to make sure in this Bald-A-Thon that I encourage you to help you to understand there's a leader in you. All right. I know society has constantly made people think that there only can be one or two leaders. And if you are born in this family, if you are developing this, you can be a leader. My friend, all of us has the potential to lead in their lives. All of us have the potential to really bring out things that we can make a difference. But it all starts, I firmly believe, it all starts by knowing your purpose. I have been a purpose discovery specialist for over 20 years, helping people discover their purpose. And last, what I want to share is the 3 dimensions of purpose. The first is called the purpose blueprint. The purpose blueprint is we all have this. It's a universal that we're all placed on this earth to impact others in a positive manner. That's a universal purpose. That's what Ken and I and everybody else. The next one is purpose fingerprint. Purpose fingerprint is your unique, distinguished way that you are placed on this earth to impact others. And then thirdly is purpose footprint. Once your purpose is discovered, then your purpose is like a GPS. It will navigate you so that you can be properly placed, so that you can make a major difference in a person's life. So, Dr. David Banks, AKA the Smile King, and just loving the opportunity to encourage everyone. There is a leader in you, and it's important that you take the time to bring it out. Thank you.
What I'm concerned about, David, Dr. Banks, is that, a lot of people are going to hear your message and they're going to lean into that message, and they're going to immediately go on Amazon and buy some shavers, and they're going to clean their head up and be a leader. And let's be clear, this is a leadership conversation. It just so happens that we're celebrating people that have a good haircut. It doesn't mean you can't have a bad haircut and have.
That's right. That's right. It's so true. So true.
So you have a smile challenge. And I don't want to go too deep in that because it's about leadership, but I do want to say the International Smile-A-Thon is coming up, and it's right. It's a real date. It's a real deal. And we are releasing a song called The Smile That Changed the World. And it's a gospel song. It was written by Nina Hodge White in Dallas. She interviewed me for about 4 minutes, and she created the song. I'll send it to you if I haven't, David.
I would love it.
The reason I'm, I guess, ending this with you, and we have one last speaker, is that you are one of the champions in the world for smiles. And I am so grateful to Michelle, but more importantly, that part you said about leadership is synergistic. If you are on a mission, a purpose-driven mission, especially if it's guided by the one above, you can only be so happy to find a brother or a sister or a community that will go with you, not behind you, but with you.
That's right.
To cause that mission to happen. And, there's things that are happening in this world that we just, our mouths drop and go, how could this be? This good person was shot, or things like that. And when we teach people about love, those things happen less. It's not that it's
exactly,
but they happen less. And my view, and to your point of leadership, is there's a pendulum. And the more we don't correct it so that it can go to the good side, the more it is allowed to go to the bad side. And
it's so true. So true.
So I just want to thank you that you're one of the final wonderful messages, that leadership starts with yourself. And
exactly.
Any leaders, and the more leaders there are, the more abundantly you're thinking about your mission, your purpose, being alive.
Exactly. And very nice.
So we are doing the book in God's time.
That's it. Exactly.
I'll tell you one thing I have learned about pushing something before God says it's good to go, is that I've had things that I pushed and then I didn't do it because I said, this is too hard, and I stopped. And then when it got easy, I said, oh, I learned all these things, or we accomplished all these things together. Like, can you imagine the book we're writing after the International Smile-A-Thon instead of when we just first met? Because
that's right.
Because we were on the same purpose. But now we're starting to experience and live together.
Hey, exactly. Yeah.
So thank you for being this and always being a support. And then I'm excited. By the way, you have a fantastic podcast. I can't wait to bring my shiny head.
Hey, excellent. We're going to make that happen. That happen.
Well, God bless you, Dr. Banks. Thank you so much for all you do for smiles and leadership.
My pleasure.
And humanity.
My pleasure, my friend. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
I'm not sure. Was that recorded?
Yes, it was.
It was recorded. Good. Thank you. Okay. So we have not our last, but our final and best. Are we ready? Here we go. Lieutenant Colonel Mike Dito. How are you doing, sir? I think, your mic is on mute for a second, and we are not going to.
There we go. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now. You're looking sharp.
All right.
Muscles.
All right.
And you're
I'm here to. Yeah, I'm here to drill weekend, so I'm on duty, but can't. I got to put on the T-shirt just to ensure that I'm myself and not representing anything else here. But it's great to be a part of the show.
And we're not recording now. We would never want the conversation of leadership to be confused with the Army. And as an Army person myself,
yes.
I'm kidding, sir. Okay, so we are ready to go. So hit record, please. All right. So this is Lieutenant Colonel Mike Dito. Thank you so much for ending the day with what it is to serve and lead and to have potentially the right haircut so that you're streamlined to lead better. So the conversation today, sir, for 8 minutes is how do you define leadership? What are your thoughts and feelings about being a leader? What are your challenges, and how do you make a bold difference as a leader? I'm going to turn it over to you. The screen is yours.
Right. Well, I will start that I have lived the majority of my life with a bald head. When I returned from Afghanistan, my wife at the time took a picture of me with my newborn son, and I could see, I'm like, oh my gosh, is that what my head really looks like? And from then on out, that we're talking almost 20 years from now. I have had a bald head, and I can't say I would ever go back. And so I haven't had a haircut in almost 20 years, and I love it. Obviously, it imbues some confidence, as some of the previous speakers have alluded to. I can absolutely vouch for that. But to go back to leadership, speaking from the military perspective, although there's lots of bleed overs into the civilian side, I when I counsel some of my junior officers and junior NCOs, non-commissioned officers, on leadership specifically, it can become a complicated word. Because, okay, well, what is it to be a leader? Like, okay, well, I'm in charge. Okay, well, what does being in charge mean? And the way that I express it is, you are able to communicate with the people that you work for and work with in a way that they want you to succeed. And a lot of that boils down to interpersonal communication skills. And as an Army officer, that really is what it is. It's the art form. It's not the science. It's the art form, and you can't quantify it necessarily. The Army has tried to over the years, and I think unsuccessfully. However, it is an art form, and it really is how you communicate. Smiling, having a great smile, having a great attitude, and you, with how you communicate with them, they then perform in a way that you succeed. And in the Army, it can be a violent profession at times, and allowing wanting your subordinates, the people that work for you. Really, I like to think of myself as a servant leader, and so I work for them. But at the end of the day, they want you to succeed, and they will work towards that. And that, in my opinion, is where you've really, gotten into the deep bowels on what leadership really is. It's making the people that work for you want you to succeed. And that's a hard thing to do. It's art, it's not science. And to go back to the bald, when people see a bald, somewhat fits person, there's just something about it. You can't really, put your finger on it, but there's something about it that imbues confidence, calmness, and more than anything, just a great attitude. And I like to think, because I have always taken the servant leader philosophy, going back thousands of years to Stoic leadership. You really want to work for those that work for you, and that's really kind of how I've kind of taken my leadership philosophy over the last 24 years since I've been in the Army. Is I work for the people that work for me, and it's never let me down up until now, and so hasn't let me down yet. And yeah, it's I'll go ahead and throw a plug in for the 7 Army values. It's no coincidence. They are LDRSHIP. That you can kind of say that's leadership, and it's loyalty, duty, respect, selfless service, honor, integrity, and personal courage. And it's one of the reasons why the 7 Army values have been around for quite some time. decades at this point, and the Army has not deviated from that. And so, if you live by those Army values that spell leadership, you really, really can't go wrong. And so that was a lot of talking on my part. Doctor, do you have anything that you'd like to add or ask me to expand on?
Well, first of all, thank you for a phenomenal presentation. And it is about you sharing. It is not an interview style, so you did fantastic. You said it was LDR-SHIP?
Yep, LDR-SHIP.
L, loyalty. D,
duty, respect, selfless service, honor, integrity, and personal courage.
I was trying to do the EA, and what I came up with, which is maybe a hit or miss, but E for ethics and A for authority, or A for America.
Yeah, I don't think you would be wrong there either. Absolutely.
I was in my science class teaching introductory physics and chemistry to a bunch of 8th graders in PG County near DC. And they found out that I had served. I don't remember if they asked me some things about myself, and I told them I didn't. I just did ROTC, and I went through basic and I advanced camp, and then I became a transportation officer. Never was really called to duty, but they thought I was absolutely crazy. They said, "You would die for your country." Now, a leader, I think, will die for what they believe in.
Mm-hmm.
And I think you're a wonderful final guest for the day. And I want to give acknowledgement. I think it was Phil McClure who nominated. Yep. And without Phil McClure's nomination, you are not the final guest. So I just want to say a leader is someone that actually gives props to other leaders. As you did. You said, I work for the people because I'm a leader. You work for the people so they can actually support you and work for you. So what do you say to someone like a child, not a child, but a high school kid maybe, of why they should serve their country? Because it seems to be a big gap right now of misunderstanding of why you would do that.
Yeah, well, we are. I've also been an ROTC instructor myself. I came up through ROTC probably around the same time that you did. Okay. I went to advanced camp. That's what we called it back in the day. That's why you kind of left that breadcrumb for me to jump on. At Fort Lewis, Washington, I suspect.
Mine was Bragg.
Okay, Fort Bragg. You were actually before me then. You're a little bit before my time.
Well, I'm 96. I mean, when you're bald, no one knows how old you are. I'm 40 years older than most people think.
Okay, I was 2002.
Okay, I was
advanced camp at Fort Lewis, and so, but regardless, there is clearly the term generational gap. I think is overused in this day and age. Really, I think we really need to just get back to the basics. It's what I try to teach to my soldiers, my young officers, that how about we stop focusing on all of not just the chaos in the world, not just how complicated things are and how technologically driven our society is, but how about we just do the basic things really, really well? And when you think about it from that perspective, it's okay. How can I just be polite with good manners? Just do that to the very, very best of your ability, because that's the right thing to do.
It is.
How can I just be a good, kind person? Okay. It's simple, but not necessarily easy. And that's another distinction I like to convey to, again, my soldiers, my junior officers, is things can be simple, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they're easy. And how we grew up in the 80s and 90s, it really was a different world. It really was. And I tend to think that I would like to get back to those basic things, like treat people with kindness, treat people with respect. And I'll tell you, you really can't go wrong You really can't go wrong when you're kind, respectful, polite, and a lot of things kind of fall into place when you follow those basic, simple tenets. And that's one of the things I go with in the Army. A lot of it translates to training in my part, like being able to talk on a radio, being able to use your individually assigned weapon correctly. A lot of those basic, simple things really tend to stand out. Not easy, not easy, especially if you want to be really, really good at it, but they are simple. And I think today's society could probably take a lot away from doing the basic, simple things really, really well.
Well, when you went to the LDR and it was the EA left, the reason I brought up the E for ethics is that was the most pivotal conversation in our ROTC class when we talked about ethics and morals. That is, you see something wrong, even at the risk of your career, you'll call it out. That's a very big step, and you could be ostracized, and that is a scary piece. And there are people that lose their careers. And I don't mean to enter a downer, but the point is, are you living to be a leader? Because you're rewarded in the end because you go up the channel, not down. Like you may have an ethical decision as a leader, but you are actually making the right decision for you to live bigger. And so I just want to commend you and thank you for bringing that in. I think we're going to actually have the leadership across and America be the A, because this has been,
there you go.
I think so far this has been all American leaders talking about this that are bald, the brothers and sisters. I will certainly send you a link. I know you were training all day, and yeah, thank you again for your service. How can people connect with you and support you?
This might come as a surprise. I have actually only had an email account. I have never been on social media.
Yep, I bet.
I don't want to say it has been. I will say it's been kind of just something that I felt very strongly about, that I don't participate in social media. And that obviously has its downsides with connection in this day and age. However, I feel that it's been a net positive for me to reach out the hard way. We'll call it the hard way, through word of mouth, through Phil. When it comes to these types of events. And if people would like to contact me, I will absolutely share my email with you, and you can share it with other people. But as far as social media, minus YouTube and some YouTube comments and things like that, which I've been known to participate in, I tend to stay off social media platforms. And right, wrong, or indifferent, it is what it is. But I'll absolutely share my Gmail email with you, Ken, and we can, if anybody wants to reach out to me, via that platform, they're more than welcome to.
Well, that's not a platform, but that's a communication directive to you, and I appreciate that. So I have Lieutenant Colonel Mike Ditto's cell phone and his email, and I would never give it out unless it is the right appropriate person that needs to speak to him. So I will give out an email if you need
for
to.
Sure.
And by the way, if it wasn't for Phil, I wouldn't know Lieutenant Colonel Ditto. So I'll respect the fact that you have one channel, but as a bonus, as candy for you giving to this platform with no give back, I want to ask you maybe 2 or 3 more quick questions, just fun ones. Are you ready?
Yeah, absolutely. Yep.
Right. Who's your hero? More as a leader.
My hero is my dad. It's my father.
Father.
Yep.
And was
my father, I'm sure my son thinks the same way of me, or I would hope he did. For all of my father's flaws, I can't imagine a better way to grow up and a better figure to have raised me. Absolutely my father.
Did he by chance serve?
He was a Coast Guard, a career Coast Guard officer, believe it or not.
I believe
and so,
yeah.
Both my mom and my dad were career Coast Guard officers. My mom ended up outranking my father, although my dad did serve 8 years prior enlisted before he became an officer, and so she had a slight leg up. But both my parents, my father were career Coast Guard officers. My dad has some pretty awesome stories about when he was on an icebreaker that went down to the Antarctic in the late 60s. And so yeah, he is the reason that I was motivated at a very young age to sign up to serve. The Coast Guard wasn't in the docket for me, but as a matter of fact, a slight aside, not to belabor the point, but I actually asked my parents when I was becoming of age to join the military. I said, I'm thinking about maybe just carrying on the tradition. And they knew my temperament, and they said, I don't think the Coast Guard's probably for you, Mike. I think maybe the Marine Corps or the Army, and the Army it is. So, yeah.
Next question for you is since you know your mom and dad, they are off the plate. It's who would you want to meet that you think is the ultimate leader, living or not?
Ooh, that's a tough one. Living or not? I would. I would. This could be a controversial answer, but I would say Douglas MacArthur.
Okay.
He was I've worked for very divisive figures in my career. I think he was probably one of them. He has gone down as a hero. Having really been decisive in the victory of the Pacific in World War II.
Right.
But an incredibly divisive figure. I've read his memoir. I lived in Norfolk, Virginia when my parents were still in the Coast Guard, and that's where the MacArthur Memorial actually is, and I've been there many times. And now that I've had some life experience in the rearview mirror, I think he would probably be at or near the top of the list. I would love to meet this man, and just talk with him a little bit, because man, what a crazy character he was. Hated by a lot, loved by a lot. And those are the types of characters that I tend to kind of gravitate towards. Ulysses S. Grant would be another one. Probably, close second. Loved by many, hated by many. Those are the types of figures that I kind of gravitate towards, just because I'm like, man, what would it be like to be in a room with this person?
Well, I think even potentially the bigger question is, without General Douglas MacArthur or Ulysses S. Grant, or I'll throw in one more name, Winston Churchill, would our
Yep.
world be what it is today? Because divisive or
Life
not, that's the
changing.
job, yeah, job done. And Patton too, by the way.
Yep. All of them. It is not outside of the realm of possibility to say, would we be here
right
if not for these individuals? Like they really did have that
relentless,
levity to them. Like, would we even be here without for them?
Right.
So,
and just for a fun question, do you have a favorite military movie?
Oof. So the obvious choice is Saving Private Ryan. Although I will say that the Thin Red Line.
Well, since I haven't talked military and we don't know if we're going to do an interview together, I will tell you mine, Black Hawk Down.
You really can't just pick one. I mean, they're all so good. But the Thin Red Line, I mean,
that is amazing. Yes.
It captures the true deep human experience of the gravity of war.
Yep.
And on a level that most people would find probably odd and bizarre. I don't. But yeah, the Thin Red Line is probably up there. Black Hawk Down, I just watched that the other night, actually. It's funny you bring that up with my wife. She had never seen it before. And, yeah, I mean, incredible cinematography, incredible directors. It really is.
Ridley Scott was the perfect
I'll send you a link to a podcast that I follow from a gentleman called Ward Carroll. I don't know if you've heard of him or not, but he did an interview with one of the individuals that Top Gun was based off of.
Wow.
And it's pretty incredible. I'll send you the link to the podcast. I think you'll get a kick out of it. But yeah, just an amazing individual. It's an absolute shame, to have lost him, a while back. It really is a shame because he was definitely one of the greats for sure.
The thing that is so remarkable in a movie like Black Hawk Down is they had to make a documentary about how badass it really was. Like
Oh yeah.
the documentary is equally good. And
To have the actual Somalis that
yes,
were on the other side of the trigger, I don't know how they pulled that off. I don't know how they found these people, but it was a world class documentary that, yeah, my fellow battle buddies here are like, did you watch that Black Hawk Down documentary? I'm like, yeah. Like, how crazy is that?
well, God bless you, Mike.
Yeah.
So glad that we could end the call with patriotism and unfortunately, the American hero is not celebrated at the highest level, but those people they make our country safe.
Oh, for sure.
And so,
yep, it takes volunteers. It takes volunteers, and once we lose that volunteer spirit, we probably ought to start taking an azimuth check on where we're headed. And so, no, I appreciate you inviting me on here to share a few words of wisdom, if you can call it that.
You definitely did.
I absolutely, please reach out if you want to do another interview. I love doing this kind of stuff. And yeah, God bless this country. God bless you guys. I got to listen to the several guests before me, all great Americans, and God bless America.
Well, I'll tell you, just to end, I think we may have one more guest, but if we don't, the culminating message for me is you called it volunteerism to be a leader or to be an American, warrior. I would almost translate it into God's terms, which are free will, the free will to be a servant leader, a free will to protect your constitution and the people you believe should be free. So,
yep.
So thank you.
100% agree. I couldn't have put it better myself.
All right. Well, thank you for being on the show and the Bald-A-Thon. Damn, you got a good haircut. I mean, you just got to shave.
Right. I shaved it nice and smooth this morning just for this.
I hope to meet you soon, sir. Thank you.
Absolutely. No, I appreciate everything. Okay. Bye.
Okay. So in recording, please. And do we have another guest or am I just doing closing remarks? Is it closing remarks time or is it another guest?
There we go.
Thank you, Mike. Okay, thank you. Okay, so we have, and you can record this because these are the closing remarks. Gosh doggone it. Are we okay? Record or not? All right, this is Ken Rochon, Dr. Smiley. We've had a Smile-A-Thon, an Author-Thon, a back to school, and now a Bald-A-Thon. And I just want to thank my team, our team, the amazing team of Brian Tarr, Dr. Michelle Mraz, Faizan Manzoor, Amy Cabrera, Aisha, and all the other people that helped with this event, all the people who nominated people. What an event it was. We went roughly almost 8 hours talking about leadership, and we have another 3 events if you want to be part of them. They are the Poets United. If you are a poet, know a poet, please let us know. It's October 2nd. That's a real holiday. October 3rd is International Smile Day. If you know someone in another country or you are someone that is like Dr. David Banks, who is committed to happiness, joy, and smiles, and have either a book, you speak on it as a TED Talk, or some type of social media movement, we would like to help have you and your voice heard, that a smile is what brings the world together. And there is going to be a song that's released for that. And then we have the second edition of the Bald-A-Thon, which will be more influential. And for those who could not make it today, we will add a leadership component as a part 2. So thank you so much. And if you know a chef, October 20th is International Celebrate a Chef Day. And I'm very moved, very exhausted, but very moved and very happy that we did this event. Some of the best messages about leadership and living a purpose-driven life I could possibly ask to hear. So have a great day. Keep smiling. And for all you in Texas, we now have the 49th language. Keep smiling, y'all. Have a great day. All right. Thank you. If you guys want to just come on screen and just say hello real quick or say goodbye real quick so I can see your faces, I'd love to see you and say thank you. Unrecorded. This can still be live. It's okay if it's live. Unrecorded, just a quick little thank you if you want to show up on screen real quick.
All right.
So all of you made this event amazing. Russell, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
I think
Appreciate it.
you and I should talk later. Of all the people I met in Vegas, I think that you and I have a search to do holidays that celebrate musicians.
There you go. I wish I was in the musical field.
No,
but
I'm
I do
talking
know a
about
whole bunch of other
musicians. You know musicians. We can,
Yes,
yeah,
I do.
so,
Yeah.
yeah. It's about music. It's about music lovers. How about that? How about
Yes, definitely.
And by the way, I'm not a musician either. I had people ask me for 30, 40 years, oh my gosh, you pick so well. Are you a musician? I go, no, I'm a DJ. That's what I do.
That's what yes, I hear. Yep. But I
All right.
definitely
So I don't think
appreciate you.
I think the rest of the team is going to be a little bashful and say that they don't want to show up on video. So I'm going to say, great job, guys. I hope you heard my heart and that I appreciate you. All the comments I gave are hopefully things. Well, I think they're things we can correct so we can have smooth sailing and easier time. But what an amazing team, huh, Russell?
Yes, an
Five
outstanding team.
Five
Just
people.
like their leader.
Well, it is ironic that leadership is the topic, and we had a day where there was a lot of challenges, and we got through it. I mean, 8 hours is a long time to get through challenges, and it was a challenging day. I thank all of you. You all dug in, and you didn't let 1 minute go by where we weren't trying to make sure the great production. So,
Yes.
Russell, see you soon. We'll talk soon. I'm gonna go. I think I'm gonna go have a celebratory leadership beer.
Yeah, I heard that. Here. All
All
right.
right. I'm
In the
closing
next
out.
moment.
I'm closing out the event. Faison, anything to do? Anything to do, Faison, to close
No,
it out?
Faizan already left.
You already left?
There's a
Okay.
problem with the internet connection. I think I'm only one here.
Okay. Very good. So
Yeah.
if I hit the end thing, that's the end of the live and I'm good, right?
Yes. Yes, you're good.
Okay. Ending it now.
Go get celebrate.
You need to celebrate too, right?
No, I need to sleep now. It's 6 a.m. here.
Well, I'm going to make sure that I'm closing it out with it live. That way we don't have
Yes.
any problem. Because I'd rather, okay, so it does